Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Professor VikramShila. Namaskar, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the Quantum Summit organized as a part of India Mobile Congress 2025. IMC is India's largest digital technology forum celebrating innovation, science, and enterprise. We are delighted to have with us Professor VikramShila, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, policymakers, and industry leaders. They all are shaping the future of quantum technologies in India. May I now request Dr. JPV Reddy to present a bouquet to Secretary Sir. To begin the proceedings, I invite Dr. JBV Reddy, Mission Director, National Quantum Mission, Department of Science and Technology, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Professor Abhay Karandikar, sir, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, all distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, experts from the academia, R&D lab, industry, startups, and government agencies, and my esteemed colleagues from Department of Science and Technology. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all this session dedicated to the quantum technologies, a domain that is fast transforming the digital and communication landscape. Today's summit is testament to India's growing momentum in quantum science and technology being driven under the National Quantum Mission. As we move towards a quantum-enabled future, the intersections of telecommunications, cybersecurity, and quantum innovation becomes increasingly vital. The collaboration between the Department of Telecommunications and Department of Science and Technology underlines our collective effort to make India quantum secure and globally competitive. The National Quantum Mission launched to position India among the leading nations in quantum computing, communication, sensing, and materials. Through our 4 thematic hubs, we are building strong R&D linkages with academia, R&D labs, industry, startups, fostering innovation, and creating robust quantum ecosystem. Today's discussion on post-quantum cryptography, its migration, validation frameworks, and future deployment are not just timely, but crucial as we prepare for a post-quantum world. Once again, I warmly welcome you all for this session and look forward to the fruitful discussion ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context, welcoming our audience to this very important session. It is now my honor to invite Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, all the distinguished participants and the speakers and the panelists for today's discussion. Very warm welcome to all of you. As you know that the Department of Science and Technology is steering the National Quantum Mission, and under the National Quantum Mission we have set up 4 thematic hubs. Quantum communication is of course very important thematic hub which has been set up at IIT Madras in collaborations with the CDOT. And as a part of this hub, we have been supporting advancement of quantum communications technologies. Not only, the National Quantum Mission is supporting the research and development activities, but we are also supporting the startups in this area. Yesterday, you saw the presentation on the quantum communications, and we had, several other startups, including the QNU Labs, which has been supported from the National Quantum Mission. We have also set up a dedicated task force on developing the framework of quantum safe ecosystem. This task force is chaired by Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, CEO of CDOT. And this task force is collaborating with academia, government, industry, and startups towards creating a framework for adopting the quantum safe ecosystem. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the collaborative efforts and the whole of government approach that we have taken in the National Quantum Mission, involving all the stakeholders, which includes not only the academic institutions and universities which have been supported by the National Quantum Mission, but also the national labs like Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT, and the Department of Telecom. In fact, in today's discussions, we are going to have a presentation on the post-quantum cryptography where the TEC is creating a testing validation framework. So we will have a presentation from them, and also a panel discussion and a presentation on the post quantum cryptography. As the quantum technologies evolve, the traditional public key cryptography are going to become increasingly vulnerable, and therefore it is extremely important we not only develop the technologies and framework for the quantum safe network, but also create a framework for its wide-scale adoptions in several sectors of the economy, especially the financial institutions. Uh, as a part of creating the awareness, the DST has also initiated several awareness programs for researchers and faculty. We are also contributing towards developing the capacity in our academic institutions. We are going to support the teaching labs, setting up the quantum teaching labs in our academic institutions. In fact, already a call is underway, and we could support up to 75 such labs in our academic institutions. Overall, we hope that with the contributions from all the stakeholders, we will be able to create indigenously developed technologies which will ensure a quantum safe ecosystem in the country. I would like to invite all the stakeholders which are present today, all the researchers, startup innovators, telecom leaders, industry representatives, to continue collaborating under the umbrella of National Quantum Mission, and we will be happy to contribute and support the activities of all the stakeholders in this regard. So once again, thank you very much for participating in today's discussions. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for outlining the vision and roadmap for India's leadership in quantum technologies. I'll request Secretary Sir to please come on the stage for the memento. I would like to request Dr. JBV Reddy to present a memento to Secretary Sir. Thank you, sir. We now move to our first technical presentation on post-quantum cryptography, testing and validation framework by Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal is the Deputy Director General at Quantum Technologies Division of Telecommunication Engineering Center, Department of Telecommunications. Under his leadership, India released national standards on quantum random number generators and 2 reports on PQC in April 2025. He is the member of TST's task force on quantum safe ecosystems and also chairs its subgroup on PQC testing and certifications. Sir, please.
Namaskar, respected Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, my seniors, colleagues, friends, I welcome all of you in this in this forum here. So today my topic is to cover framework for testing and validation and certification of PQC-based quantum safe products and solutions. So first question comes in mind, why this framework is required? And what is this framework? This is little bit technical subject, but I hope I will make all of you understand what I would like to deliver in this framework. So as all of us know, quantum computing is evolving fast. Quantum computers will be available in the network very soon. And we are aware about the harvest now, decrypt later attack. So data stolen today will be decrypted later by the quantum computers. So all of us agree on this. So organization needs to prepare today to have business continuity. The day quantum computers will be available, we should be ready so that our business should go on. There is two solutions to survive. Either we should adopt post-quantum cryptography or another is the QKD, quantum key distribution solutions. So today I will cover about the PQC. So this framework is a guideline to adopt PQC in trustworthy manner to secure our static data or data in transit, use of public key infrastructure, etc. Okay. So if you see this framework, this is the whole framework, what we would like to explain in the next slide. So first point is testing and certification of PQC-based quantum secure products or solution by mapping with assurance label. Second point is we should have a test guide. Third one is the preparation of or designating testing labs where we can do the testings. And then results should be validated by the committee, and after validating the results, a certificate should be issued. So there are two ways. One way, whatever standard algorithms are there, so we are using that standard algorithms to implement in our own way. Another way is we will have our own standards, own algorithms, and then implementing those algorithms to have this solution. So basically I am telling you about this here, three things. One is a framework, second is about labs, third one is about the certification framework, how certificate will be issued. So each and every PQC based product or solution, we will assign a assurance label to each of the product. Assurance label is what? It will give a certificate that yes, this particular product is assured at the label of say 1, 2, 3, 4. Label 1 is low risk. Label 4 is high risk. So you can understand like assurance label is nothing but bharose ka pratik. Bharose ka pratik. So assurance label 1, we are giving it for non-sensitive environment. Assurance level 2, where consumer grade equipments are there. If you see 2, it is divided in 2A, 2B, 2C. 2A is for the software portion of the PQC. 2B and 2C are for the hardware part of the PQC. 2B is for the IT/IoT products, but 2C is for the SCADA, PLC, all these kind of products. Assurance level 3 is for the enterprise grade deployment. And assurance level 4 is the zero trust architecture for the sovereign grade deployment. So coming to assurance level 1, this will be applicable for the basic conformance of PQC implementation. Suppose we are going to set up a lab. So there is no commercial impact. It's a non-sensitive environment. So for those kind of environment, we will use assurance level 1. Assurance level 2A, like implementation of VPN, messenger, cloud solutions, we will use assurance level 2A. Assurance level 2B, already I explained about the consumer grade assurance. So deployment will be at the edge deployment of hardware. 2C is also about the edge deployment of hardware for the SCADA. Assurance level 3, enterprise grade. Right. So coming to level 1, if a product is given a certificate of assurance level 1, then that product should meet all the test requirement mentioned in these four subcategories. One category is about the cryptographic check, another is about the interoperability, third one is the performance check, fourth is the security assurance. So I have written few of the test cases here just for understanding. There are many more test cases under say cryptographic check. I wrote only 2. There are many more. It is a part of the in the annexures. So coming to the cryptographic check, what we are ensuring here, correct implementation of PQC algorithms. So we will validate the key using the encryption, decryptions, using the known answer test vectors. We have the repository of known answer test at the GitHub, maybe at the NIST, or we have PQ clean. So we have repositories. So we will use known answer test to verify whether implementation of PQC algorithm is correct or not. Then we will verify random number generator using the statistical test suite like ENT dieharder. Coming to the interoperability, this part, interoperability. So in interoperability, what we are trying to ensure that in case of hybrid implementation, our equipment should be interoperable. Hybrid means classical plus PQC. Now, say one particular standard is implemented by multiple agencies. So they may use some language or operating systems or say libraries. So all these should interoperate. Suppose I am encrypting using a libqs library. Somebody is decrypting using the say OpenSSL. It should interoperate. Likewise for the different operating systems, likewise for the different languages. So cross library, cross platform, cross languages, that should be tested in this. Coming to the performance check, we will check basically throughput, latency, key generation times, encapsulation, decapsulation, encryption, decryptions. So all these things will be verified under the performance check. Coming to the security assurance, in security assurance, vulnerability analysis will be carried out. So there are many tools available today also. And apart from that, error handling will be carried out for the wrong input. If suppose intentionally we are giving wrong input, what will be the output? Like then signature forgery attempts, that should be checked. So after all these test, assurance level 1 will be given to the solution. Next level is assurance level 2A. So level 2A will be given to a product if assurance level 1 is already tested, certified, already tested, and then we'll go with the assurance level 2A. So in level 2A, key lifecycle management will be tested here. Key lifecycle management for the cloud HSM based implementation. Interoperability, whatever we have done in the level 1A, that will be there. Performance check. So here we will check cryptographic benchmarking using some tools, SuperCop, or we can use performance of AES check. In level 2A, we are more focusing on the software security assurance. In this, we will go with the fudge testing, negative testing, VAPT, secure code review, but now code is not being given. So what we will do, we will go with the test reports of the code implementation. We can go with the self-declaration from the OEMs. Memory analysis will be carried out, adoption of secure coding practices. Then in case of side channel attacks, so timing analysis, test vector leakage analysis, this will be carried out under this label 2A. So suppose somebody comes with a VPN solution. So we have to give him label 2A assurance, and it should also comply with the label 1. Coming to label 2B and 2C, this label is for the hardware. So in this particular, what we are seeing, on-premise hardware implementation, say HSM. So this comes under this under the category of label 2B. So here key management lifecycle with agility will be tested. Hardware security assurance, we have to focus here. So in this one, hardware root of trust, that is to be ensured. It's a little bit technical, but I hope I will be able to make all of you understand what we would like to say. So hardware root of trust, secure boot of PLC, secure storage of key at the gateway routers, that should be tested here. Side channel resistance testing, like simple oblique differential power analysis. So by doing the power analysis, we can assure about the side channel resistance. Then counterfeit PCB, we will check here. Over the air update of firmware, protocol fudging. So basically in this particular label 2B and 2C, we will ensure about the hardware security assurance. Because software assurance, we have done it in 2A. So after 2A, 2B comes. Then platform specific testing will be carried out here. For IT, IoT, label 2B will be there. For OT, operational systems, it will be label 2C. Coming to label 3. So label 3, the enterprise grade deployment. So if a product or solution is passing label 1, label 2A, 2B, 2C, then comes label 3. So in label 3, what additional we are doing here, we are checking the crypto agility. So switching PQC and hybrid implementation, once vulnerability is detected, then we have to switch back. So crypto agility should be ensured here. Then our TRNG or QRNG entropy validation will be done using the GR of TEC. Then here performance check, we will do deep performance check here. Deep performance check means we will check the memory usage, CPU usage, GPU usage, power usage. So all these things will be checked. Then CPU, GPU acceleration, then bandwidth consumptions. So this will be checked in level 3. Security assurance, it's a continuous process, continuous integration, continuous deployment of automations that will be done here. Automated vulnerability analysis will be done here. And security assessment oblique audit, that will be part of this level 3. In level 3, we have also added sector-specific regulatory compliances. So today, like in telecom, we have MTCT, mandatory testing and certification of telecom equipment, and trusted source of telecom equipments. And in transportation, we have AIS 140. In energy sectors, we have CA 2021. So any sector-specific regulatory compliance will be part of level 3. This is the level 4, that is the sovereign grade. So here, indigenous algorithms will be developed, say somebody. So we have to test the algorithm and implementation of algorithm. Both will be done here. So other than this, validation of hybrid implementation fetching key from QKD. So earlier I have not talked about the fetching key from QKD, but here I am talking about the key fetching from the QKD. So this will be the check done here. Performance check, like disaster recovery, that will be a part of this, and business continuity. Security assurance, zero trust, no trust at all on anything. It's a sovereign grade security. And strategic sector specific compliance, this is not a part of this framework. So strategic sector we are not covering here in framework, sir. So for hybrid implementation, say equipment which is today classical, we have upgraded to the hybrid implemented. We are implementing hybrid, so we deploy a PQC solution on the equipment. So in this particular case, somebody comes and says, okay, my classical crypto was validated using this FIPS 140-2. So whether are you going to take that certificate into cognizance or not? So it depends upon the sector regulators. Because once we do any cryptographic changes, then a lot of backdoor opens. So that's why I've written here, acceptance of already tested classical cryptographic implementation through test certificates like FIPS may be decided by sector regulators. Then migration timeline to use PQC based PKI certificate may be decided by the sector regulator because it differs from the sector to sector. Then as and when RFC for PQC based protocol from IETF would be available, it will be applicable and we have to confirm those RFC. Today we don't have RFC available, PQC based RFC for say IPsec, TLS. We have RFC for the classical IPsec, for the classical TLS, but not for the PQC. But tomorrow it will be available. Today all these RFC are in draft phase. Then last point is about the EMI, EMC, safety, environment, technical conformance. So this will be tested as per the existing regulation. This is not a part of framework. Already this is existing now. So coming to the next part is the lab designation process. So how we will designate lab? So we are envisaging that 3 tiers of lab will be there, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 will take care of the label 1, tier 2 will take care of the label 2A, 2B, 2C, and tier 3 will take care of label 3 and 4. So whatever we have shown in the label 1, all these things should be checked by the tier 1 lab. Suppose somebody comes to the tier 2 lab for checking the product. So tier 2 lab should also ensure that tier 1 test cases should be tested in their lab, or he can have some tie-up kind of thing. So today we don't have lab. We have to evolve the lab, we have to pursue the existing labs so that they can have this kind of testing facilities. So what we are trying to do, whatever labs are available today, we are listing all these labs. And then we will approach them and we will incentivize them so that they can adopt this PQC-based solutions. They can carry out testings. So today we have lab from TEC, BIS labs, STQC, CERTIN. So lab designation process, few things we have written. This shall meet the eligibility criteria of ISO IEC 17025. Then labs should be able to demonstrate cryptographic testing capability, including PQC, side channel analysis, interoperability testing, VAPT. And then labs should have skilled manpower. They should have some certification like CISSP, CEH, crypto-specific qualification. So these are the few requirements, eligibility criteria that has come in the discussions. Then secure facility for handling the sensitive data. That lab should ensure this. We have a DP Act also. So, certification framework. So, someone will, whomsoever is the vendor, he will submit the application form, and along with that, complete detail will be there. This last one. After that, pre-assessment of the bomb bill of material will be there, S bomb, C bomb, cryptographic bombs. Then lab assignment will be there, and validator will be assigned. After that, testing will be carried out, and test reports will be evaluated. And finally, certificate will be given. This is standard process I've written. So this is the last slide, issuance of certificate. So certificate should give clearly, it should state clearly about the assurance level, validity of the certificate, whether retesting is required. If suppose major software update is there, then OEM is to declare whether we have to do the retesting or not. If not, then he should give self-declaration. Then maximum time for testing and certification, we should ensure some time, maybe 6 months or something. So I thank all the members of the subcommittee and audience. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, for those valuable insights on PQC validation and testing frameworks, vital for India's secure transition to post-quantum era. I would request Secretary Sir to present a memento to Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a presentation on PQC migration by Dr. Ramesh Guram, Chief Information Security Officer, Bombay Stock Exchange, India. Mr. Guram is a seasoned information security leader with over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity risk management and governance. He has built strong security programs and led the creation of a next-gen cybersecurity operations center. At BSE, he focuses on protecting critical financial infrastructure. Earlier, at Multi-Commodity Exchange of India, he strengthened data privacy, risk management, and compliance systems. He is known for strategic vision, teamwork, and aligning security with business goals. He promotes resilience and operational excellence in cybersecurity. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So with that detailed presentation by Agarwal sir, I think it's little lighter, it's not too technical, and we'll be focusing more on strategic roadmap. So considering the quantum developments and evolution happening across, how to migrate with a defined timelines in mind, right? So quantum safe migration timelines and strategic roadmap I'll be talking about. So quickly, right? We all acknowledge that quantum is becoming a threat sooner or later, right? So that, considering that, we have come up with a timelines and roadmap to prepare ourselves by 2028 and prototype by 2030 and migration by 2033. And then who are all the stakeholders in this migration journey at a means national level and enterprise level, right? So we'll be talking about it and what are the challenges and actions, what are the next steps from now onwards. Just to touch base, classical computing and quantum computing are very, sounds very simple to write, understand, but the major difference between them is the very fabric is built between bits and qubits, right? Zeros and ones is classical, and the quantum works something called qubits. And the most important differentiation is their processing. Classical is always a sequential, and quantum is always a parallel processing system. The very unique nature of this one, gives us a lot of advantages of quantum computing with very, immense power, immense capability and efficiency to compute the things. And then potentially where what it works on something called probabilistic means outcomes, right? And whereas classical is simply it is deterministic, either 0 or 1, yes or no, right? So with this touch point, this kind of understanding on this technology in mind, what is most concerned and why we are discussing about this topic is the threats, right? Why we are concerned about so much about this technology is threat to security. So the technologies and the technical means methodologies and terminology used by our previous speaker, they all are depend upon something called cryptography, right? Cryptography, encryption, algorithms, symmetric, asymmetric. These are all the jargon we generally use for protecting the data and information on ground. Okay. So therefore, symmetric half security 128 to 64 bit, right? Asymmetric crypto foundations, they're all math. These two technologies are going to be impacted once this quantum computing becomes a reality. Why? With the very reason of capacity and capability of quantum, it can easily break the algorithms and the keys which we are using for encryption and decryption, right? So that is one threat, it is a looming and it will directly impact the very fabric of PKI. Today, entire digital transactions, digital ecosystem is using this PKI ecosystem, which brings up the very comfort of meeting the regulatory requirements to encrypt the data at motion, rest, and in use, right? So therefore, that will go for a toss the moment it becomes a reality. And of course, infrastructure, we are using encryption everywhere in the infrastructure way, what servers are the switches, routers, inbuilt firmwares, everything uses something called a cryptography. So those things also will become a vulnerable areas for once this comes into action. And TLS, VPN, already Agarwal sir has talked about, right? So these technologies will be exposed to a threat of getting compromised. Now next is industry perception. So we have to be very interesting term as harvest now, decrypt later. Why it is very important to consider, right? Now we have a comfort of we are already encrypting the data and nobody, if somebody gets hold of it also, will not be able to decrypt and use it, right? But what if some nation states, somebody having some thought process around making a kind of cyber threat at nation level as to the individuals or to the data, whatever is the data which is to be retained for certain years as per regulatory requirements. Maybe Indian regulators or international regulator, they mandate, right? We need to keep our data for certain years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years like that. What happens, that guy gets hold of that encrypted data, harvests it, right? And then once this quantum computing becomes a reality, it will be easy for him to decrypt. So the security what we are feeling now, maybe not be the way it will be after certain years when that technology comes into action. Therefore, harvest now, decrypt later is the immediate actionable for all the critical organizations. Of course, everybody who is holding sensitive data getting encrypted to take care of. And again, this industry perception, like, right, as I just talked about HLDL. So 60% fear that attacks on their data because they can get hold of it and do the damage later. And 65% quantum top threat in 3 to 5 years. Why? Because that is the tentative timeline people are believing quantum will become a reality, right? So therefore, sectorial cascades, HLDL, long migration, these are some of the areas which are posing a kind of concerns to the industry. And post-quantum, this algorithms, right? Lattice, code, hash, multivariate based, all these quantum related algorithms will also become a kind of a lot of competition, a lot of ambiguity, which one to choose, which one to properly test it, all that, right? These are the areas which will pose everybody a serious concern to ponder over and have a plan, have a roadmap to address these concerns. So again, a small touch base on India's digital ecosystem, right? These are all the figures we are seeing every day, right? Our digital economy and transactions, volumes, tons and tons of transactions happening across all various platforms of BFSI sector. This gives a kind of special focus to our nation in this area. Now, like Agarwal sir talked about, right? This scale of cryptography, all these technologies, SSO, IDAM, TLS, API, S-MIME, VPN, these are all the security fabric under which existing digital transactions are safely being carried out. What if all these technologies, all these security principles, authentication, secure communication, IoT, OT, everything having so much of dependency on cryptography, the moment it becomes a kind of prone to this quantum breaking, right? All this security fabric, it is a serious concern, and we should have a proper roadmap and plan to address it. So with that, our subgroup on quantum resiliency, crypto agility, and PQC migration, we have come up with three milestones to safely migrate to PQC area. Post-quantum cryptography migration is thought through in three phases. That is milestone 1, not later than 2028. So it's from now onwards, it's around 2.5 years, right? And there, wherein it will set the context, it will set the baseline and the foundation to this migration journey, and moving from awareness to preparedness and putting building blocks in place and define risk and migration. The overall understanding of orienting the organizations to this journey. And the second milestone will be not later than 2030. Again, once milestone 1 is successfully set up, and then we'll slowly move to the milestone 1 achievement, from starting with my pilots and preparation to finish executing migration of critical systems. Because again, yeah, we are going to quickly cover that detail. And milestone 3 is the one where we will be, achieving full-fledged migration to PPC, wherein any quantum-related threat is posing during that time, we will be able to successfully counter that, prevent that, and avoid the damage. So let's quickly dwell upon what this milestone 1 is all about, right? Milestone 1, what we'll be doing, like right from 2026 to 2027, we'll set something called C-bombs. You might have heard about the recent citing guidelines on S-bomb, C-bomb, AA-bomb. These are the terminology our regulators are highlighting, like why this is very important. If you talk about the S-bomb software bill of material taken prominence, because whenever some attacks happen in any third-party component, many of the organizations grapple to find out where it is used, how many applications, how many systems they are using with that vulnerable component, right? Same logic applies here. C-bomb. If you know what are the cryptographic presence in your network, it will be easy for you to manage any kind of threat or risk you can contain easily. At least you can contain the damage. So that is what is going to set the context here. You will try to bring visibility of what cryptographic algorithms you are using, and then from 27 to 28, you will be mandating it. First you will start as a practice, as a means process you will set it. Once you have that comfort, then you will start mandating it, getting C-bomb wherever it is being used. So it will come into your process. It will come into your governance, right? And then milestone 2 talks about again, once your foundation is set, when you have planned and strategized, then you have discovered your inventory, C-bomb, and then you should go for something called risk analysis and crypto agility. So this is one area which is crucial for the success of this migration. Why? Because even though you have set this foundation, you need to successfully do pilots in your environment. First of all, you need to do a kind of risk assessment and analysis, find out which one is critical to your business, to your organization, and target them in such a way you are able to conduct successful POCs, get a comfort, set the culture, set the processes, and then slowly move on to the other systems. So therefore, milestone to start from 2029 and ends at 2030, by which you have done successful POCs on some of the critical systems. Now you are ready to go for phased Big Bang approach. But of course, Big Bang approach is not advisable one. Big Bang approach with broken milestones, and again phased approach and adoption, right? So that will start from 2031 to 33. So 31 to 33, the plan will be the PQC becomes default systems. Once you have done successful POCs, you will move out to the other areas, right? Other critical systems, then medium systems, low-level systems. That so that you are covering your entire ecosystem of applications and networks. And then after that, that will not stop there. Then you have to set the agility into your system. What is agility? Yes, we'll touch base quickly upon that. And if I have to go deep into milestone one, very, very important. In every milestone, two aspects are common and important. They are governance strategy. This is essential and very important in each and every milestone. And of course, assurance and oversight. What our previous speaker, Dr. Agarwal sir, has explained, right? That is also most important in every milestone. Whatever we are doing, that should be, we should get a assurance through validation and testing. So if you talk about this milestone one, governance and strategy, what we should do on ground, you have to set the context to governance, right? You should have some team, a dedicated team, a team lead, a project, and that project will have some budget, right? And cross-functional collaboration, right? Maybe IT or security guy working on this project may not sometimes yield the result, right? We need to pull in the business users, other areas, other departments, functional heads, so that it becomes a holistic program. And then ensure quarterly board visibility. Again, you should have your management's means buy-in and their approval, so that the journey becomes very easy. And align vendors and ecosystem. You should know overall your vendor services, systems, what is its presence, and then plan for contingency. In case of suddenly, we are talking today like it is a plan roadmap. What if tomorrow or next month, within 6 months, the quantum is really coming into action? So in the recently, you might have heard one of the MNCs that successfully tested quantum trading, right? So like that, if somebody comes up and they are stating that this is a reality, contingency, it has come. So how prepared you are? So therefore, that is the first governance strategy, and then discovery and inventory. I just touch base. Okay. So once you get the inventory, you will have better visibility of what you have, and then quantum risk analysis. You have to do the assessment. How many are critical? How many are the non-critical ones? And then define the crypto agility. The most important concept of this entire journey is agility. What it says is, let's suppose you have already prepared your done POCs, but cryptographies, algorithms, they keep changing, right? If some vulnerability in that algorithm and the protocol itself, we need to upgrade it. We need to make it non-vulnerable, safe, right? So there, we should have a mechanism of agility, which means you should be able to bring the changes, go for the upgradations without starting from the beginning. It should be seamless. That's what agility means, which is a setup. You should have some kind of sandboxing or a testing environment, which will be working on continuous basis, so that any concerns regarding protocols vulnerability is taken care. And again, once you do the POCs and selected systems, go to the migration of high-risk systems on one by one and a phased manner. And then last but not the least, you should get assurance and oversight. Whatever you have done, how far it is aligning with the global practices, best practices, right? So that kind of a testing and assurance, what we got the visibility in the previous session, so we should follow that. So the timelines for this is this 2028. Again, this is contingency plan we should have. If all of a sudden something happens, we should have a contingency plans through means interim solutions like say proxies, VPNs, quantum based ones. And then migration 2 is, again, these two verticals are common, governance strategy and assurance and testing. The only addition here is, once you have taken the CBOM, getting the visibility and governance right, now you start mandating it. So initially you have set it for only critical systems and some kind of baseline. Now in this phase, you should mandate it. Every application, every system which is using cryptography should have this CBOM. And then start measuring your progress. KPIs, set up some KPIs, track it, supervise it, and course correct wherever it is required. And then migration of critical systems. Once you have chosen the little bunch in the initial, now you start expanding it to the other critical and medium and low. And again, last but not the least, testing and assurance. You should get yourself assured by testing, aligning with the standards and practices. And migration to third stage is two are again common. Now the year your governance will talk more about PQC adoption across all systems and processes. So it will be a kind of full-blown implementation in the organization. And again, formalize the cryptographic life cycle management. Once it gets into action in the respective organization, it should become a life cycle management. Whenever new systems, upgrades, commissioning, decommissioning, all that cryptography should part of your entire life cycle of those products. And then enterprise-wise migration completion. Once you finish building the quantum resilience across the organization, then operate PQC only trust chain internally. Again, you need to have somebody maybe having the internal PKI. Internal PKI is also very popular in many of big organizations, right? That also you should take care and ensure they are also quantum resistant. And explore interim solution for non-migratable legacy systems. Most important. Many organizations are sometimes they may have legacy systems which sometimes not get this kind of a what we call interoperability or kind of support, right? So you should have a proper plan on how to handle that, how to securely migrate it. Maybe you should have a long-term plan of migrating those legacy systems. In the interim, you should have some compensatory controls, some kind of mechanism to avoid them from exposing to the quantum-related risk. And last, again, we should go for third-party validation like from the previous approach, right? So these are the three milestones we talked about. And in this journey, what is the migration personas? How it should be taken? It may be like urgency of migration to post-quantum is not uniform across all organizations, right? Everybody may not follow the same path, right? Based on your organization's shape, size, criticality, and regulatory requirements, you can have a different personas. You can decide based on the type of the organization. This is first persona belongs to urgent adopters. These are the organizations which are critical, like CIA, critical information infrastructure, and organization which is of national importance and which are very holding sensitive data and sensitive business. They all will fall under urgent adopters, which they should target to complete this migration by 2030. And the persona 2 is regular adopters. Apart from persona 1, all other organizations can follow these timelines of 20, milestone 1, 2, 3 and achieve it by 2033. And persona 3, most important, the vendor ecosystem and OEM ecosystem. Like enablers and providers must lead by example, right? See, everybody, like a lot of startups, a lot of companies are working on this technology. They should lead implementation of this technology and this migration in a more proactive way, so that ultimately any organization comes back to some supporter, some service provider and OEM, right? So this persona has a greater responsibility to adopt this migration on a war footing basis. And I think I already touched base this agility. This is most important concept during this migration. So therefore, we all must have a plan around this. And what are the challenges in this journey, right? So definitely any project and such a big migration, we will have its own challenges, right? First one is algorithm uncertainty and side channel vulnerabilities. And these are some of the security related challenges with this technology brings. So we should have a mechanism and thought process around how to address this. And ESG, performance and scalability, right? Most important. ESG is going to be a big regulation from across the globe and even in our country, right? So the computing, the resources being utilized by quantum computers requires a special thought, special plan around this requirement. And compliance challenges, validation lag, lot of technical algorithms, protocols, everything will be there. Are they work in tandem at the same time? There may be lag, how you are going to handle that. That is a challenge. As Agarwal sir talked about, right? The migration, hybrid, how you are going to coexist with other technologies. This is one of the challenge we are going to have. We should have a plan, right? And regulatory uncertainty and legal issues, these are the areas we should take care. And ecosystem challenges, vendor locking, PKI compatibility, these are some of the main challenges we may get. With thought through planning and strategy, we should be able to address these challenges. And my last slide. So the key takeaways from this talk is like quantum computing is it's almost real now, so we should act immediately. And then follow our milestones, what we talked about, prepare, pilot and migrate. And then adopt agility, the most important concept we talked about. And then have visibility of your inventory, that is most important. Cybersecurity runs around a visibility concept, right? You can't manage that what you can't see. So you should have full visibility of the inventory, and then engage personas, the 3 types of personas, engage with them, collaborate, and then let's make this journey seamless. And next steps again, these are some of the pointers our subcommittee has thought through, and forming a quantum safe task force, begin inventory and risk assessments, and budget, pilots and training. Training is most important. Any adoption will not be successful if it is siloed, right? You have to bring in all the stakeholders. They should be trained. That change, cultural changes should be brought into the organization so that adoption becomes easy and seamless. Yeah, and monitor PQC standardization progress, right? That's all from my side. And these are the members of the subgroup, right? So who have been part of this document preparation. And thanks to all these people, and thanks to DST for this continuous support and guidance. And so all these members have contributed in preparing this roadmap. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive presentation on PQC migration and the roadmap for secure implementation across financial sectors. I will now request Mr. Anurag to kindly present a bouquet and a memento to Dr. Ramesh Kuram. I'll now request Mr. Joy to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. K.K. Agarwal. Section chair, sir. We can have the photograph with the session chairs, the keynote speakers. Chairs, chairs. We now come to the highlight of today's summit, the panel discussion. The discussion will be moderated by Professor Bhaskar Kanseri from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Kanseri is IHFC Chair Professor in Department of Physics. He is also a joint faculty at the Optics and Photonics Center. Before joining IIT Delhi, he was the postdoctoral fellow at Institut d'Optique, France, and earlier at the Max Planck Institute, Germany. He earned his PhD from the University of Delhi and National Physical Laboratory. He received IIT Delhi's Teaching Excellence and Veena Arora Early Career Research Award in 2022. He is a NASI member and INSA Associate Fellow. Professor Kansari has led India's longest secure communication demonstrations and entanglement-based quantum network initiatives under National Quantum Mission. I would request Professor Kansari to kindly join us on the stage. I'll request Mr. Harjas to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Bhaskar Kanseri. He's not there. The corner button. Last person. We are privileged to have with us an eminent panel of experts driving India's quantum technology ecosystem. Our first panelist, Professor Chandrasekhar from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, is a leading quantum physicist. He specializes in quantum algorithms and photonic quantum computations. Professor Chandrasekhar earned his PhD in Canada and previously served at IMC Chennai. With 85 plus papers and 3 patents, he is a Rhodes Scholar and Ramanujan Fellow. He leads India's photonic quantum computing initiative under the National Quantum Mission. I request Professor Chandrasekhar to kindly join us on the stage. I request Dr. Mitali to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Chandrasekhar. Our second panelist is Mr. Nilesh Thande, co-founder and CEO of 42 Labs. 42 Labs is India's first quantum-safe cybersecurity platform. It protects banks, defense, and infrastructure using cryptographic identity and zero-tech trust tech. Mr. Nilesh has 23 years of experience in cybersecurity and product innovation. He builds ventures with deep tech and national impact. He co-founded Unicane, which created the REL ID platform. He also led projects at Infosys and Kyoshi Education. Mr. Nilesh holds an MBA in Information Systems Management and aims to strengthen India's role in digital trust and cybersecurity. I request Mr. Nilesh to kindly join us on the stage. I request Dr. Jagrati to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Nilesh. Mr. Nilesh. Our third panelist is Dr. Prashant Chuk, currently working as Scientist F in Center for Development of Telematics CDOT, Telecom Technology Center of Government of India. He leads the PQC initiative at CDOT. Dr. Prashant is a lead project investigator of a multi-institutional collaborative PQC project granted under National Quantum Mission. He has more than 29 years of work experience in development of telecom systems. He has also been an active IEEE volunteer in the past and has served as a chapter chair of IEEE Communications Society, Delhi chapter. I request Dr. Prashant to kindly join us on the stage. I request Dr. Gaurav to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Prashant. Our next panelist is Professor Rajendra Singh, Project Director of the Thematic Hub on Quantum Materials and Devices set up at IIT Delhi. Dr. Singh is a professor at the Department of Physics at IIT Delhi and serves as a principal investigator of the Advanced Semiconductor Materials and Devices Group. He also holds a joint faculty position in Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi. His research focuses on gallium nitride-based and gallium oxide-based devices, semiconductor nanowires, and the growth and characterization of quantum materials. I request Professor Rajendra Singh to join us on the stage. I request Dr. Jyoti to kindly present a bouquet to Professor Rajendra Singh. Our next panelist is Dr. C.V. Sridhar from Tata Consultancy Services. Dr. Sridhar leads alliances and ecosystem partnership in TCS Quantum Computing Incubation Team. With 22 plus years experience across finance, government and telecom, he drives large-scale technology transformations. His expertise includes quantum computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics. He also represents TCS on the Bureau of Indian Standards and ITU National Working Group. I request Dr. Sridhar to be on the stage. I request Dr. Sugandha to please kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Sridhar. Thank you. The next panelist is Dr. Sunil Gupta, CEO and co-founder QNew Labs. Dr. Gupta is a business leader and entrepreneur with 30 years of experience in building path-breaking products and teams across startups and global companies. With deep expertise in product engineering, he has contributed to revolutions in computing, telecom, satcom, mobile, and AI. Believing that digital self-reliance depends on secure technology, he founded QNew Labs to create quantum-safe platforms. Under his leadership, QNew Labs launched India's first commercial quantum-safe solutions. I request Ms. Priyanshi to kindly present a bouquet to Dr. Sunil Gupta. I now invite Professor Kanseri and distinguished panelists to kindly begin their discussions.
So thank you very much. So first of all, thanks all for joining us. So it's from the voice is clear? You hear me? Yeah, okay. So since morning we have been hearing about National Quantum Mission. We have also talked a lot about quantum technologies, and you all will agree with the fact that the quantum era is approaching. And quantum technologies are going to play a very important role, especially which are the foundations of quantum mechanics, which are going to play behind all this. And if you see the recent Nobel Award, which is also in one of the domains of quantum physics. So the National Quantum Mission has already been announced last year, and there has been a lot of activities which are going on. In fact, there are 4 hubs which has been formed, which are in the area of quantum computing, which is in ISC Bangalore. We have Quantum Communication Hub, which is in IIT Madras. We have Quantum Materials and Devices, which is at IIT Delhi. And we have Quantum Sensing and Metrology, which is at IIT Bombay. And National Quantum Mission is essentially going to be an enabler of the quantum ecosystem. Government is facilitating, is supporting us by all means so that we could develop our own technologies, especially if you look into the thrust because of the geopolitical situations. That it is very important that it should be made in India and we could be able to be Atmanirbhar. So without going into much detail, I would like to start the discussion with the first very prominent technology, that is quantum computing. And we have already Professor Chandrasekhar with us. So as we all know that quantum computing or quantum computer is going to be a machine which is orders of magnitude better in terms of computational capabilities compared with the supercomputers which we have nowadays. And it is going to solve many kind of complex problems, not only in the area of healthcare, drug discoveries, but also in optimization. So my question to Professor Chandrasekhar is that what is the global perspective, what is the Indian perspective, where we are currently, and what kind of different perspectives in terms of algorithms, in terms of different type of ways the qubits are being formed, and if you would like to put some more details that which one is winning the race finally.
So quantum computing, as you said, is going to be disruptive across the domain. Either it's communications, cybersecurity, or even solving real-life network problems or what you call optimization problems. So there are two aspects here. When we look at computation, first is the hardware, and other one is the kinds of problems it's vision to solve. Right? So hardware, there are quite a few competitors. So superconducting qubits, photonics, and cold atoms, both ions and ultra-cold atoms. So there is also plan for silicon-based qubits. Now, currently superconducting qubits are being bit prominent, IBM, Google, and the companies in the global scenario. So these companies have taken up the research which was done for decades from universities. So they have taken it as a technology translation and scaling up into a large scale. Are they the ultimate hardwares? No. The clear answer is no. So there has been a strong advantages of each and every hardware which people are looking at. There are also big roadblocks with all of them. So next decade or even more, all these hardwares will have their roles to play. So they might be used to, one of the hardware might have an important role to solve some specialized problems, and another hardware might be important to play, solve some other specialized problems. So they are all being parallelly pursued, and there is currently, if you are looking at today's scenario, we have certain benchmarks for qubits. So superconducting qubits building has been a bit more easier, and ion trap have a good coherence time. Photons works in room temperature. So if I'm asked as an advantage of these things. So these hardwares are being pursued across the globe. And now coming to problems, there are two kinds of problems which people are trying to look at. Big one is what we call computational complexity problem, like cracking the cyber security issues, or it could be the problems which have been hard to solve even with supercomputers. The other one is simulation related problems. It can be chemical complexes, or it can be modeling some of the physical systems so that you can discover new ones. So these two classes of problems, so the small scale computers which are available globally, it might be few qubits to 30, 40. So people have been able to leverage those qubits to simulate various complex systems. So we just said a good example to envision that over long run you will be able to solve many complexity problems. Have we done the computational complexity problem, like breaking the cyber security? Not yet, because you still need to have an error-corrected larger number of qubits. As in the previous presentations you saw, next 4 or 5 years you might be able to do that with the qubits available, error corrections feasible. So this is the global scenario. So people have been looking at hardwares, and there has been problems which has been solved across. If you come to India, last many years, there has been a good scientific research, not as a technology transformation, either with photonic systems or with superconducting or cold atoms. But they were not at the scale of taking up as a technology and build qubits with it. But over the last 2-3 years, there has been a very good progress with it. So we have some progress with superconducting qubits and even with photonics. Cold atoms are picking up now. And so which is a very promising steps. Under the National Quantum Mission, the movement has been much more aggressive, so that we will be able to solve, not just repeat something which has been done. So whole of the proposals have been now to look at novelty, so that you are not catching up alone, you are catching up and trying to bring in something new to the world rather than just repeating something. So that I would sum up as a scenario.
So thank you. So you mentioned about that it is going to solve many of the problems, and you also mentioned about cracking the cyber security. So this comes to my next question, which will be to the next panelist, because as also from the morning we have been hearing about post-quantum cryptography, and everybody was talking about that the quantum computers are coming in a big way, and they are one of the big threat for the existing security solutions. So my question to the next panelist, that is Prashant, is if you look into quantum secure communication, can you tell us very briefly to our audience that how in global perspective or how in our national perspective we are doing in quantum communication?
Thank you, Professor Bhaskar, and thanks DST for having me here as a panelist. So, with respect to quantum secure communications, basically there are two technologies worldwide. One is called quantum key distribution, and other is the post-quantum cryptography. The first one is based on quantum physics, and the second one is based on hard mathematics. So, quantum security is very important because although these quantum computers have a lot of advantages in different sectors, but with respect to security, they are a threat to the cryptography. So therefore, these two technologies are very important. Worldwide, globally, there is a focus. Some countries, they focus more on PQC. Some countries focus more on QKD. For example, US has a lot of focus on PQC only, and China has more focus on QKD, while Europe is focusing on both QKD, PQC, and India is also focusing both on QKD and PQC. And worldwide, for PQC, US NIST is the agency under Department of Commerce which has done the competition for the various cryptographic algorithms. And there are different programs worldwide across various countries like even Australia, Japan, South Korea, US, where they have large funded programs for quantum initiatives and migration to technologies. So with respect to globally, India is also well placed, I will say, because India started this journey on quantum secure communications well in time, and we have organizations in India. CDOT is there, then DRDO is there, CDAC is there, SETS Chennai is there, then a lot of academia, IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, so all have been working on various technologies, and we have a number of startups also. So there has been a lot of work which was already going on in these areas, and further thrust was given by National Quantum Mission last year. And this National Quantum Mission, it established this quantum communication hub at IIT Madras in association with CDOT, and it had various technical groups defined under it. And for example, there's a technical group on post-quantum cryptography which is led by CDOT. And then there are various technical groups. For example, IIT Madras is leading a technical group in quantum key distribution for long distance across metro communication. Then IIT Delhi has an entanglement based QKD system. And then you have a group led by Satellite Center in Ahmedabad on satellite based QKD. And then you have a group led by Raman Research Institute, Bangalore, which is on quantum repeaters and quantum memories. So a lot of focus has been there, and India ranks fairly well. And I would like to tell that as per a recent report by Australia Strategic Policy Institute, India ranks number 3 in the world in the post-quantum cryptography. So this is good for us that we are working, and we will be, I'm sure, with so much efforts going on, India is going to lead in quantum communications.
Thank you. Apart from computing and communication, quantum sensors are coming in a very big way. Not only sensors, we have precision metrology, which is also going to be a very key player in the coming years. So we have Dr. Sridhar here, who's from TCS, and he has been quite involved in quantum sensing related activities. So my question to you is that how India is accelerating its own capabilities toward quantum sensing, quantum imaging, and quantum metrology, and where we are placed in comparison to if we look into the global scenario.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, and thank you for having us in this panel. So quantum sensing is one of the most important themes in the entire quantum landscape, and it is also the near-term one. And we've already been using some of these things like the MRI machines, which are actually based on superconductivity, so we can consider them as quantum. Right. So in the sensing bucket, so we have 3-4 technologies that are emerging. So one is on the magnetometry, so where we use magnetic imaging using quantum sensing based approaches using quantum particles, and then do magnetic imaging. The other areas that are evolving here are in gravitymetry, inertial sensors, and then we have atomic clocks. So these are technologies that are being built right now. So we can reimagine all our medical equipment so that we are using today using these quantum sensors. And actually what's going to happen is these sensors will also give a lot of information, so which we are not able to see today, right? And that will help us to accelerate even our current AI systems. So right now we are doing image processing with say 30 frames per second or 100 frames per second. So tomorrow if we have better timers, so which can go up to attosecond 10 power minus 19 kind of frequencies, so that's the time where you will be able to see these images to much more better resolution of depths, right? So we have cameras coming with 40,000 frames per second. So now imagine, right now our normal cameras are 30 frames per second. And these are timers, that devices that are going to help us in building these things. So going back to where the technology is moving, so there are organizations in Europe and US focusing on the sensing technologies in a big way, particularly on magnetometry and timers, a lot of developments that are happening. So India, through the National Quantum Mission, there's a lot of effort that's going on this one. So today we have 15 TGs working on quantum technologies, 15 technology groups, 15 institutions that are working on this one. So about 30 professors are actively involved in this development of these technologies. And you can also imagine the number of researchers and the postdocs who are involved in those teams building the capability for India. Right, and we are proud to associate with some of these groups. So I'll give few examples where we are associated with. So one is with IIT Bombay. So we are working with quantum sensing group there, Professor Kasturi Sahaji. There we are working on the magnetometry. So we're working with ICER Bhopal, so which is again a magnetometry for a different problem that we are addressing there. So we're also working with other institutes like IIT Kanpur, so where we are doing quantum imaging, so which is based on an entanglement phenomenon, so which will help us to characterize many interesting things like gases or air quality or things like that. So we're also working with other subgroups like IIT Chennai and groups who are working on NV center diamonds, etc. So a lot of activity is happening in Indian scenario. So there are also subsystems that are required to do this better. So we need photon detectors, photon particle counters, etc., and timers. So those activities are also going on in full swing in India. So it's not a catch-up game. So we are actually doing a lot of real work. So we have to build products and then make them world-class and then get to the market. And that is the effort that we are going to do. And the outcomes will also be significant, because these sensors are not just sensors, they will also augment a lot of information to the current AI, and that's where we feel there is a big play for these sensors. So you can imagine all the current healthcare microscopes getting replaced with the quantum microscopes.
Yeah. So I have a follow-up question on this, because you are coming from industry and you mentioned about going to market from the lab. So what kind of challenges you actually come across when you are doing this kind of transition, especially and also especially if you can mention that what are the large value applications you are looking into, especially in sensing?
Yeah, right. So to realize a high TRL product is still very challenging because the work that is going on right now, we are able to capture the images coming out of these magnetometers, and now we have to do AI to improvise those images on top of it, and that's a challenge, and that's where TCS comes into play. And our teams are actually supporting the research institutions in terms of helping them with enhancing those images and then make meaning out of it and then build the product. and that brings the completeness of the product. So it's a tough activity, a lot of challenges involved, and the repeatability is also requires high experimentation, high levels of experimentation. So it's a good amount of effort that is going on both from the research institution side and from the TCS side in terms of helping these groups. We also bring a lot of industrial challenges, so that's another important thing. Right? Many times it's also difficult to imagine the application of this sensor. We can make a sensor, like for example, NPL is working on very interesting things. So in order to find the application for those, the example is a timer, right? So we have to bring a problem statement that would require this 10 power minus 18 kind of requirement, and then apply that in a real world scenario, right? So those are the things that we bring to the table, and that's how we work collaboratively with universities and then make this research progress.
Thank you. So we have the one more vertical, that is quantum materials and devices, and Professor Rajan Singh is here. So Professor Rajan Singh, we would like to know about the importance of this area and also various national and international efforts which are being done in quantum material and devices.
Okay, thanks, Professor Bhaskar Kanseri. So it's a very important question, and internationally, a lot of, like say, labs, if you see, which are involved, be it USA or European countries or Japan, there's a lot of emphasis on the development of materials and device technologies which are going to be enabling the various, like say, communication, computing, and sensing technologies in the future. And as far as India is concerned, this quantum materials and devices hub has been, like say, sanctioned and within this national quantum mission framework. And in this quantum materials and devices hub, we are working on different types of materials. So starting from 3-5 compound semiconductors to 2D quantum materials, and silicon nitride based material platform for photonic computing. So these are, like let's say, are being worked upon by various institutions right now. And in future also, like let's say, we are exploring the possibility of having novel kind of materials apart from like conventional superconductors, which are being right now used for superconducting qubit based like let's say computers. We're also exploring novel high TC superconductor materials, also topological insulator, which currently, like let's say, has a lot of promise but not have been explored so much, and also different type of, like let's say, other materials. From the device perspective, we are focusing on the fabrication, designing, fabrication, characterization of single photon emitters and single photon detectors, which are going to be useful for quantum communication and also quantum sensing and metrology. So there is a lot of, like let's say, directed effort to build these kind of materials, starting from the designing, from the synthesis, the growth of these materials, characterization, and thereby, like let's say, and the important point here is in this materials and devices hub, we are also emphasizing in upscaling. So earlier, like let's say, the research which is being conducted is mostly, like let's say, at the research level. What we can say, it's more or less, like let's say, ending at a publication TRL 3 or 4. Now we want to take this further up to TRL 8 or even 9 also, so that this material which we are fabricating, it is, like let's say, now going to be in the market. It is going to be available in India through some kind of, let us say, industry, and it is on a large area, not only small samples where people work in the lab and then, like let's say, eventually you have demonstrated a device on that material, but you cannot upscale it. We want to grow, like let's say, large area wafers and have, like let's say, arrays of devices fabricated on these wafers. And these wafers or these thin films could be of different materials. One example which is very important right now is this lithium niobate, which has a lot of application in classical communication, but also in quantum communication in future, which is used for modulators, waveguides, photonic integrated circuits. So currently this material is being exported. All the groups, as far as I know, are being, like, let's say, are buying it from various countries, and the cost is, like, let's say, in 3 years, I have seen the cost has doubled. And I think there is no reason that we cannot grow this material here, make the wafers and give it to the, like, let's say, other verticals for other users. So this is something which will be through this mission, through this quantum materials and devices hub, will be enabled in the coming years. Another 2-3 years, like, let's say, and most of these things will be available in India. And this is what is the promise of this quantum materials and devices hub. We will be kind of interacting very closely with the other hubs, other users, and taking their feedback on the materials as well as the device requirements.
So that comes to something which we also use in our lab. For example, all these devices which you mentioned, we are all importing. So it would be great if they are available in-house or within India. So we would be able to use them, and that way our dependence on imports could be further reduced. We have Sunil also here, who is from QNU Labs, and I have a very generic question for you, because quantum has become a buzzword nowadays. Everybody talks about quantum, and there is a lot of hype in the market. People talk about that, okay, everything is possible, or sometimes they suddenly change the gears and say, no, this is not possible at all. So how you see it actually? Can you demystify us about quantum, and also tell us that how it is pecking orders globally in the quantum race?
Yeah, sure. So you're right. It was a hype some time back, but I think a good part is now it is converting into realism, and we are seeing now some very interesting use cases. So I'll tell you how the world is looking at it. Right? Of course, part of it's covered by Prashant, that the different countries have taken different calls. In US has taken a software-based, PQC-based. China has done QKD, and countries like India, we have taken a hybrid approach, both PQC and QKD for obvious reasons. So, but I think the key difference that what we are seeing across the world is that how do you see this technology creating a business impact? If you are able to make a change in the lives of people, then real world changes, right? And I think people have, initially it happens with every new technology. Initially there's a tech excitement, and people talk about tech. We also did that when we started. We were happy to talk about photons, entanglement, and so on, but nobody cared. Right? We all cared, but then the customers don't care about it. They don't care about product. What they care about is what difference would this technology make? So what we are seeing world over is that, and this tech, right, if you look at it in communication, quantum computing, how it impacts in two ways. One is it will break digital certificates. So authentication is a problem, right? In cybersecurity, authentication is the biggest challenge, that can you really authenticate a user, saying he's the right guy who's coming into the system, accessing the right things, and so on. And second aspect is that all my data, which is critical, both in transit and at rest, how can I protect that? So if you look from these two perspectives, what we're seeing in the worldwide, the companies like DigiTrust, Entrust, DigiCert, and Entrust, they all have started looking at how do we build a quantum safe digital certificates, right? They were the first ones to do that. Fortunately, in India, as a QNU Labs, we started doing 4 years ago that, right? And today we have a couple of customers on that stall. So what I'm saying is that in this space, there are two key areas that we're doing. One is this, how do we do authentication, get the digital certificates in place, which requires CA systems to be ready, internal CAs needs to be done, key management system has to be managed, and so on. Other aspect is that in a data in transit, the networks. That the networks have to be very important. So, and that is where, and both for whether it's a BFSI sector, healthcare, or anywhere, the communication networks are very important, because a lot of data goes on on the network. That is where the telecom players come in, telcos. And how they're seeing is that they already have optical fibers, right? And now those optical fibers are already a deployed infrastructure. How they can convert a mere fiber optics and transform into a quantum safe network. If you're able to do that, you allow your customers, like telcos will be able to monetize that and offer a quantum security as a service to their customers, which could be banks or hospitals or anything else. So if you look from that use case point of view, we are already seeing the lot of top telcos, whether the South Korean Telecom, British Telecom, Deutsche Telecom, Verizon, and then in India we are seeing 2 or 3, BSNL and a couple of more. They all are trying to see that how do they offer quantum security as a service on their networks to the customers, right? And that is what a lot of use cases are happening and worldwide. JP Morgan, for example, they had 2 data centers across the 2 shores, right? East Coast and West Coast. And they did recently, about a few months ago, they actually used QKD and a PQC together to show that how they can connect securely to 2 data centers as a network. China also did a network about 2,000 kilometers, I think probably 8,000 kilometers now, using QKD and a trusted nodes over a longer distance period. So I think these are the key use cases, largely around what impact will you create. Banks are also trying to secure their mobile applications now. It goes on the internet. I send my lot of user data. Healthcare, the people are worried about that the medical data, EHR, the electronic health record, are very, very critical, piece of information. It is sold at the highest value on the dark web. Almost each record is sold at $100, right, on the dark web for that, because it is very, very critical information. Now people are worried about that in the post-quantum world, how the health records will be accessed. So obviously all the healthcare institutes are trying to figure out that a lot of data goes on to the R&D organization within their own organizations. How do they protect that? So this is what overall scenario is. And I will just talk about what is happening in India, if you allow me.
So the time is brief. Maybe as a follow-up, you can tell the audience about QNU itself.
Okay.
That how they are, what kind of segments, market segments you are looking into, and what kind of products you are offering.
Okay.
Very, very briefly.
Okay. Yeah. So CUNY Lab saw this opportunity in 2016 when India announced that we will move from a cash-based economy to a digital economy. So we saw that digital trust is going to be the most important thing. So what we did is we started looking at first obviously a QKD. So we built India's first QKD product, which is now certified by TEC, deployed in Indian Army, Navy, and several other places outside India as well. But 3 years ago, we realized that the real journey for India has to do is a hybrid. And hybrid, I don't mean classical and the PQC, because PQC is not quantum. It's about QKD and PQC, right? That's the real use cases come out. So we built those platforms. So we realized that the quantum security has to be a SaaS. So we built India's first SaaS platform, enterprise SaaS platform, where now our customer can access and quantum security as a service, right? So that's when a National Quantum Mission helped us in that part, because we are invested by National Quantum Mission. So what we are doing, we have taken a responsibility in ourselves to see that India is protected, all critical infrastructure is protected using state-of-the-art technology.
So thank you. So Nilesh, you come from 42 labs, and you are a co-founder and also a CEO of that lab, and that is mainly toward quantum safe cryptography. So if you could tell our audience a bit about what you have been doing and how this quantum safe cryptography is essentially being placed at the world of quantum. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for asking that question, although a simple question but a difficult, because everybody has already covered. So let me basically put this in a context of uninitiated. Okay, the guys who are knowledgeable already knows what post-quantum cryptography means. See, today, where are you carrying your assets? Simple question to the audience. Where are your assets? Most of your assets are there here, right? Your bank, your stocks, everything is here. And who is protecting your asset today? Your asset today is getting protected by a classical mathematics. What is cryptography? Cryptography is nothing but a mathematics, right? There are mathematical algorithms which are protecting your assets today.
What happens if, let's say, the classical mathematics gets broken by a quantum computer, the way that we basically call it as a QD, right? That's where you need to actually design a new kind of a mathematics, okay, which is, what is the objective of this new mathematics? The objective of this new mathematics is, even if the enemy has an unbounded computational power, right? I can see some defense friends as well here, right? And China would have done lots of investment, almost $15 billion worth of investment. So if enemy has an unbounded amount of computational power, how do we secure ourselves? So that's where you need a new type of a mathematics which can be proven that it cannot be broken. What is it called? Post-quantum cryptography, okay? Now there are technical aspects to this, so there are multiple types of algorithms that are there. Now since the time is limited, Bhaskar, I am aware of that, I will not cover all of this, okay? Now, second question. Now there is a post-quantum cryptography which exists into the world. But as far as digital sovereignty is concerned, India's sovereignty is concerned, I think NQM has done a fantastic job. I think you have seen two phenomenal presentations today, one by Agrawalji and one other by Guramji. Now let me put that in the context. See, if I am saying that I have come out with a post-quantum cryptography product for defense and banking, who's going to basically evaluate that? Okay, that was the first presentation which Agrawalji did, which is basically setting up the evaluation framework for the products which will come out of India. As on date today, unfortunately, it doesn't exist, right? So evaluation, good thinking. But then, somebody needs to tell the industry as well, right? How do you migrate? How do you actually migrate towards a post-quantum cryptography? That was the second presentation. So these are the fantastic two subcommittees which has been formed to actually kickstart the Indian ecosystem part of it, okay? So that's the part of the government. As far as our company is concerned, 42 Labs, we started around in 2016. Remember 2016, the NIST standards were not there, okay? And at that point of time, very fortunate that defense actually threw us the problem statement saying we need a quantum safe messaging system, right? We built the algorithms ground up, developed the systems on top of it. Subsequent to that, started commercializing this technology to civilian domain. And what are we protecting today? Your banks. That's correct. Okay? So we are deployed into the banks. Okay? We are securing the BFSI transaction. Almost 90 million transactions we are securing on day-to-day basis within the bank. And of course, we are helping our defense friends to basically kickstart their journey towards the quantum safe ecosystem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So since the time is limited, I would like to open the floor for public for one or two questions if there are any which are not covered in this panel discussion. So anybody having any question related to any aspects of National Quantum Mission or about the technologies? Yeah, please.
Today, if you see the maturity of technology in a quantum, basically photonics is a majorly can find TR level 9. What are the potential and technology can come up in future, the TRL 8 and 9? Can you, where we can potential application we can find it, where it is can give direction to industry as the researchers to take forward in the same?
So coming to photonics or even a smaller number of qubit systems when computation you are talking about, so they have a potential of cryptography or like, you can have an algorithms which can be key generations or something, right? Like probably one of the, to give an example, one of the earlier result from IBM, Google actually, 53 qubit was a random circuit which generated a huge rate of random numbers out of it. So now you can engineer your smaller number of qubit system to generate a controlled set of keys for your cyber security applications. And these could be just a small 4 qubit, 8 qubit, 10 qubit system which are portable, and you can engineer your keys accordingly for you want it for communication or cyber security or for your VPN generations. So that is one of the earlier high TR level systems. You don't need error corrections, and this could be a plug-and-use devices. In fact, that's one of the first kind of devices which even under National Quantum Mission, we are thinking of bringing out as a product.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, I think I summarize as a key takeaway, that is the government have done their job. They have put an enabler as National Quantum Mission. DST is handling it very, very nicely and giving us all kind of facilities to develop quantum technologies. So now it's our job to be actively part of it and contribute for the nation for making us Atmanirbhar. So thank you very much all of you. So you have been very, very timely and very, very precise, crisp about your statements. Thank you very much. So over.
Thank you, Professor Kanseri, and all the esteemed panelists for that engaging and insightful discussion. The exchange of ideas today truly reflects India's growing strength in quantum science, technology, and entrepreneurship. I would now request Dr. Ekta Kapoor to kindly present a memento to Professor Bhaskar Kanseri. I'll request Mr. Ishan to present a memento to Professor Chandrasekhar. I'll request Ms. Tanushri to present a memento to Dr. Prashant Chugh. I'll request Ms. Rajni to present a memento to Dr. C.V. Sridhar. I'll request Dr. Atul Gupta from CDOT to present a memento to Dr. Rajendra Singh. I'll request Mr. Satya to present a memento to Dr. Sunil Gupta. I'll request Mr. Krishna to present a memento to Dr. Nilesh Tande. As we come to the close of today's proceedings, it is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. On behalf of Department of Science and Technology and National Quantum Mission, I extend heartfelt gratitude to Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, all our speakers, panelists for their valuable contributions, and to all the participants for joining us today. We are also thankful to India Mobile Congress 2025 organizers for their collaboration in making this event possible. As we look ahead, may the spirit of collaboration continue to drive India's leadership in quantum technologies. I'll request all of you to have the DST and the NQM team to kindly have a group photograph.
We are going to start our next session on Cyber Physical Systems Summit within 5 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone. hall. Request everyone to please be seated. The session will be delayed and we'll be overlapping with the lunch. It's a request to please settle down fast. The Cyber Physical System CPS Summit under India Mobile Congress. We are starting our session. All dignitaries are here. So, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rajni Kushwaha, and on behalf of Department of Science and Technology, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to the Cyber Physical Systems Summit at India Mobile Congress organized today. The theme of this year India Mobile Congress 2025 is Innovate to Transform, which perfectly aligns with the national mission on interdisciplinary cyber physical system being launched in 2018 and being implemented by Department of Science and Technology. Under this mission, 25 technology innovation hubs have been established all across the country, and these hubs are advancing research and technology development in the area of cyber physical systems and frontier domains like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, cyber security, AR and VR, advanced communication system, and many more. Together, these hubs are driving a powerful convergence of science, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and creating an ecosystem where cutting-edge research translates into real-world impact. In the year 2024, month of July, the NMICPS mission took a bold initiative in the area of generative AI by launching a major project called BharatGen, the first government-funded multimodal and multilingual large language model supported in a consortia mode of 7 academic institutes led by IIT Bombay. BharatGen is designed to serve India's linguistic and cultural diversity by integrating text, speech, and image to build AI solutions across 22 Indian languages. It represents our shared vision to make technology inclusive, accessible, and rooted in India's realistic needs. Over the past year, BharatGen has made a remarkable progress in building foundational models and domain-specific applications thanks to the team of BharatGen and the academia efforts. Today's panel discussion on Towards an AI-augmented future, the promise of BharatGen carries that vision forward to explore how India's leadership in AI can translate into social and economic value for millions. Now, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists and dignitaries to kindly join us on the dais for the panel discussion. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Ekta Kapoor, Scientist G and Head, Frontier and Futuristic Technology Division at Department of Science and Technology. I welcome you, ma'am, on the dais, please. And ma'am is also leading the NMICPS mission in the Department of Science and Technology. So, I now welcome our dignitaries and panelists on the dais to join us for the panel discussion. The first panelist is Colonel Amit Mehna, Director AI, Directorate General of Information Systems, Indian Army. Please welcome him a huge round of applause. Shri Ankit Bose, Head, NESCOM AI. Please welcome him. Shri Rishi Bal, Executive Vice President, Bharat Gen. Shri Jai Krishna Hari, IBM India. Professor Ravi Kiran, Principal Investigator, Vision Technologies, Bharat Gen. And Professor Arnab Bhattacharya, Principal Investigator, Legal Domain, Bharat Gen. Please welcome everyone with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next 40 minutes, we will hear from some of the leading voices driving India's AI transformation from defense, industry, and academia. With this, I hand over to Dr. Ekta Kapoor for moderating this session. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to everyone on this panel, which is rightly titled as Towards an AI Augmented Future, the Promise of Bharat Gen. As already elaborated by Ms. Rajni, my colleague, Bharat Gen represents India's commitment to building a sovereign, trustworthy and production-grade Gen AI platform aligned with national priorities. Our panel here today at the India Mobile Congress 2025 brings together perspectives from academia, industry, the AI ecosystem and strategic domains. We'll be discussing on the platform's architecture and ecosystem here, the opportunities across key sectors, the strategic and security needs, and skilling and workforce development. The main goal of the discussion today would be to understand how this Bharat Gen can shape India's AI augmented future for citizens, institutions, and industry. Before we begin the discussion, let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Mr. Rishi Bal is the Executive Vice President of Bharat Gen. He leads Bharat Gen, developing foundational AI models while driving billion-dollar innovations across AI, SaaS, and online businesses. With experience at Google, Microsoft, startups, and government, he is also mentoring students and organizations in building inclusive, diverse AI solutions. Welcome, Mr. Rishi. We have Mr. Jai Krishnan Hari, who's the Strategy and Business Development Executive at IBM. Mr. Jai drives strategy and business development for IBM Research in India. With over 23 years of industry experience, he has been actively involved in taking many of first-of-its-kind innovations from R&D to market, working with partners and clients across areas of AI, quantum computing, and hybrid cloud solutions. He holds 3 patents with a background in business management and engineering. Mr. Jai is also IBM Quantum Ambassador for India. Welcome, Mr. Jai. Let me take the privilege of introducing Colonel Amit Mehna, who's a Vishisht Seva Medal awardee with 28 years in the Corps of Signals. He has led large-scale network operations and AI initiatives in the Indian Army. As head of the Army's AI task force, Mr. Colonel Mehna has established the AI Incubation Center in Bengaluru, driving strategic innovation and technological transformation. Welcome, Colonel Mehna. Mr. Ankit Bose is the head of NASCOM AI. Ankit ji, with over 20 years of global experience in engineering, strategy, and innovation, leads the AI vertical at NASCOM, driving India's AI adoption and responsible tech practices. As a computer science graduate from Mumbai University and AI/ML postgrad from UT Austin, he is known as the futuristic passionate about technology and yoga. Welcome, welcome, sir. We have with us Professor Santosh Ravikiran, the principal investigator of Bharat Gen, and he's currently an associate professor at IIT Hyderabad, leading the computer vision and multimodal AI, heading vision for Bharat Gen and mobility projects at iHub Data, which is also one of the technology innovation hubs at IIT Hyderabad. Dr. Ravi Kiran is a PhD from IISc Bangalore and former US R&D researcher. He also advises Norway's Mishmash Center for AI with award-winning work in vision, language, and generative AI. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Professor Arnab Bhattacharya is the principal investigator again for Bharat Gen. He is a professor at Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur. Professor Bhattacharya, since 2007, he has been working with IIT Kanpur and he holds a PhD degree from UC Santa Barbara. He has published more than 75 papers and 3 patents in AI, NLP, and data systems. He is the author of 2 books and founding coordinator of IIT Kanpur's Center for IKS Studies and has chaired major conferences in the year 2024. So welcome, sir. Welcome. Moving ahead, it's again my proud privilege to start the panel discussion. We'll start with the first question, which I would like to put jointly to Mr. Rishi and Ankit Boseji. So, Bharat Gen is described as a national commitment to sovereign, trustworthy Gen AI. From an industry and ecosystem perspective, Rishiji, what excites you the most about its promise and what signals would show early success of Bharat Gen?
First of all, thank you so much for having all of us over here. It's indeed an honor to be here. For Bharat Gen, we really think about 3 important pillars at the heart of our work. We think a lot about sovereignty. So the idea that India will always have supply security and guaranteed access to LLMs and AI going forward, as well as the security and safety of knowing exactly what is going inside the LLMs. So when you deploy these LLMs and AI inside sensitive applications, it's super important to know what's also inside the AI. The second thing that we think a lot about is Indianness, which is how do we capture our language, culture, and our perspectives, right? So that our perspectives on geopolitics, on history, on culture are accurately reflected in the AI that is created in India and for India. And the third thing that we think a lot about is accessibility, right? And accessibility has many legs. One important part of accessibility is ensuring that AI is available where it is needed the most. So how do we make investments in sectors that would otherwise be underserved, like agriculture or Ayurveda, and ensure that we actually have AI that can serve those sectors. We also think a lot about making sure that this is available to all in the form of modalities. So voice is an important modality. If you don't have voice, people can't actually access the AI because it requires a lot of high functional level of literacy to be able to use it. And then the third thing is cost. So we think a lot about how to bake cost in. Cost is not an afterthought in India, right? You have to bake it in. You have to be targeting 1/10 the cost that you would serve elsewhere in order to make this AI accessible. So when we think about what are the early proof points, I think having AI and then applications started to be built on top of the work that we're doing is super important. And so an example of this is we've released early versions of an agriculture AI. We call it Agri-Param. That's based on our base 3 billion parameter model. We've also released an early version of an Ayurveda Param. So we call that Ayur-Param. And we're actually seeing a lot of early interest from industry, hospitals, caregivers who are interested in saying, hey, we finally have an LLM that can understand our Ayurveda practice as an example, and we want to be able to integrate it in. So now we're seeing a lot of interest coming in from people who are saying, hey, can I have a user-facing chatbot? Can I have something that actually works with my hospital patient management systems? And those are some of the early signs in terms of the interest and the ability to serve India in ways that is different from what others may be doing.
Thank you. So Rishi and Hikari, thank you for having me here. I think it's an honor to be here. I think the question is very pertinent, right? And I think we have to see from three angles. The first angle is, growth of the nation. Where does India's next, growth lies? Right? If we see the top, global big companies, the top 10, India doesn't have even one, right? In terms of $1 billion, right? Top 20, zero. Top 50, zero. Top 100, one not, right? So you have companies like NVIDIA, companies like OpenAI, companies like Microsoft being in the top 10. We don't have even one, right? So how can Bharatjan as a project can catalyze some of that, right? Again, I'm not saying it will happen overnight, but as we go ahead, I think it has potential to catalyze some of these big companies which can really scale and can be the growth leaders for country, right? That's one. The second is safety and sovereignty, right? We all are aware how the current geopolitics is there, right? So if you just go back 6 months back or 7 months back, there was an executive order saying that US will limit, the number of chips given to any country, and the quota given for India was 50,000. Any guesses how many GPUs a company like Grok has? Any guesses? 3 lakh. A company like Grok, right, which is Elon Musk's company, they have 3 lakh, and he wants to reach 1 million, right? And he wants to essentially buy all chips which are available. That's what his vision is. Similarly, Meta, others, and the whole country, which has at least 25% or 30% of the world population, we were limited to 50,000, right? Projects like Bharatjan can really remove us from that bondage, right? I think that's the second thing, right? At the same time, if I see the next battle, which definitely our dear Colonel will speak, but again, will be fought on deep tech and AI, right? What we have done in Sindoor, I think, was phenomenal, right? I think definitely we'll talk about that. But again, the next battle is in the digital world, and deep tech and AI is a major part of that. So we have to be ready for that, right? We cannot, probably be, lethargic on that. We have to lead the way, right? That's the second thing. The third is very important, right? How is the AI and the deep tech and new technologies, impacting Jan Manas of every Indian, right? Can it go probably someplace in Assam and help a local villager, decode his health ailment, right? A pregnant woman sitting there doesn't know what to do. Can a project like Bharatjan catalyze a use case which can really help, help them in critical situations of healthcare? Can it catalyze education at large in a person sitting in somewhere in a closed door in Tankashi, right? Or Coimbatore, right? Which is very, very remote, right? They don't even have, probably, roofs in their house. But again, can we catalyze education for them, right? Can the agriculturist, know beforehand what's going to come? How can he be prepared, right? And we can guarantee food safety. I think these are the projects, or these are the use cases, and many more can be catalyzed, by Bharatjan. And that's the reason I say it's all about growth of the country, safety of the country, and impact for all Janmanas in the country. That's all.
Thank you both of you for answering this broad-based question in a wonderful manner. Let me now move on to the faculty, consortium faculty. So my question to Professor Arnab Bhattacharya would be, the consortium model is distributed across IITs, IIITs, IIM and laboratories. So how does this help India not only with the Indic languages but also with achieving strong foundational models and cultivating research talent at scale?
Thank you. So first of all, thanks for making this panel and to all the panelists and attendees. So the question that I look at it is, we all understand how AI is important for India. It has been made. And Bharat Gen, we had this one goal in mind from the very beginning, that we are a consortium, right? We can do only what a consortium of 10 members or 10 institutions can do. But the question that is in front of us is much bigger, is that what India as a country can do. Therefore, the question is more of having an AI ecosystem in the country. So it is not just us, it is not just a couple of IITs or a couple of triple IITs and IIMs. This AI has to be pervaded across all the educational institutes in India. Everyone has to feel that they can contribute to this AI mission. And coming to this Indian languages point specifically, Indian languages are underrepresented still in the AI space. There are multiple reasons for it. One of the reasons that I see is that our education is all in English, and we are all very comfortable in English. We are all speaking in English because we can speak English, you can all learn English. This is the educated level. But more than 90%, I think about 95% of India is not comfortable with English. Therefore, if we have to make sure that AI is successful in India, Indian languages is a no-brainer. There is just no way you cannot not have Indian languages. And the question, again, I would expand it to not just India. Many countries of the world, and I know from personal experience, are looking up to India for this thing, that can we break this English barrier? Can we break this European language barrier for AI, especially for generative AI? Indian languages, India is a land of so many languages, and if it is successful in India, it will be successful across the world. And therefore, that will lead definitely to this whole enablement of Gen AI. Really, it will go to the masses, not just in India, for also. So, Bharat Gen, just to summarize, is to build an ecosystem. Of course, we will have our own models, we will have our own deliverables, etc. But AI, as a technology, as a system, should go to every Indian. That's the motto. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let me move to Professor Ravi Kiran. Sir, we know BharatGen is being built over, as a layered platform. And from data repositories to training pipelines to evaluation and APIs. So my question is, which layer do you see as the most decisive for ensuring usable national infrastructure?
Well, I think Ektaji has chosen the most hardest question for me. I would say all of them. And the reason is that each layer has its own importance. So if we look at the foundation, so think of it just as in a building, like if we were to ask, we might live in the top floor of that building, but the foundation matters. So in the same way, the work that we are doing at BharatGen, I see as building that foundation, and the deeper and broader the foundation, the larger the building that can be built. So therefore, our goal is to keep this in mind when we are building out these technologies. And in some sense, I see it also as a responsibility. Now, of course, it's not enough to just build the foundation. You also need to have something which proves that the foundation makes sense, right? That it is strong enough. Therefore, we are not stopping at just building this foundation of building these foundation models and so on. We are also developing a set of focused applications. And I think Rishiji spoke about it earlier, right? So focused applications which are targeting specific sectors such as education, finance, legal, healthcare, and so on. So both of these things, I think, go hand in hand, and they reinforce each other because one informs the other, and we will know from the way the applications are performing what to do to make it a stronger foundation and what should go into the foundation so that we can cover many more sectors.
Thank you. I think you answered the question in a very comprehensive manner. Thanks for this explanation. Let me now move forward to the industry perspective. Mr. Jay Krishnan, can you just tell us how Bharat Gen initiatives can unlock value for India in achieving the goals of Viksit Bharat 2047?
First of all, thank you for getting us on the panel. It's a great panel. So I look at it two perspectives. One is unlocking productivity, and second is the empowerment. So when I say unlocking productivity, so productivity is not everything, right? But in the long run, it is everything. What you have seen within IBM, for example, we have last 2 years, we have unlocked productivity close to 4.5 billion using Gen AI. Now, if we look at the scale, what Bharajan is doing at national scale, right? Building models which are kind of context grounded for different industries, culturally sensitive. I think it can be an enormous, value add to unlock value. So it's, productivity in this case, it's not only about efficiencies or cost savings. Once you get there, you can actually use that to create new investment cycles, which will be huge, like self-sustaining cycles. So I see the Agri Param, which Bharajan has put out there, is in the right direction. Like, for example, we have close to 18% of GDP, I believe, in agriculture, and more than 40% of the citizens are involved. But the yield efficiencies are very low, right? So imagine you have a context-grounded model which understands the packages of practices, so that, for example, a farmer in Maharashtra is able to really work and find a way to save crops from pests. So all these are potential possibilities. So that's the whole thing around productivity. Second is empowerment. Again, that's something, not very tangible, but this is going to unlock all the shackles. Be it a student or a farmer, anybody can be empowered to do the task, leveraging the AI, Gen AI and the AI agents. So that's the kind of VIC. And if you look at industry-wise impact, be it in healthcare, be it agriculture, this is going to be a key kind of door opener to unlock value for India. So we are happy to collaborate with Bharajan. We are doing open innovation across the AI value chain with Bharajan to help them accelerate this whole thing along with different solution templates.
Well, thank you for this very upcoming approach, and we are happy that the Bharat Gen initiative has helped to integrate the efforts of academia, industry, and R&D labs. So it's really coming out very well, but further coming to the use cases, let me turn my question to Colonel Mehna. Sir, with your vast experience working with the government and especially with the Indian Army, from a strategic perspective, what capabilities should Bharat Gen prioritize? Should it be multilingual intelligence triage? Should it be provenance in communications or synthetic data environments, which would be good for secure testing?
Thank you, ma'am, for the invite to the panel, Dr. Deshi. First of all, I see a kind of a sovereign crowd here, so I can speak freely today. We just had a press briefing about, before I go into the question, I'll just give you some background to it. Just about 3 days back, we had a press briefing wherein we told how the AI was specifically used during Ops and Do. The journey of AI for the Indian Army as such started way back in 2019, but the seriousness of the AI per se hit us as late as about 2 years back, when we saw the reality of AI, whether it was in the Ukraine conflict, whether the Israeli war, and that is when we realized that yes, AI is changing the domain of warfare altogether today. Whether it was Project Lavender of the Israelis, wherein they targeted specific targets in the Gaza Strip. So that is when we realized the power of the AI, which is now changing the domain. And from there, the seriousness started on how to have the AI being inducted for all ops of war. there were a lot of discussions specifically dealing to the sovereignty of all the AI models and the large language models as such. So there were huge debates within our own circles whether we need to go and adopt whatever is available in the world today, whether it is a 70 billion parameter model or whether it is a 253 billion parameter model, or is it the time now to move ahead and have our own military specific LLM. And after a lot of discussions and debates, and obviously the lessons learned over a period of time, it was decided that yes, we need to go the military specific LLM. And therefore the challenge was open thrown last year as part of the IDEX Aditi 2.0, and we have started the journey towards the military specific LLM as such. And very soon, another 6 months or so, we will see the military specific LLM, because that was the need of the hour at that point in time, wherein decision making, specifically in the military context, is very critical. It can't be, reliance on a foreign model, which might have model poisoning, which might have data poisoning. We do not know the veracity of the data on which it has been trained. And therefore, at the critical junctions of military decision making, it might not suit us, or it might give us some kind of biases. And therefore, the requirement was to have a very specific military LLM, and the journey has started on that. Now, coming to the specific question of, multilingual triage or provenance and governance, or the synthetic data, all three are equally important. But if I have to prioritize, the first and foremost is the data sets. What data sets are available in the open domain in the civil street are not relevant to military. We have very specific data sets requirement, and which we have realized. Just to give an example, if I have to detect a tank of the adversary, I don't find tanks moving around, across the borders. It's once in blue moon or maybe never, if the adversary is really worth his salt. So how do I train, say, a YOLO model or a CV model to detect a tank? So I need to have some kind of synthetic data creation. But even if the synthetic data is created, there are various scenarios thanks to the rich diversity of geography of a country. We have a desert scenario, we have a mountainous scenario, we have a jungle scenario. How do I train a model in one particular scenario to even function for the second one? So therefore, I need to have some kind of simulated environments against the synthetic data sets to create such scenarios that the models are trained with reliability, with veracity, and with some efficacy to function in a real world scenario also. So therefore, for me, the most prominent part is the synthetic data pillar which we need to have within our ecosystem because of the peculiarities of the military decision making and the military data context. Then obviously the second part is the provenance and governance. We need to know, what kind of data, what was the source of the data, what is the integrity of the data, what is the reliability of the data, because they are going to finally make the decisions for us. And any bias in a decision can, alter there are no runners up, so as we are all aware. And the third, multilingual in our aspect is not very relevant. Yes, maybe in some particular use cases, wherein we might need some language translators, maybe Pashto, maybe Mandarin, maybe various dialects of Mandarin, maybe various dialects of Pashto. So those kind of simple use cases are what we are looking at. So I would rate that this is how we would look forward now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this elaborative answer, and also telling us the perspective of the Indian Army about the use cases of BharatGen. Moving further with the strategic and security perspective, I would like to ask Mr. Ankit Bose to answer this question. From the industry side, sir, how do you see defense and strategic requirements shaping innovation pathways in a broader AI ecosystem?
So, from a strategic perspective, right? So we are talking about 8% GDP of the country, right? Which is contributed by the tech companies. So if we see, most of that comes from services, right? Services which are basically driven by open source sort of initiatives, right? So we have Kubernetes in the cloud world, right? We have Red Hat, Linux and other Linux in the cloud world, and various other tools which are delivered as a service, right? Now that's one element. The other element is that the services and the nature of the whole services and the SDLC is changing completely. Okay. So when I say changing completely, when probably 2 years back we needed 200, 300 people for a project, but the same project can be delivered by 20 people, right? Effectively and very, very optimized way, right? So we are talking about essentially 30 million engineers who are working in this industry, right? And 2.5 lakh engineers generated every year. We're talking about safety, security of them, right? And the 8% GDP. So as I think BharatGen and AI overall is shaping all of this, we have to be very cognizant that how we shape our technology deliverable capabilities, right? Again, that's one part. Again, in that, I will go two segments, right? One segment is the bigger companies who are there, right? The bigger companies like Infosys, Wipro, TCS, they are self-capable to handle this change, right? The 8% GDP is being supported largely by 12,000 technical SME. These are small and medium enterprises. So they are between 20 CR to probably 500 CR at large, right? And all of these are, small companies who are delivering services and development projects across the globe. So with the change of the whole landscape and how this, the service delivery development is going to change, they have to adopt. So I think BharatGen can be one of the catalyzers, right? And then we have to really think how these services companies really reinvent. Otherwise, they will get wiped off, we will not even know, right? And this will happen slowly, right? I'll give you an example. One of the companies, SME companies around 200, 300 CR we're working with, they used to develop certain product for a healthcare company in US, right? Now they started with adding layers of GenAI. When they started adding layers of GenAI, it was quality and optimization. But at certain point after a year, they said, why do I need 100 people? I can deliver this for 10 people. Why? So re-optimize those 90 people, right? Again, see the change. Initially it was value add. Now it came to renegotiating the total value of the deal, and then potentially the whole business going down. And similarly, this can be multiplied by 12,000 SMEs, which are contributing 8% GDP. So I think one is the personals, the supply of the people in country, which are engineers. Second is business and the GDP brought into country from this service companies. I think that's very, very fundamental, and we have to work on that layer, right? That's this element. But other than that, I think the major part I see is which we have been laggard is the product, right, and the innovation. So now, if you see in the Bay Area, the global world, right, within last 1 year, there are around, I think, 12 to 15 unicorns which were formulated within a year's time, right? OpenAI was not a unicorn 3 years back or 2.5 years back, right? Similarly, Replit was not a unicorn, right? Similarly, there are so many companies who are not a unicorn. So when they become unicorn, a substantial growth happens in the whole country, right, in the industry. So that is something what we are missing. So AI, BharatGen can really catalyze that. So we can get the next OpenAI from IIT Bombay, right? We can definitely see that humongous growth, innovation happening in India through such projects. I think from that perspective, I think this is very strategic, Ektaji. I think, yeah.
Thank you for this, vision for BharatGen from the industry's perspective. So, as we all know, my question to Rishi ji would be, BharatGen has been extensively supported with the whole of government approach with DST and METI, funding provided to BharatGen. So by 2030, if I ask from a layman's perspective, what single visible change should tell the citizens of India and the institutions that AI is really working for me in India?
Excellent question. And I'll maybe start, Ektaji, with, I think to take a step back, I look at the need, when I look at 2030, we've talked a little bit about ecosystems, we've talked about industry, we've talked about military. What's really important is by 2030 that we have the entire ecosystem from all the way from entrepreneurship to the application delivery really humming across the country, right? And let me just take that example of, the start of this, which is entrepreneurship and bold risk-taking capital. The genesis of BharatGen itself is at a moment of time when nobody believed that we could actually build this type of sovereign AI in India. I think the Department of Science and Technology under NMICPS actually took a very bold bet on saying that no, we believe that this work can be done in India, that we can put together a consortium of people across academia and industry and actually come together and deliver something like this. Shortly after we started this work, there was Sam Altman of OpenAI was in Delhi, and he proudly, he was asked the question about whether India should be building foundational models. And I think some of you may know that he was like, no, I don't think India should be in this business, right? Shortly thereafter, there was also a very prominent person from, the software industry who was asked the same question, and he said, we should focus on applications. A few people called me up, friends, and he said, Rishi, tum kya kar rahe ho? Sam Altman is on stage saying we can't build AI in India. I think that bold vision and self-belief is one of the fundamental things that we should see changed by 2030. In that creation economy, in the venture economy, in the entrepreneurship economy, we should see that bold vision that we have seen over here being translated across the board. The other thing is at the very other end of it is where the applications of AI touch citizens. And every citizen's phone should have applications, AI applications that are literally permeating every aspect of what they do. So when they want to interact with the government, that ability to just pick up a phone and say, "Hey, bhai, mujhe LPG gas ka connection nahi mil raha hai," right? And this is some work that we did with DARPG right here in Delhi, where you should just be able to say, "I have a problem with this, I need help." And that ability for any citizen to access government, as an example, very, very trivially, just in the way that we are used to doing it. Just pick up your phone and speak into it. That's one example. The idea that, and maybe I'm skipping ahead here, but the idea that every student should have in their pocket a personal tutor by 2030, where no matter which corner of the country you are in, right, there is a personal tutor that understands what your skill level is and is able to actually teach you in a way that you understand. That is the promise of AI, to be truly transformational and truly accessible to every citizen of India. And I think that's the type of work that we need to do to know that AI is being successful.
Wonderful. I think you summed it very nicely. This is actually the vision of the Department of Science and Technology under the able leadership of our Secretary, Sir, Professor Abhay Karandekar. He is also amidst us today, and thank you, sir, for joining us. I would just like to close the discussion. We have limited time, but I think the panel discussion has rightly summed up the following points. So what comes through clearly is that BharatGen is not only building models, but it's also about creating sovereign infrastructure, sectoral transformation, and getting ready the future talent pool. With the leadership from DST and MIT, and with more upcoming whole of government approach, supporting BharatGen to develop the first indigenous large language model, multimodal and multilingual both, and with academia, industry, and strategic stakeholders working together in this consortium, I think BharatGen can set a global benchmark for democratic AI development. I thank all panelists for joining us for this panel discussion. If there are any quick one or two questions, we can, have it from the people, delegates present here. Please, yeah. Can he be provided with a mic?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone and panelists. My question is from Sir Arnab Bhattacharya. Question is, I have made a final year project which was on speech to text. As we all know that AI models keep on evolving and we need to learn it continuously in order to make the further models. And because my model was on Mathli, which is a language which is spoken in Bihar, so data set was lacking. ISC Bangalore and other colleges or universities have come up with data, but still we lack data. So my question or request to Bharat Gen will be, can we make something like a handheld device which has a Bluetooth in it? I'm saying this because like we have Alexa, we can make apps like OpenAI, but people will not be able to use. By people I mean those who are above 50 years of age.
So for data collection, right?
For data collection, yeah, because that would be the easiest way to collect data rather than going to them and asking for data.
In fact, yeah, that is a very good point. And I think that is a very good suggestion as well, that we should have this very easy enablements where people can voluntarily contribute to data. And there should be a way of checking that this data is sanitized enough, good enough, quality-wise, etc. But this will also enable quick collection of data. I think it's a very important point, yes. Thank you. Yeah.
So will I be assured that Bharat Gen is going to make something?
We will definitely work on this. This is a very good suggestion, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Very quickly, I don't know whether it got covered or not. So we are making LLMs for Indian languages, right?
Yeah.
But if we keep the data sovereignty in mind, that our data should stay within India and all that, so what about creating LLMs like OpenAI out of India? Maybe only one because it's very expensive, GPUs are needed, but something, if some company feels, no, my data shouldn't go out, they can use that particular LLM to run their AI applications or whatever. So what is the panel's thoughts on that?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely. LLM building, if I look at the whole supply chain here, right? I mean, there was a question earlier about the data part of it, right? That's one part of it, is how do we collect the right data? There's another part of it which is how do we build the foundational models on top of it? There's another part of it which is how do you create the services for both for government, for businesses and consumers that are actually created and hosted locally, so that our citizens can deal with our, with our own AI, which is hosted locally on local data center providers, and so that you get that data ecosystem needs to be going within India. And one of the things that maybe I'll add on there is it's really important other industries, right? But it's really important that we do it here. I'll give you an example, right? We used to have our own, India for the longest time has had its own automobile industry, truck making industry. Today, Indian truck companies are buying global truck companies, right? Recent acquisition, because you can create a thriving ecosystem, right? But if you don't have that initial ecosystem started, I think that will be definitely a challenge for us in India.
Now, when you're seeing data applications and all that, there the data remains within India in Indian data centers, right? But in the LLMs also, there have been cases across the world that some Samsung employee inputted something in OpenAI and the whole world was seeing, and then there was an issue. So somebody sitting in India could use OpenAI and put some Indian data into the algorithm. So how to avoid that? So then the data sovereignty part again becomes a question mark. So how do, can there be a totally Indian LLM which is all languages including English, and enterprise can use it and be safe that okay, my data is not going anywhere?
That is absolutely, and maybe I can elaborate on that. That is absolutely the vision, is for an all-Indian LLM, right? And I'll tell you how far back into the supply chain it goes, right? Take BharatGen for example. We are procuring data locally. We actually have a team on the ground, and we didn't have enough time to talk about it today, but we actually have a team on the ground that is actually reaching out to different entities, publishers, radio stations to acquire data, right? Starts from there. We are building these LLMs and model architecture in India, on Indian data centers, right? So providers like Toyota and NASA and others are providing the local infrastructure. They are also providing the inference infrastructure. So now we have to keep progressing down that path to create an Indian version of a ChatGPT, which will be also hosted locally so that the data stays within that ecosystem. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
With this, one
sure.
right? So your worries about data going out, right? But you have to think larger, right? First point is, building that engine, right? Which can catalyze future AI, AGI of the world, right? Where does our jet engine come from? Lead jet engine. Where does our engine from a motorbike come from? It's not local. The IP relies somewhere else, right? So building that IP is very important, right? The second is, that data, what we have in our languages, right? Ethical languages, is not the language. It's a culture, right? Right? Why do we still don't know the kings of Chola dynasty, the kings of various different dynasties were there? We don't know that because that was never taught to us. Being present in the digital footprint, our culture, our historic element, right, our ethnicity is very important. So though we have to build those inherent engine which can give the ROI, we also have to be present there, right? The third part is very important, right? Building that capability in India, right? Byte by byte, as you said, right? We have to build Indian LLM which is not having data poisoning, which is not having a lot of issues which can arise, which is the code is not known. So building the capacity byte by byte is very important, right? And this is base camp, right? We have a lot of fight to fight. So AI journey in the globe has just started. So we have to build those capacity and it will slowly grow. We cannot be worried about one problem, that is what you said, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And thank you all the panelists for such an insightful and engaging session. Today, we are deeply honored to have our chief guest, Professor Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology at the summit. Professor Karandikar has been instrumental in steering DST various missions and programs, including NMICPS, with a clear focus on Atmanirbharta in science and technology. With this, I request Dr. Ekta Kapoor to kindly facilitate Sir in welcoming on the dais, please. Welcome you, Sir. Please welcome our chief guest, Professor Karandikar, with a huge round of applause. Now, as a token of appreciation, sir, I request you to kindly honor our panelists with a memento. Yeah, I would like to welcome Colonel Amit Mehna and a big round of applause for Shri Ankit Bose, Head NASCOM. Thank you very much, sir. Sri Rishi Bal, Executive Vice President, President Bharat. Professor Ravi Kiran, PI of Bharat. Professor Sri Jay Krishna Hari, IBM India. Please welcome them. Professor Arnab Bhattacharya, PI of Bharat. And Dr. Ekta Kapoor, moderator of the panel discussion. Yeah, please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. All the DST officer may also join. Sir, one photo. Yeah, DST officer, please come on the dais for the group photograph. Sir, please, may we have the... Thank you, distinguished guests, panelists, and all the audience for attending this session and looking forward for more success stories from Bharajan team. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Please help me in welcoming Vinod Kumar Jawar, CEO AI Data Centers Nextra, Bharti Airtel. Rahul Joshi, Head Network Analytics, Trans and Automation, Reliance Jio. Pasi, SVP Strategic Partnership and Ecosystem, Nokia. Harini Malik, Senior Director, Strategic Biz Dev Lead, Public Sector, Telco Healthcare and Retail, AMD. Sanjay Rotagi, VP and Country GM, India and SARC, Arista Networks, and Vivek Dua, PGM, CNP, BSNL. And finally, we have KG Purushothaman, who is the moderator of the session, partner and head of technology transformation, KPMG India. Please give a huge round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon everyone, and thanks for joining us immediately after lunch. A very, very important session, relevant as well as contextual to everything that has been discussed today. As you know, there was a CEO conclave that focused a lot around what can be changed, what can be the recommendations from the industry today. There was also a press conference that the telecom minister had held, which covered a lot many points. Today we are discussing a topic that is not going to just stop with the discussion, because it's going to be something that you will see continuing to evolve in the next few years. It's all about AI. Last few years that we've been covering this topic, we started talking about AI probably a couple of years back, when the concept of generative AI started coming in and how it was getting embedded, and assisted AI from a telecom perspective became very important. But as digital public infrastructure started expanding in India and the use cases started growing up, the need for actually revolutionizing the thinking around AI is emerging. We have a very esteemed panel here, as you know, experts from the industry, not only from an infrastructure space, OEMs, also service providers who are actually implementing it on ground along with the OEMs. You will listen today, and I had the opportunity to brainstorm with the panelists on their vision on how they are trying to drive this across different countries as well as within their own organizations, and it will be fascinating for us to actually have this intense discussion with them. But there are two other things apart from digital public infrastructure that is actually driving the conversation today. The second point beyond DPI is adoption. Okay, as compared to last year, I mean, we are going to talk about a lot of things around what is driving adoption of these use cases, skill sets, and inclusion in driving the entire upskilling of the manpower, both in India and outside India, and what kind of learnings we have. And finally, innovation. Innovation at the core to actually make use of the infrastructure and drive it. And I think we have a very good panel that actually can talk about a lot many things than I can possibly fathom and drive. Maybe I'll start the conversation with the context itself, the setup itself. And Sanjay, I'll probably start with you. When it comes to AI and AI infrastructure, and there are obviously building blocks of this AI infrastructure that is making not only implementation a reality, but also the new use cases that are coming in, infusing AI into the workflows and the infrastructure becoming possible. What kind of evolution are you actually seeing when it comes to AI infrastructure, not only in India, but your experience from working globally?
Thanks, Guru. That's a great question. So I think, if you really look at AI, there are three things which is happening. So a lot of people are building AI apps. A lot of people are building large language models, small language models. And the third one, which ties everything together, is the AI infrastructure. So I see, things happening in India and overseas in all the three domains. I think, the foremost thing on the AI infrastructure is building the XPU, TPU, GPU capacity. So massive compute needs to be built, which you see Government of India is also building it, helping to build through AI mission. And while I was doing the reading, I was very, interested to see that this GPU as a service being offered in India is $65 rupees an hour compared to US, which is $3 to $4 per GPU per hour. So I think India is getting the economics right. I think the second thing which I'm also seeing is that, what is required is the data engine, that the data sets needs to get trained very quickly, right? To feed all these large language models and everything. The third one is India needs to build its own LLM. So I think the good thing about Sarvam AI, and others, Krutrim, Bhasini and other things which is all happening in India, which is a very good way of democratizing AI in India, right? The fourth one which I'm seeing is, which Puru mentioned, massive skilling is required. A lot of people fear that our jobs will be lost. I don't think so. I think we have to augment our skills and we will be performing maybe different tasks. So massive upskilling is required. And, and strong governance. Everywhere I've been, throughout the world, there is a strong governance to make sure that it's responsible and ethical AI being used. The use cases are all driving towards that. So I think that's where I see. So
Sure.
compute, storage, and networks are the key to tie this all together, right?
Thank you, Sanjay. Harini, if I could come to you, I think it is almost logical for me to come to you next because Sanjay spoke about GPU. You drive a large amount of implementation with AMD on the ground, with a lot of data centers also adopting your technology. But there is a lot of usage that is expected from rural regions in India. Okay, the underpenetrated regions in India that are actually looking at data centers to come to the edge, devices to have compute at the edge. And I think as AMD, you are actually working with the entire ecosystem to make that possible. So what are the things that you are seeing as those additional building blocks to the infrastructure that Sanjay spoke about to make this really possible? Is there a gap that you actually see in the current phase of implementation in India?
It's a great question, right? But India is certainly taking a very unique approach when it comes to democratization of AI. And in many ways, uh, some of the key AI infrastructure that's needed is around the national fabric that needs to be built in for the AI infrastructure. You need to have an open ecosystem of products. You need to have, of course, networking, high-speed networking, as well as, tie this all together with a very skilled workforce. So if I break this down, when you look at what the national compute infrastructure really entails is being able to scale that all the way from hyperscale clusters, to the edge. And AMD does, has the right products to go do that. With our MI300X, we are able to actually provide the right level of performance, both from training as well as an inferencing standpoint. In fact, the world's largest supercomputers are run on AMD CPUs and GPUs. And in fact, I'm sure many of you have seen this in the news this week. It was, the partnership with OpenAI and AMD really takes that to that next level where we can provide that entire AI infrastructure from compute to networking, as well as system level scaling of the products as well. As you take that to the next level, you need to have the right level of data center compute. You need to have the energy efficiency in the data center to really go meet some of the sustainability needs that, that India is trying to put in place as well. And I have to, I'll be remiss if I don't say this, but if you look at some of the legacy infrastructures, because data center space is just so critical, it's hard, it's expensive. And so when you look at these legacy infrastructures, and you take an example of 1,000 servers of legacy infrastructures, the AMD 5th generation EPYC can consolidate that to 127 servers for equivalent performance. So, 87% fewer servers, 70% better, power savings with using our products, which really comes into, some of the larger plays that India is trying to do with having the right AI infrastructure as well as building a sustainable product. And then networking, of course, is a key element because without that infrastructure, nothing really comes into play with AI. And having the right edge products, having the right performance per watt type of product to go actually have the same performance at the edge becomes very critical as well. And last but not the least, of course, having the right, being able to support this with the right level of skill set. And so we did release the AMD Developer Crowd and have about 100,000 hours of free, free hours that are available for developers to go and play with, the AMD GPU systems. And, an open framework becomes so important to go drive innovation, which is what we're all about.
Sure. Thank you, Harni and Sanjay. So in my discussion today, I covered infrastructure, but to drive that, I'm also going to cover, its adoption in India will not be possible without the involvement of startups and innovation. So the next two questions that I'm going to cover is all about innovation. First, from an external perspective, Percy, if I could bring you in, and then internal perspective, Vinod, if I could bring you in after that. Percy, from your perspective, the role that for innovation to happen in this space, the role of startups and the operating models are undergoing a tremendous change when it comes to adoption of AI and implementing it in the infrastructure. What kind of innovation are you seeing? How are the startup ecosystem actually trying to drive innovation in the space?
It's a very good question. And I can approach it in quite many different ways, and I'm trying to put together kind of answer which can be answered in 5 minutes what was given as time
minutes.
envelope. It would easily take 30 minutes. But before going to that answer, congratulations for the stock price hike after the big news. I mean, impressive. Wow. And thanks for this opportunity to be here. But I mean, to the question, I think it's not conditional how we have to enable, how the industry has to enable AI and access to latest AI compute for the startups as well. We all know how expensive the investments there are. It is unrealistic to expect that startups would be able to invest by themselves. So it is our responsibility as regulators, leading companies, to enable that access to startups. So saying it again, it cannot be conditional, it's an imperative. We have to find a way, and we can find that way. It's good for the whole industry that startups will be part of this mountain of AI innovation. We as existing companies, longer lasting companies, we need startups closer to us than never ever before. And the models, I think these AI clouds, AI data centers, they are very natural place where we can introduce now much more advanced capacity leasing or as a service models. We are able to, we have technology, I mean the industry together, to provide slices of capacity. We have to do it. We have to make it flexible, welcoming, affordable. For academia and startups, I think we should have hubs where they are able to test the AI models free of charge or by other contribution to the ecosystem. And hence I am calling it quite systematically as an industry ecosystem. It can be country specific, it can be enterprise segment specific, but we have to go to the same direction. I think it is our responsibility towards, for example, this fastly evolving India market. We have to get the full power of innovation out from India for the talents who are here today from university and going to be soon in the business life. So models has to be there. Is it as a service? Is it other way of orchestrating the capacity? But my point is that we have to make this available for all.
Yeah, thank you, Percy. Vinod, if I could get you in, extending the point that Harini mentioned around sustainability and also the innovation that is coming from the discussion that Percy spoke about. In your context, from a Nextra perspective, what is the strategic outlook that you are having when it comes to driving scalable, sustainable solutions on AI on your data center?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And happy to be part of the IMC now. It's my first event here, and it's overwhelming to some extent. But yeah, thank you. And I think a very important topic of sustainability has been brought here, and rightly pointed out by Harini also. The basic fundamental of trying to be more efficient comes from the core of how you design the chip. Everything is all peripheral to it. You can do cosmetic changes, but unless you really work on the technology of the chip and the hardware for it, you're trying to only address a very small portion of the efficiency. So that is fundamental. Besides that, I think as Nextra, we are really focused on the sustainability portion of it. All our AI data centers and subsequently existing data centers are going to be powered from renewable energy. We got our own commitment to see how much we can reach up to 100% of that. We are in a country which is blessed with a lot of renewable energy. So to an extent, that's something which we can always tap into. Plus, we are also driving something called in the data center industry called power utilization effectiveness, called PUE on that. PUE is the ratio of IT computing to the overall power on that. The next generation for a high processing computing, which is the need for all AI and going forward, we feel a vast deployment of something called liquid-cooled servers on that. We will be using some of those technologies to bring down the PUE to a great extent. Liquid cool allows you to compute a large capacity within a very small physical size. Plus, it allows you to be far more efficient because the cooling technology subsequently changes on that. So I think these are the three areas which we're looking at. Besides that, obviously, we have got a lot of sustainability initiative in terms of construction of physical infrastructure, operations of physical infrastructures. I've been in this industry for almost 20 years. My first data center I built in 2006 for Tata Communication. I've seen the evolution of this whole space, and we are fortunately in a crux where the next decade is going to be substantially different from the last 20 years on that. Especially in terms of high processing computing, we feel there will be a huge demand which is going to come. As the demand increases, and we go ahead and put large amount of high capacity core computing data centers, also edge, the overall power requirement will be drastically increased. So we have to build all of our future data center keeping in mind that it has to be sustainable, it has to be efficient, and we have to be conscious about what we leave as an impact on the overall environment. So that is something which Nextra firmly believes, and we are committed. The fact that now Nextra has made a separate vertical to only address AI data center is a step to indicate that this is the area to focus, and this has got different parameters for us to judge as well as to take action on. So our data center of future will be highly efficient. It will be planned for high computing. It will be designed, the infrastructure will be designed, keeping certain future proofing, but it's very difficult to have future proofing for a large duration. We'll have to take that bet on that. I think with that few initiative, we think we have taken some very good positive steps.
Thank you, Vinod. We covered infrastructure, we covered innovation, we covered startups, we covered sustainability. Good points. Now let's cover adoption, the crux of how it is getting implemented. And Vivek, if I could come to you first. When it comes to adoption, it's not an easy play. There are a lot of challenges that as telcos you must be facing, at data centers you must be facing. First is to actually implement the infrastructure itself and then making it sustainable, also build use cases over it. It's not going to be easy. Could you articulate some of these challenges that you have tried to address, overcome, and yet try to drive? I think we spoke about you adopting AI when it comes to customer use cases as well. So what are those challenges that are coming through, and is there also some kind of a constraint when it comes to all the infrastructure components, including chipsets that are made available for you? And how are you trying to overcome that?
Thank you. So when you talk of challenges, my mind goes back to the data center days, because the world will not change, only it's a different time series that you live with. I worked almost 10 years in data center, and when I joined the data center, it was Hyderabad. And I thought being in data center means to work with some storage and some servers around and great people, of course. And then some application stack was there, which is Oracle plus ABC, right? But within 2 months, I realized the biggest pain was the infrastructure, and within the infrastructure was the energy. Because once you work in data center, the lifeline is the electricity or the energy in the data center. If it goes off, you are in serious trouble. And if the servers are working, they keep generating a lot of heat. So the heat management, the electricity management, they happen to be the most critical thing. Frankly, I forgot all software for 3 months to see that my electrical infrastructure is in good shape. And for that reason, I visited so many other data centers run by Cisco's, and I remember NetApps, and a couple of other people who have put up their great stuff in Bangalore and elsewhere to learn what are the good practices being followed for the right pooling of the infrastructure and similar things. So what I see here is that once we move to the AI, which is all about doing a lot of great stuff on the GPUs themselves consume a hell lot of energy, and you need to get prepared for that hell lot of energy required. Today we talk of 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt. I saw people signing up for a 500 megawatt or even 1 gigawatt kind of a data center. But when I imagine that I worked hardly in a couple of 100, 200 kilowatt data center, my mind really goes crazy that how people will handle this. So if I see the Indian ecosystem and the electrical grids that we have, I would personally prefer that we need to have clusters of data center which are connected through multiple gigabit or terabit pipes with each other, and each location then becomes a GPU or a CPU location to run so much of good AI stuff. But building up massive data centers and then expecting the grids also to deliver the same kind of energy would be at this point in time inviting trouble for oneself. So I imagine an immediate world where I have hundreds of 50 megawatt data centers all put together doing great stuff for the AI engineers and for the society in large. And yes, going forward, when my grids also get evolved, I am prepared for what today China or US are working on.
Vivek, can you imagine the situation 5 years ago that you would say someone that we are going to build 100 megawatt data center? The people would have been asking, what have you been smoking or something? I mean, it would be unheard of. You would have been considered crazy.
Yes. But yes, the future is very clear. The kind of intelligent machines we are building, they are very much required. There is no doubt on that. And the way you see the conversational AI bots working along with humans, this is all a great future. And a lot of this we are already experimenting within our organization also. And it's really helping the customers to have a great service experience.
Yeah, thanks Vivek, and thanks Percy for the add-on as well. From just on a lighter note, you never seen this kind of a data explosion coming in with the kind of usage that you have both on B2C side and B2B side as well. And that makes me bring Rahul into the picture. Rahul, we've discussed a lot around infrastructure. We spoke about adoption. From your own perspective, there is a lot of data. The data is not only available within your respective organizations, there are wider amount of data that can be actually leveraged. There are national assets, digital asset infrastructure that can be leveraged as well. Do you think that there is a need from an industry perspective to leverage this infrastructure in a much better way? Are there any constraints when it comes to privacy or any other challenges that you see? Is there any constraint to come together to drive this AI infrastructure at a scale?
Thank you, Purushothaman, for having me here, and thank you. See, the topic is democratizing intelligence. When we think of intelligence, what comes to our mind? AI, machine learning models, algorithms, all that. But we need to remember that intelligence starts with data, right? Unless we democratize data, unless we liberate it out of the confines of our organization's boundaries, you can never democratize data and intelligence, right? I would say, to answer Purushothaman's question, there are three main tenets. The first and foremost that he mentioned himself is data availability. How many organizations have got generating and classification and structuring of data into their vision statement for the future? Okay. First of all, a lot of organizations, a lot of industry verticals have got data. But do they have the capability to mix, match, slice, contextualize it, structure it so that it can become AI-ready data, which can be input to the machine learning models? Most of them do not. Geo, I belong to Geo as an organization, but this is let's say we don't take me that I'm trying to portray Geo in a good light here, but this is a fact that how many organizations in India have invested so much. Now Geo has got 500 million customers. They generate 320 billion events every day. We capture all those events. We contextualize them. We are ready to mix them with our network KPIs, with our customer experience coordinates, with our device data, and we generate cumulative intelligence and insights out of it, which we in turn use in many internal and external use cases. How many organizations have this? So first tenet is, Purushothaman, is the data availability part and your capability to structure the data properly. The second is, as Vivek very rightly pointed out, that distributed compute is the way to go. AI and the intelligence is not something that has to be done in ivory towers in metros. You know, the intelligence that a farmer in Western Rajasthan needs is fundamentally different from the intelligence that a farmer in Northeast India needs. Unless your intelligence is scooping the context, the environment, the scenarios properly, and assimilating it into a centralized way of intelligence, you are really not democratizing it. Okay? This is, I believe, a very important tenet, and I'm proud to say that we at Geo are actually doing it. The third and most important part is your data governance layer and your intent out of it. Are you too casual about data? Are you sharing data pipeline just like this to anybody? Have you implemented privacy enhancements techniques and solutions? Are you anonymizing the data? I mean, innovation cannot be at the cost of individuals' freedom. This is a very important tenet. Now, these three tenets together, if most of our large organizations in the country, they adhere to it and they invest around it, I believe we are on the right way forward towards democratizing intelligence.
Thank you, Rahul. Actually, what you spoke about was partly discussed in today's CEO conclave as well. And one of the things that actually came out was, as a country, should we also have a domain-specific LLM, which we can actually look at as an opportunity for us to drive, keeping privacy, anonymization, everything in mind. And and let me tell you some global use cases. GSMA has come up with a consortium very recently to drive some use cases from a regulatory perspective in Europe as an area. But they have left it to a joint venture of partners to actually come together as a consortium to come up with a thought leadership on how can they drive domain-specific LLM. So something similar should be actually thought through even from an India perspective. And I'm sure that it could be a SLM from India, but it could be a use case that you can actually take globally as well. And what we're talking about is just not network, we're talking about regulatory, we're talking about customer experience. Keeping the sanctity of your own customers, you obviously will not want to give away the advantage. But then there are certain national level challenges that you're trying to address, right? You're trying to address fraud risks as an area, right? Spam, anti-spam kind of challenges that you have. So, I'm opening up to all the panelists. Do you see this as an opportunity from an Indian context?
Domain-specific learning model, that's exactly what we are doing. I mean, within Geo, we have a mobility domain-specific models that create their own intelligence, a retail-specific model that creates retail-specific use cases. This is actually absolutely a way to go. But eventually, Purushothaman, all these intelligence have to be correlated together to arrive at nation-building use cases.
Right.
So Geo as a telecom domain vertical may have a I think somebody mentioned federated digital twins. I mean, we are generating mobility or telecom network data. National Highway Authority has got data related to highway users. Retail guys have got their own data. All this data at a local context level has to be correlated together, and then we can bring amazing insights and intelligence to every far nook and corner of the country.
India is such a data-rich country, with 1.3 billion people. If you capture the amount of data and use AI, right, for the better good, whether it comes to healthcare, in rural, underserved regions like, you had previously mentioned. This is how we can actually use AI for that better good. And I do think that LLMs, even applications that we can use, for whether it's for agriculture, healthcare, and other parts of, the rural portions where this is going to actually benefit. I think last year we unveiled iCare AI in 22 languages, and being able to go drive this, to the folks in an easy to use experience will really help us in terms of being able to take AI to the next step here.
Sure. I agree with Harini. I think domain-specific LLMs are the only way to democratize AI in India. It's such a diverse country, so many use cases. I think AI needs to become like UPI. That's when it is going to really drive productivity to the next level in India, and the GDP growth will scale. So I'm 100% with you, Guru, that domain-specific LLMs are the way forward.
And I can tell you from our work that we are doing, there are other industries within India that are already trying to work on this. If I take national infrastructure, there is Vision AI models that are being built to actually monitor highway implementation. Similarly, on the network side, we can build something. So there are many examples like that. But I mean, if I were to just come back to our topic on infrastructure itself, and try to address one or two other recommendations from this esteemed panel. One thing is, we also spoke about the infrastructure rollout and some of the constraints that we have. We still have connectivity issues in rural areas. There are also untapped capacity that is both at the fiber level. We spoke about BharatNet, I think, today morning in another context. So are there such challenges that need to get addressed as well from an India perspective? Sanjay, if I could come to you, I think you spoke about optical fiber in our discussion earlier.
So I'm a firm believer that I think to unleash or democratize intelligence in India, you need to build AI backbone, right? Like, a national backbone which connects a lot of the large, which Vivek mentioned, a lot of the large data centers being built. But in order to complement that, we will need to have edge data centers going into tier 2, tier 3 cities. And connecting all that, we need to have a AI-ready network fabric. And there are 3 approaches being taken right now. One is scale out, network fabric. One is scale up. But what I'm really talking about is scale across. How do we connect all these data centers with a high-speed backbone? Something what Lightstorm in India is trying to do, right? Using the power grid lines and the fiber to connect all these data centers. That's when the true power of AI will come out to the hands of users in India.
Sure.
Well said. You need to network the cloud.
Thank you. Vivek, if I could come to you, I think we spoke about also some of the challenges. Are there any policy-related challenges as well that comes to your mind, or you could also cover? Are there any policy-related challenges that need to get addressed? We spoke about infrastructure, untapped capacity. We spoke about focus. We spoke about skill. But are there any policy challenges that you're seeing on the ground?
At a policy level, I would say there are very few, because good number of policies are made by the government to unleash the power of AI.
Yeah.
It's more on the side of the right collaboration happening to get it done.
Sure.
So in the collaboration, I would say first looking at the government itself, what the central government would think, and at the execution level, the state government has to do, and go down to the Gram Panchayat level or the municipal corporation level. The whole chain of command has to get very clear about it, what is the mandate and what is the execution plan. There we run into a lot of challenges. So I would say not the policy, but the execution plan and the stakeholders appreciating the importance and doing it well. Coming from the investment perspective or the private sector, it will always be very eager to do it, provided they understand that the ecosystem is healthy enough to get the things done. So I would say there are more initiatives being taken. You see the example of Gati Shakti, which is the platform where the whole all set of agencies who are involved in the project execution collaborate together. That's one of the greatest initiative, I would say, in the infrastructure sector that government has taken. Because if you go back 10 years, the clearance from the forest department would take minimum 2 years, and the project, the ROI or whatever you talk is all gone for a toss. So these things really matter when you plan big, and if you have aligned the stakeholders well, we are in for a great future.
Fantastic. So you wanted to cover something?
Actually, not directly related to India, but I mean, tempting to say it here. I have been very deeply involved in the European Union AI discussion. And I have been involved over the years in many other technology discussions in European Union. I have never seen so much energy and dynamics in the technology discussion in Europe like it is now around AI. Everybody wants to get those European Union funded AI gigafactories. Technology players are getting together in a new way, what I have not seen before. So it is just an example how powerful the innovation and opportunity is around AI.
Thank you, Pasi. Vinod, I would want your views also on, is there any recommendations that you have or any challenges that you're facing from a policy perspective when it comes to implementation? Every state government has actually come up with a data center policy, right? But is it more friendly towards AI? Does there any, do you have any recommendations on that?
Yeah, this policy which is rolled out by few state government.
Yes, few state governments.
Few state, not all of them. Took many years to come in force.
Correct.
I think KPMG and many other people were contributing to that. But unfortunately, this policy is not really ready for AI deployment on that. So this needs to be quickly tuned to ensure that some of the basic requirements of AI are met on that. METI from the central government is trying to push, but most of the regulation from infrastructure, whether it is land, whether it is construction permit, whether it is local pollution board, or it is power, it's a state authority. So sometimes the understanding of this need at the state level is still not up to speed on that. So I think few of the states have taken forward leap on that, and they have been very coming forward to make the modification. But I think from an AI deployment, I think that the scale of AI deployment is something which the authority needs to understand.
Sure.
We are no longer talking about 50 megawatt campus. We are talking about gigawatt campus.
Yes.
So the state government infrastructure for arranging that kind of power is going to be one of the big challenges.
Right.
Some of the policy must allow the end user to tap into national grid to really get into such kind of large power evacuation. And some of the policies which are also hindering the cycle time to go to market, as rightly said, is some of the clearance like environmental clearance.
Right.
These are very green industries in terms of construction. Pollution is very less, but it takes equal amount of time to get environmental clearance. These are something which the government can look at it for specifically for industries which naturally are very green in nature. So data center is one of them to reduce the cycle time. The government must look at trying to put some data center parks. These are very large parks, say 200 acres, 300 acres, 400 acres with basic minimum infrastructure, which will have all the requirement right from network pipeline to the power infrastructure to
Correct.
the logistic. This is will be a good enablers for us. Now people spend so much of time to secure land, secure power. It really kills the speed which is required on that. I think
with their respective ministries to
Already financial services started working together, I think.
I would restrict the statement to only the separate industry verticals, and if they can work out a common mechanism to share data anonymously, that could do a lot of good for the country.
Thank you. Vinod?
Yeah, coming from the infrastructure, my mind only thinks on the few things here on that area. I think the need is to really, for both the state government as well as the central government, to reduce the whole cycle of the build cycle by facilitating the approval timelines. And that's something which is a key differentiator between us and some of the Asia Pacific regions.
Yeah.
We take a little bit more time than the rest of the country. So this really is one which I think is low-hanging and easily done. Second is the scale of AI deployment, especially from data center, that knowledge needs to be dissipated so that people understand that we are now talking about gigawatt campuses and all. These two things, I think, will set the ball running. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all the panelists, and thank you. Thank you for this engaging discussion.
I would just request Guru to please hand over mementos to our panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. Please join me in welcoming the keynote speaker of our session, Rohan Nidaria, CTO Service Provider, Cisco. Please give a huge round of applause for Rohan.
No, I think it's working now. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, my name is Rehan Nidaria. I work for Cisco Systems, CTO. Today I want to cover, obviously, what we have heard from the panel I'm going to talk on the same lines. With that, let me just quickly go to my first slide. And somebody in the panel talked about we should do exactly the same thing which we did with Digital India, right? India has actually shown the world what happens when we democratize technology, like DG Yatra, UPI, all of that, everything built on India stack. And this is something which millions and millions of people rely on. And that is exactly what we want to do when we take the next leap towards AI. AI which is going to transform multiple industries, industries like retail, government, public sector, all of these industries. I think we want to do the exact same thing which we did with Digital India. We want to democratize AI, and for that I think it is a little investment in terms of infrastructure. We will have to build massive infrastructure if you want to really go and serve 1.4 billion people in India. And that's why I'm just trying to cover the pillars which will be needed to really build that infrastructure. Now we have heard, in the previous session we heard about energy, we heard about people and skills. There are a lot of pillars which are equally important. But I'm going to today touch upon 4 real critical pillars which will help us build that infrastructure. Number 1, compute. And I call it compute as the brain of AI, right? We are talking here to, India is actually carrying 20% of internet traffic. And we have just 3% of world's capacity. If we don't build those capacity, not only GPU, even the data centers, we will have to rely on foreign infrastructure. And that's where I think we will have to invest to build that capacity for the next generation AI. Now, India under AI mission has really taken a very great step. Today, we have reached up to 34,000 GPU capacity in India, but we'll have to do more. Here we are talking about serving entire 1.4 billion population of us. We'll have to rapidly grow. From a Cisco's point of view, we have architectures. I'll just touch upon those architectures in my next slide to show how we are helping India build that infrastructure. The second point is data. Data is the fuel of AI, right? And somebody talked about how many languages we have. India today has 23 different languages. And we cross 100 kilometers, that language changes, let alone context. And I'm not even talking about the various mixes which people do with languages. Today's models are really not trained that way. The models like ChatGPT, at max they would understand 4, 5, 6 languages of India. We will need our own data sets. We will need our own data set trainings. Now, again, under India AI mission, India AI Coach is really doing some great job by training languages in our own data set. I think approximately 11 languages has been trained so far. Cisco doesn't get directly involved into data sets, but we build pipelines. Data pipelines which are safe, secure for the next generation data which we are talking about. The third is networking, which I think is the backbone for AI. If networks are choked, AIs will not perform. And that's where I think I just want to give you an example. When Meta launched AI applications on their network, they saw year-on-year 30% growth on their backbone, which I think is super critical. And that's where I'm going to touch upon how Cisco enables with their network. We are forefronting the networking innovations with respect to AI and how traffic patterns are changing from an AI perspective. Fourth, security. It's going to be intrinsic part of the entire AI solution. We are talking about millions of data points, medical records, financial details. Everything has to be secure. AI on its own really travels from one place to another, from agents to cloud to data centers. We want to restrict that everything inside a sovereign data center inside the country. That's super critical for us. We will have to probably follow frameworks, security frameworks, laid out by OAS, NIST, etc., to really secure this next generation threats which we are seeing with respect to AI. In fact, from a government perspective, the DPDPA really lays how do we handle the digital data which we are going to process. So these are the 4 pillars which I really wanted to touch upon today, and I'm going to talk about that in detail. Of course, we have heard by the panelists about energy concerns, about people and skills. That is something which is also equally important. Okay, now from a networking perspective, what is changing? Now we have built networks for years, right? What is changing? I think it's the traffic pattern which is important. Now networking again is the nervous system of the AI thing, right? We have designed our network using caching. We have engineered our networks using caching and placed cached over there. Now in AI world that changes. No two requests from two person, same request would be answered in a very different way. Right? If try using ChatGPT, ask the same question, the response would be two different answers. Right? The context is different. AI traffic, we will have to handle in a very different way, something like an AI inference server or something like that, right? AI drives upstream traffic more, which we have not seen with internet traffic. With internet traffic, we have seen a lot of download. Just try sending, if I tomorrow, let's just think about it, if I send a query to Google, it's going to be 10 kbps, 20 kbps, but in AI, everything changes. Everything changes because it's all in terms of tokens. Our tokens would have lot of additional information, like context, history, why are you asking, what are you asking, all of that goes upstream to them, and the answer can come out simply yes or no. This is how AI works. So your upstream versus downstream would really change. Last I want to talk about data centers, right? Somebody talked about we need edge data centers. That is so true. We do not want to really send all our data to cloud to answer. Just imagine a scenario where you want live updates from a stadium. We want that to be processed at the edge of the network. That's where I think we will need edge data centers. More and more edge data centers to address models specifically from an India perspective to those kind of requirements. Now, how is Cisco enabling this? We are building networks from a long time, right? From L0, layer 0, L1, which you see on the left-hand side, DWDM, IP plus optical integration, to all the way towards an autonomous network where AI traffic can be seen, handled, recovered, and safely driven from point A to point B. All across one silicon family, which we call it as Silicon One. Of course, security is going to be intrinsic, and I'm going to have a security discussion on specific slide, which is going to be part of that. From a data center perspective, just a little bit about what are the two approaches which Cisco is taking. One is the distributed infrastructure. This is a bespoke solution which one can really pick up and start building it. Example, the India AI mission which we have built has a fabric from the Nexus family. We call it as lossless fabric. We have built the entire AI mission infrastructure on that. So, an hyperscaler like Meta also uses that kind of design, right? You can also build fabrics for small enterprise which are delivered from cloud itself. Third is the UCS server, our server compute family, which has acceleration card both from NVIDIA as well as AMD. Now the second on the right hand side is the full stack systems. This is a complete integrated solution. This is validated, designed and owned by Cisco. You start at the networking layer, you start at the compute layer, you have the integrated GPUs and from AMD and NVIDIA both. You go to the virtualization level and even the software, along with the security and the resiliency which we want to build for this infrastructure. This is completely owned, so one can really pick up a pod and go and put it at an inferencing side. Just wanted to give you an understanding how we are building data centers across, how we are building India's data center for the next generation ask which we are looking for. Okay, super important, security. Now generative AI has really changed everybody's experience. Think about it, somebody can go on internet, use a browser, start creating data, start creating video, start creating softwares. That barrier of creativity is diminished completely, right? This is the power generative AI gets. Now with that power comes a great responsibility. We are seeing a lot of new threats like hallucination, which were not there, which we call it as safety, prompt injection, data poisoning, potential of misuse. And I would like to just give an example how this is implemented and how we are securing an AI infrastructure, right from the beginning. Take an example of an hospital where doctors are using a model where they can upload scan data medical records, and then according to that they can start treating the patients or prescribe some treatment. The model, if it hallucinates or if it is poisoned, then this is going to be a great risk for somebody to really go and understand the data which is there, right? Right at the forefront, what we do is we defend the model itself at the beginning. We put guardrails to the model and defend the model itself. That's where Cisco AI defense comes into picture. The next step, who's going to upload on the model, right? That's where we have Cisco AI Access. With Cisco AI Access, people can go who are allowed to go and upload the data. Upload the data to that particular model and what they can upload. What are they doing? What kind of traffic is going on? Everything is handled by Cisco AI Access. The last, which is super important, is the enforcement point. Where do you enforce this policy in your network? Right inside the server. With Cisco isovalent, eBPF is a technology which we use on the switch, along with the DPU, on the firewall, throughout the network, and manage this entire thing with a single pane of glass. This is how Cisco is enabling India's AI infrastructure to be secure, so that we can build trust for people to really use this kind of solution. Sorry, this is my last slide. Over the last 3 decades, Cisco is part of India's digital journey. And from analog transformation to digital transformation to now AI transformation, Cisco is investing in infrastructure, innovating so that India moves from digital cloud to AI cloud. With that, I will conclude. Quick 10 minutes intro of what we are doing and how we are helping India to build AI infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Rehan, for such an amazing keynote. We will now begin the panel discussion for the session. I would now like to invite Yogesh Sharma to introduce, he's the moderator of the panel, and to introduce our panelists for this session. Welcome, Yogesh.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I hope you're all awake. So firstly, thanks Rehan for the insightful discussion, I think quite intriguing. And we heard a lot on the AI, what India's AI mission is. Thanks for that. So just to start, good afternoon again. I think we all know we are at the cusp of the revolution where intelligence is not inherited but engineered. So with this discussion to take forward, I would like to call upon the fellow panelists. And for the next 45 minutes, we'll be discussing on democratizing the intelligence, which is important for building AI's infrastructure for India. So just to start with, I would like to welcome Mr. Dushmanta Pradhan, EVP Technology Vodafone. He leads IP and Optics Network Strategy at Vodafone India. Please, can we have you on stage? Mr. Vivek Murthy, President OSS Rakuten. He leads business unit and development of AI platforms with autonomous network operations. Welcome, Mr. Vivek. The next in line, we have Mr. Gautam Billa, VP International Sales, Siana, who looks after the pre-sales, business development, network engineering. Mr. Ankur, the Chief Business Officer, Constel. Next, we have Mr. Fritz Lindahl, SVP Strategy and Business Development, Huber at Sonar, a global leader in fiber optics and RF connectivity. And last but not the least, Mr. Balaji, the Chief Technologist, Keysight Technologies. Can we have you on stage, please? Thank you once again. Hi, hello. So maybe Dushmanta, just wanted to understand, over the last 2 days, we have been hearing a lot about, India's readiness for the AI. And a lot has been said on the infrastructure. What do you think are the key building blocks for AI's infrastructure in India? And how do you see it is going to shape up over the next few years?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. Yogesh, it's a very important question. My view is Government of India has already done substantial steps. We have taken many steps towards it. But if I have to add into what probably we can do additionally, we need to have, as we know, the data is the most important thing, and I think the fellow colleague mentioned before this meeting, panel discussion, that data is the most important thing for AI to work. So accessibility of data and availability of the data is very important. While telco like us, we are, doing our bit to do, to actually, take this to next level. But we need to do a lot as a country to make sure that the accessibility and availability of data is important. Second is, how do we take care of the privacy and the data regulations around, how do we take care of it? That is the second point which we need to do. Third, we need to clearly spell out the strategy and the policy and framework. What Government of India needs to, how do you handle, AI also needs a lot of accountability and responsibility for all of us. How do you kind of ensure that the AI is handled responsibly and we do not misuse this for different purpose? That is the third thing. Fourth one is a lot of investment required for talent. How do we kind of infuse understanding of AI at the engineering college level? Should we have more PhDs? Can we have some innovation fund around AI so that people are more encouraged to kind of, have collaborations at the academic level? And also global expertise. How can we tap into the various global expertise which is available for our country so that, we can take it forward. And if I have to add what we need to do, it is some policy like Mission Bharat, where the last leg of the industry, whether it is education, whether it is healthcare, agriculture. How can we have policies where the industry-specific solutions can be made so that people in villages can actually take advantages of the AI as a technology and start utilizing it on a day-to-day basis. So there are a lot to do as far as government is concerned, and it is not only the technology part, it is about policies, it is about framework, it is about putting AI law, because if you do something wrong, how do you prosecute that man? So there are many things which needs to be done from a government of India point of view. I think we are all working together to see that how can we take it to the next level. That's my view.
Sure, maybe just a follow-up, as a telecom operator, we know that India is quite diverse, and we have the legacy systems that have been there in the ecosystem since a while. But for AI to happen, either the legacy systems need to move out or need to, have an evolution. And at the same time, the geography also plays an important role in India. Maybe any quick views onto that?
Yeah, so you need to have clusters. You need to create clusters. Probably in some areas you can have education clusters. You can have, healthcare cluster. You can have, banking and finance clusters. So you need to create clusters so that you can concentrate the efforts around that cluster in a specific geography. And India being the first country, you can really tap into the various clusters, what is good in particular geography, and start working towards it. And, co-create it with academic, with policies, with the state government, right? So that you can, take it to the next level. That's my view.
Sure, that's a very good point. To that, I'll pass on to Vivek. Vivek, I think AI adoption in sectors are different. Some sectors are the front runners, while some see there is a shift likely to happen. How do you think India's DPI can really accelerate this adoption?
Yeah, firstly, hello everybody. So, I think what I would do is reflect on how we are doing it in our organizations. I work in Rakuten, and the organization is in some shape or form a microcosm of the country. And let me reflect on that, because I think that will be more probably interesting for the audience, and we can always draw parallels of how that works from an organization into a country, which is obviously a lot more complex. So firstly, Rakuten itself, it started as an e-commerce company, and therefore an e-commerce company, the AI was there right from the beginning, because recommendations, all these things that were happening, right? So it's been there for the last 20 years, machine learning and all that. But we have a concept of called 20-20, which is basically we need 20% improvement in our marketing. This is internal, by the way. 20% improvement in marketing efficiencies, which means that when you're doing e-commerce activities, can we recommend 20% better, because obviously that leads to better gross merchandise revenues and all that, right? 20% improvement in operations, so the way we deploy our networks, the way our operational efficiencies in the group itself, because Rakuten is a group with many, many companies, fintech and telco and all that. 20% improvement there, and then 20% improvement for our customers who are using our products, our systems. So why am I saying that? I think the point here is there is a culture of, we call it ANization, but culture from the top, right? Which says, everybody in the company should use AI for whatever it is. So from all these, I mentioned operationals, marketing, even bid management, procurement, software engineers who are part of my team, they have to use AI, right? So that's one big part of, it's the mindset, it's the culture, it starts from there. Number two, even with that, you have to make AI available cheaply and easily, right? So, and so we have something called Rakuten AI for Rakutunians. We have done deals with, OpenAI and various other group level deals, and we have this portal internal available that everybody in the company, right, all the thousands and thousands of employees can actually use AI for their use. So it's one thing to say from the top down, all of you use it, but you got to make it accessible and make it available for people to indeed do their jobs. But with all that, you still then are left with a situation where only 50% of the people will use it, which is great, by the way, but we want the entire 100% to use it. So when I did a poll in my own, for example, software group of about, let's say, 1,000 people, how many of you use it? Only about 400 people use it. So you then have to do a bottom-up kind of championing of that as well. You do your AI summits, hackathons, and so on. So you're kind of doing top-down, you're making it available, you're doing bottom-up. You need to do all these things to make AI really, get into the kind of DNA of your organization. Now, if you come back to your question about how you do it, DPI is a great stack. I mean, it's a wonderful tech stack, right? Now, just imagine if you have to make it available, accessible, and be put to productive use in the country. You got to be doing all these things. So top down, and we know that the government, and we have heard yesterday as well, a lot of push happening, lots of infrastructure being built. Lots of people in the panel who are representing companies who are building is therefore you're going to make it hopefully available and cheap. And then it's about that bottom up. A lot of people have to play a part to make that AI available. And I think if you do that, then this asset, which is the DPI stack and all the kind of things, they will absolutely get turbocharged. And I think the potential is like massive and we can unleash that. So
that's a great level of optimism, I would say, Vivek. Maybe Gautam, how do you see, if you contextualize to India, I know for AI, US, Japan have been the front runner. Now, how do you see, the challenges in India? Because for a geography like us, it has to, expand at a scale. But there could be some challenges, operational challenges, technical challenges. The ecosystem needs to come in. How do you see that is panning out?
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
So, thanks for having me here, first of all. I think from an infrastructure perspective, if I start talking about some of the challenges, it's going to be a journey, as Dushmanta mentioned earlier. And there are going to be different phases for this journey. If I talk about some of the challenges, let's start with the base infrastructure, first of all. When we talk about base infrastructure, I'm talking about starting with real estate, data centers, networks, whatever else that we need to build to make AI successful. And let's say, starting with data centers, we got to stop talking about data centers being, let's say, 10 or 20 megawatt of capacity. What we are talking about is a step function increase. We're talking about hundreds of megawatts. We're even talking about gigawatt data centers now. And not too long ago, if I look at it, India's total data center capacity was a gigawatt. And now we are talking about a single data center being a gigawatt of capacity. Now, what that really requires is, it requires, first of all, the real estate. We are talking about hundreds of kilowatts per rack. We are talking about liquid cooling. We are talking about, let's say, 1,300 kg of racks being put in a flow space. So the flow space needs to take that capacity or load. So I think there's a lot of challenges that we need to solve. It's going to be a journey. Once we have infrastructure in place, we need to connect that infrastructure. We're talking about mega scale networks, high capacity, and these need to be both metro distance, these need to go across India, across the long haul, connect cities together. So that's the infrastructure piece of it. Once you have the infrastructure, the second stage there is the building of localized models, building of agents, workflows, and how we actually monetize the infrastructure. And the speaker before us talked about this a little bit. It's about how do you actually take the base as a large language model and convert it into something that is more monetizable. We're investing about billions and trillions of dollars into building this base infrastructure, but there has to be an ROI to it. The return on investment, if we have to drive that, there needs to be monetization that needs to happen. So that's stage number 2. And for these two to happen, the third most important thing is how do we drive adoption of AI? Now the good news is that India as a country, and we as people, we are a curious bunch, right? We like to try new things, we like to fail fast, and we start to try again. So if you look at various other technologies that have come into picture, I think we've been able to adopt technology very, very quickly, and I expect the same out of AI. So the adoption is going to be key. It will require a lot of education. Dushmanta talked about it earlier. It will require policies. It will require a lot of investment. But from a people perspective, I'm pretty sure that as a country, we should be able to adopt these things much faster. There's another last aspect to it, which is the availability and the price models and so on. So we got to make it affordable. That's going to be critical. If we have to truly democratize AI, it's got to be affordable, it's got to be available to the masses. So I think those are some of the challenges that we need to solve as an industry to really drive AI into the next stage.
Oh, that's quite insightful, Gautam. Maybe I'll take a data center point further with Ankur. Ankur, how do you see the data centers are shaping up in India with two perspectives? Because for us to have networks which are highly reliable with low latency, there has to be AI-led or AI-enabled data centers. And those networks needs to be, expanded, scalable to an extent so that it supports the infrastructure. What are the key considerations that are important from your perspective?
Thanks, Yogesh. Good afternoon, all. So networks have to evolve, to my mind, transform to support the AI data centers that we're talking about. The current level of networks that we have were designed for a different use case. They were defined for reach. I think when we talk about AI, we need a different kind of a network which is more direct, which is more express, connecting data centers directly. So instead of looking at coverage, going to each town and route. We're looking at scale. Rehan spoke about, every time, you have a query, the whole token going, the whole context. The kind of scale we are talking about, I think the current network infrastructure that we have in the country is not designed for that scale. We are talking about putting in multiple conduits, huge amount of fibers that would be needed to really support this kind of AI growth. We're talking about fiber networks which are much more resilient, looking at newer routes. India is a country which is developing. There's a lot of infrastructure work happening on the ground, which impacts telecom networks. So you're looking at building newer routes, which are then getting into roads which have been built already where there is less infrastructure work happening. We're looking at utility-based fibers which are more resilient. One of the very important piece is, how do we build these networks which are more energy efficient? What I mean by that is, one thing which we do not talk as much when we build this infrastructure as to how these networks contribute to sustainability and energy, and of course low cost. So we're talking about lower loss fibers. There's a study which has been done which says that a 0.01 dB loss reduction in fiber could lead to a saving of 5% in energy, and which is a huge saving if you look at the quantum we are talking about. OEMs like CNR, Nokia, they are manufacturing equipments which are now talking about a 400 gig, 800 gig, or 1.6 tera wavelength. And really all these would further, of course, add to scale, but reduce cost and also add to energy efficiency. So just to give you an example, one can increase capacities of the network by 4x by just adding 15% extra power. So all of these, network transformations are happening as we speak, and really all this is needed to be able to support the AI data centers that we're talking about.
Sure. Maybe I take you to Fritz. So Fritz, Ankur did mention on the fiber and the connectivity. How do you see that is an important enabler to this overall infrastructure? Because there has to be a fiber which should connect the data centers, because that will have some milliseconds latency and almost an immediate response to work with the hyperscalers. How do you think the stack and architectures are going to shape up?
Thank you, Josh. Thanks for the great question and good afternoon. So first of all, before I try to answer your question, I would like to reflect what I've heard yesterday in one of the panel in regard of digital infrastructure first. There it was talked about access, be it via mobile, 4G, 5G, or the BharatNet for the rural society. So there, for me, access means that's an important element, but it also means access. If we talk about democratizing AI, it's also access and availability to the AI compute power. Maybe that just as an opening topic here. And we need to make sure that these big investments going into this field are not only for the benefit of the wealthy part of the society, that is really become available for the rest of it. Now coming back to the question, AI data center, and we work with global hyperscalers around the world. AI data centers, the performance of these data centers are primarily driven by the GPUs, so to say, along with the algorithm use like large language models and the like. To maximize the utilization of these scarce and energy-intensive resources, hyperscalers are currently actively looking into new data center network designs in order to ensure that the GPUs equipped are always running at full capacity and full performance. These efforts, from our point of view, from Hubersuner point of view, seems to be on top of their agenda in order for the race of who builds the most powerful infrastructure. These new architectures, some words about that one, also require some significant software orchestration resources, such as SDNs, that's not to be neglected. Coming back to the data center architecture, we currently see three major architectural trends in AI data center. One is the spine layer OEO switch replacement with an optical switch. That is ongoing. There are several hyperscalers, some have done it, some are thinking about it. Then another thing which is very important and which is looked at currently is the GPU clustering. So that's basically a scale up within the data center in order to flexibilize and also to make sure that these GPUs are really fully loaded. And the last element is disaggregation of data center components, which is more some kind of a scale out activity where basically you connect different data centers, AI data centers together in a clever way to optimize the performance. All these approaches aim to achieve scalability, reduce latency, optimize power consumption, and long-term capital investment protection.
That's a good insight. Maybe I'll pass on to Balaji. So Balaji, we have a lot of technologies that we see, coming up. We have 5G, we have 6G in the horizon, and it is said all these technologies going to complement to build the AI infrastructure. How do you see our readiness in terms of build a sovereign AI network for India? Because it's important that we should align to our own India AI mission. Not the protocols or standards globally, but also the Indian standards. How do you see that is going to happen?
Yeah, thank you for the great question, and very happy to be here participating in this panel. Maybe taking a step back, right? So most of the industry sectors, especially in the technology space, have this kind of a dual relationship with AI. One is that we are all in the process of figuring out how to help the AI revolution in a way, right? How do we contribute and how do we help? But the flip side of that is also, we are all also trying to figure out how to use AI to better ourselves. This is true of sectors broadly, but also true of individual companies. Just take mine for example. Keysight, we're a test and measurement company, so we are very much in the forefront in terms of helping all of the network operators, the mobile device manufacturers, equipment manufacturers, enter into this new world of AI and how to test the performance of these AI-based systems as compared to conventional, past systems. But at the same time, Keysight, we are also trying to figure out how to use AI to improve our equipment, our instrumentation, our systems, both for our own internal performance, but also for our customers. All this preamble is to say that there are certain global commonalities, and those lessons have to be learned from the Indian context as well. As we heard even yesterday, in the inaugural speech as well from the Prime Minister. In India followed in 4G. India was sort of equal to the world in 5G, and India would like to lead in 6G. So I think there is a similar opportunity here to leapfrog into the next generation, especially when it comes to AI. There are some inherent sort of strengths that India has, and we have to play to it. I would say that an example I would take is I live in the US and I work in the US, so Indian doctors are very popular, and one reason I hear is that as part of their training in India, they just see a humongous wide variety of diseases and cases, and so things don't surprise them and they're able to diagnose better. Similarly, I think that there is a huge diversity of the types of use cases, the types of applications that can be relevant to India, and there is so much more scope for innovation, especially I think the telecommunications, the mobile networking field has a big role to play in it, in the sense that by providing edge compute services, by providing edge inferencing services, and the ability for a common user to maybe develop AI applications, maybe just using their mobile phone, and being able to access these inferencing services at the edge, you can unlock the imagination of the entire country and have everybody come up with new applications. We heard a lot about opening up the infrastructure fabric for universities and academics to use, and that is clearly one of the big areas of focus. But at the same time, also at the consumer level, at the individual innovator level, I think there is huge scope. And I also think that the integration into the digital infrastructure that's already happened, right? It's part of Aadhaar and DigiLocker. They're all part of the service workflow and the KYC of the operators today, and so they already are tapped into this, and so that can unlock a whole lot of new applications in a safe way, like medical applications or financial applications. I think these are all the areas that I think India can lead the way, and the telco infrastructure can help.
And maybe just a follow-up, if you can respond, maybe in a minute to conclude, what should we do now? I think we are not the front runners in AI, but we are leapfrogging. What are the top 3 things should we do, taking the, maybe the learnings from the West, or maybe the countries who have adopted?
Yeah. So I think that the world as a whole has a quote-unquote conventional infrastructure footprint at this point. Base stations are specialized boxes delivering signals over the air, but there is a reimagining of this where you can imagine even the base station cluster as a data center, a mini data center, where let's say GPU and CPU compute services are available for the radio network when needed, but can be reused for AI services when not needed, and so there is a sharing of infrastructure. I think this is, one of the key areas that the entire, space needs to think as a whole. There is already real estate available. There is already all of these data center, plumbing available, fiber optics available. Can we go that last mile to change the compute fabric behind the RAN, the radio access network? I think that's one important, area, I think. And I can certainly foresee that the ubiquitous availability of data, right, for the network operators is a gold mine, and that can really be, intentionally used in a safe way with all of the privacy concerns taken care of, in order to create sort of, localized applications that are very specific to regions or very specific to use cases. For example, in 6G, sort of integrated sensing along with communication is becoming a very important use case. And it may seem very esoteric, but we are looking at use cases like, can you detect a patient in an old age home falling down and immediately call for lot of hurdles going from A to B, but you can think of a million such applications, and those are the areas we should be thinking about.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go to Ankur. So, Ankur, how do you see, do we have the platforms, do we have the systems in place to connect the networks? Because what I understood from the discussion is also about flexibility, agility, and on-demand capacity. In your view, how are we placed in terms of connecting to the data centers? And if you need to give a quick, 3 pointers, how should we move forward to have this vision in place?
I think one area that we would have to look at when we talk about AI applications is it's beyond connecting two sites and throwing data from A end to B end. AI would have very different applications. Each different application would have a different demand. When I say that, I mean some application would be very sensitive to latency. Another application would have a requirement, let's say, like a data sovereignty requirement, where the data has to not cross the India border. There would be, access authorization rules. So all of these policies, these rules, have to be translated into policies and then network configuration. And that's why I think we have been talking about software-defined networking. I think it has to evolve into what I call, or what the industry calls, intent-based networking, wherein all these things are defined by the user and then converted into policies, implemented, and really AI is then used to really monitor that. So that's one area I think which the whole industry is working on, very, very prominent. I think there are other things which are happening more on, again, at a scale. There are new technologies emerging, whether it's on hollow core fiber, whether it's on multi-rail system, really to ensure that the networks continue to scale and support the bandwidth demand that the AI would have.
Sure. Maybe Vivek, for you, I think he just mentioned on data sovereignty. Do we have the frameworks and compliances in place to have this AI, readiness on a large scale in India?
I mean, I think the question is about what's the policy, what's the regulatory framework in which people can safely use AI. I mean, the infrastructure is great. It's like the fundamentals on which you build. But at the end of the day, it's people, ordinary people around the country using it for whatever use cases. And the concept of, fairness comes in. What do I mean by fairness is, firstly, is it responsible AI? Responsible AI means, just think of the DPI and the tech stacks we're talking about, the humongous amount of data that is sitting beneath. And this DPI stack and all the, this is not just, government and their enterprise, the private, UPI, various other, companies involved, public, private, and, coming together to provide this humongous amount of data. And you've got to be so careful and responsible with this data because, you've got to anonymize the data, you've got to encrypt it, you've got to be able to make sure that it's really kept safe, the guardrails are in place. That's huge responsibility for our policymakers and regulatory guys to enforce upon all these players who are in the public sector, private sector. So that's huge. The second thing is, we call this concept of explainable AI. AI is doing all this magic, but people using it ultimately are using it for their end benefits, right? So again, coming from that perspective, being able to explain and be transparent about it is an extremely important thing. It's certainly for our B2B, for the products that we build in our company and deploy to our customers, I think explaining why the AI is doing what it's doing is very, very important. And the third thing in all this is the accuracy of the answers. We know that things like drifting and hallucination, all these things, they exist, right? And somebody mentioned in the previous panel, you ask the same question to two different people, based on the content, you get two different answers. At some point, surely that's not the acceptable reality. You got to be able to have accurate, consistent answers, safe answers, and all that. So I think the long and short of it, this is the policy guys, have a huge amount of work to do and to keep up with this. And then, I've seen their cybersecurity and quantum computing written out there. When you think about what quantum computing will do in the years to come, you know, the hacking is going to become an extremely important thing, right? You know, we know that. So again, AI and quantum computing, you put all these things together, we are in a world which is extremely dynamic, and lots of people will have to do some really important, you know, guardrail work to keep people safe in all this. So I think that's kind of where we're going.
Thank you. Maybe with Dushmanta, I think we have been hearing AI, make in India, make for India. I think we've been hearing that. Do we really have an ecosystem ready in India to support that, or do we have still reliance on foreign vendors? Do we have indigenous technology with us?
So my view is we have started in the right direction. Maybe we're not there, but I think we have taken steps towards it. Make in India program by Government of India is one such clear directions, and the recent thrust on the chipset, making Indian own chipsets is also a direction towards that. So I would not say that we are there, but there are clear indications of policies where we are moving in the right direction. But I would like to add few more things which probably we should do. Let's say, can we create something, a public cloud, okay, created by Government of India or together with private body where the entire nation can participate. Okay, can that be a replacement for Azure, so that you can have your own public cloud where anybody and everybody could do anything what they want with a very affordable cost, because if you really have a cost which is not affordable in India, probably people will not be encouraged to do. So a clear policies, I think US has it, also China also has it. So if you really want to have contribution from everybody in the masses, we need to encourage a public cloud where people can do their bit and take this AI journey forward. We really need to invest more and more on the chipsets. Third piece, which I think one of our fellow colleagues mentioned, is the cost of power in India. Okay, what kind of data centers we need, what kind of power cost we have today, whether you need to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities to have that kind of real estate costs comparable what you want to do. But then what's the condition of power in the tier 2, tier 3 cities? And do we really have power to kind of support the GPUs what they need? I think while we have taken steps towards it, we have to do a lot in the infrastructure side to make India a AI powerhouse. That's what my view is.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go back to Fritz. So Fritz, it's more from an outside in view, because you are coming from the different geography. How do you think India's position to become an AI leader?
I think that we have heard now several times power consumption concerns, and here I can share a bit what our experience is with working with global hyperscalers. They have similar problems, and they are in various different stages of their development, but a common focus we have when working with them is really to focus on the physical layer, because that's the fundament, it remains the fundament of a well-functioning data center. I will come back to certain points on that one. One key initiative, also in terms of saving power, for example, with still not jeopardizing on the capacity, on the performance, is replacing or adding, supplementing the existing OEO switch, optical switch, with optical circuit switching. That is one of the key elements that we have here, our unique direct light technology from Huber+Suhner Polatis. This enables the data center to become, first of all, more power efficient, and secondly, which is also a key element, agnostic to the ever-increasing data rates on the transceivers. So nowadays it's 400 gig, it's 800 gig soon, and we will soon see in 1.6 terabyte. If it's an optical circuit switch, basically you can decouple this from the switch. Having talked about transceiver, these are also consumer of power a lot in data centers. Here we are working as well on transceiver components, we on tiny fiber connection devices in transceivers, and in that respect we also understand the transceiver capable, let's say, transceiver challenges, and we are also here to support our customers in that regard. Another element that was mentioned before as well is the low latency part. As I said, we are focusing on the layer level, and there are emerging technologies around the corner, like hollow-core fiber, which we can be proud of, that we working since 8 years with the leading hollow-core fiber provider worldwide with our cabling and connector solution. So this could actually be a next boost. It will take a while until it's really from a cost point of view there where it should be, but there it will be a big boost to also enable then the scalability and the performance of the data center. Last but not least, there is, my colleague mentioned as well, we need to have optical fiber that's around since a while, but need to be high performant, they need to be high quality, because nobody wants to have link flapping between the GPUs. That's an important element here. Obviously, we can also support here, and that's important as well, that it's coming out of our India factory. And really the last thing I would like to mention here, all these decentralized architectures, they require high timing needs. So because also support here in order to make sure that all the elements of the AI data center are in sync.
Thank you. Maybe my last question to Mr. Gautam. So Gautam, I think I have noted 3 key points from the discussion. It says skills, which is very important. Second is sovereignty, and probably the sustainability, because this infrastructure has to sustain. What is your viewpoint? Which one is more important? And if all 3 needs to go together as a leader, what do you suggest the audience? Maybe what is the outlook look like for a country like India, where we have taken the steps, but it's a long journey to go?
I think, first of all 3 are going to go hand in hand. All 3 of them are quite important. And I'll start with the notion of scale that you talked about. And I think, first of all, I completely agree, and I'll talk about it more from a networking perspective, because this is not going to be a percentage increase in what we actually build. It's going to be a step function change. And I think my Ankur talked about it earlier, and while he was talking, the problem is that we are hardcore engineers. So while he was listing out some of those challenges, I was probably making an Excel sheet in my mind saying, okay, this one we can solve, this one we can solve, check, check. But when we talk about scale, right, this is going to be step function change, it's going to be sizable. So we will need to build some mega scale infrastructure in the country for sure. That's one. Now, we're thinking about this, and as an engineering organization, we kind of talk about it every single day as to what will it require, how do we solve some of these challenges. And I'll give you an example. For example, let's say if I want to connect to AI data centers, this is going to take, let's say, petabytes of capacity. And if this is going to take petabytes of capacity, we could probably do it today, maybe in a smaller distance, inside a city, inside Delhi, let's say 20 kilometers. Yeah, we can do it. But let's say if I want to cover the country, or if I want to do, let's say, a Delhi-Mumbai connectivity or a Mumbai-Chennai connectivity, which is a few thousand kilometers, that's going to be a challenge as of today. So we got to have this notion of scale as to what are we going to build, how are we going to reduce power, and you talked about sustainability, extremely key. If I want to, let's say, send a petabyte of traffic from Mumbai to Chennai today, every 80 kilometers I will need a site which requires 15-20 kilowatts of power. Now that's not sustainable. So we will have to miniaturize things, we will have to optimize things, we will have to drive more efficiency, we'll probably have to cut it down by 60, 70, 80%. So those are the problems that we think about every day. You also talked about sovereignty, and I think sovereignty is something that will drive a lot of capacity in terms of things will have to be localized, things will have to be done inside the country, and inside the country the architecture will need to be distributed across regions. And when you distribute that architecture across regions, because of data security, data sovereignty, it's going to drive a lot of network traffic and capacity. So I think it's something that we are looking at and thinking about every single day.
Thank you, Gautam. Maybe I'll just say it's a very enlightening discussion by the panelists. I think the two key takeaways what I got with the visions of the leaders and the policy makers is we are on a right track. In fact, if we continue doing it, building an AI infrastructure at scale would not be too far for us. It's just having right intent, right momentum in motion, I would say. So with this, I just wanted to thank you to the panelists. Before we conclude, any questions from the audience, please? Yes. You can also just let us know too, this question is for which panelist?
Anybody would do, I'm a layperson, so we have got only, in terms of AI infrastructure, we have got only 3 to 4% of the overall infrastructure in India. And all the AI applications, mostly 75% of it, are hosted outside of India, hyperscalers and others. Now these applications are non-geographic. They do not have a characteristic of country, but yes, there are question of cross-border data and other things. How do you see AI evolving when you are talking about India applications where the market is not moving, the government is moving to get the GPUs installed and all of this? How do you see then AI coming into an Indian version, and whether actually there is a requirement of Indian version or the global version which are being developed that will be sufficient for everybody?
Maybe I can start with this one. One thing I would like to talk about here is, and I think my colleague talked about it, hallucinations, training bias. When you're actually training models, it's really important to understand how these models are being trained. There's a background, there's a culture, there's ethnicity to it, multiple languages. So I think if all that needs to be incorporated, it needs to be localized a little more. Now there are two ways of doing it. One is you can pick a base model which is being built elsewhere. You could fine tune it and localize it a little more, or you could actually build it from scratch. So I think those are two different ways of looking at it. There'll be an element of both going forward, and that's the reason we have to kind of bring these things or have these things more localized, in my opinion.
So my response is similar to what Gautam said. What I would like to add is, we are living in a global world, so there is no harm adapting global practices, global development that have already happened. However, anything that is developed globally would need contextualization towards a local geography. So if there is something which is more relevant to India, more contextual to India, those new learnings, those new modifications, optimizations, improvisations would have to be done. Having said that, I think there is definitely space for Indian companies in the AI space. There was a lot of discussion yesterday during the Prime Minister session also as to what can be done, what should be done for India to really develop its own AI applications. And I think from a network point of view, I can talk about, I think there is a lot more to be done to be able to support those local AI applications. How do we make networks more affordable? How do we bring in pay-per-use models? So all of that has to be done to be able to support that India-grown AI space. But there is no harm absolutely to be able to learn what has been done and has been proven across the world, is my view.
Maybe I have one small thing to add. So yeah, certainly as the others have mentioned, there is no harm in using the models that are already out there and the work that has been done globally. But at the same time, I think specifically, linguistic and cultural based applications are very amenable to local models for sure, right? So we already know that even global models For example, image recognition models are able to, let's say, recognize images or faces of a certain color better than other colors. So similarly, we talked about so many languages, so many dialects, and also intermingling of these dialects, which is very unique to India. And I think those kinds of areas are where definitely local models have to be. There is no need to cede that strength to somebody else.
Thank you so much. I think with this we conclude. Okay. I think one of our panelists have a flight to catch. Okay, so thank you so much. A round of applause for the panelists for their visionary insights. Thank you so much once again. Maybe a felicitation or memo.
Yeah, so I will just request Yogesh to please hand over the mementos to the panelist of this session. I would like to welcome Pradeep Venkateshan, Principal AI Technical Product Manager, Ericsson. Please give a huge round of applause for Pradeep. Please welcome Vidi Bindra, Global Business Executive and Strategic Advisor, Kyndryl. Anku Chan, MD, Mediatek. Vikas Agarwal, Head of Strategic Solution, Network Solution and Services, TCS. Gaurav Goyal, EVP, SME, BizOps and Strategic Projects, VI Business. And at last, please help me in welcoming Salab Saxena, who will be the moderator of the panel. He is Partner for Governance, Risk and Compliance Services, KPMG India. Please give a huge round of applause for this panel, everyone.
Hello. Good evening, and I'm delighted to have such a illustrious panel with us today. I mean, we have a mix of technologists, telecom experts, people who actually have experience of working with large scale to small scale clients, and I'm really excited and delighted to actually be part of such knowledgeable set of people. The topic that we intend to cover is rewriting the rules, Gen AI and the future of enterprises. What we intend to cover is there are three themes that we intend to cover today. And as a context, if you look at, Gen AI is no longer a buzzword. It's actually now becoming a backbone of all the enterprise transformation initiatives. Now, if you look at smarter workflows to intelligent decision making, Gen AI is now reshaping how businesses operate. And India, of course, stands at an inflection point. If you look at it, we have the intelligent telecom infrastructure, we have a thriving ecosystem, and there is a rich data environment. We were actually talking about the volumes of data and the velocity of it, and India actually has loads of it. So we are not only adopting AI, we are actually positioned to lead it. So what we intend to do is to explore what it would take us to scale it to the next level. And starting with the first theme, which is what is working now. And we look at what's happening on the ground when we hear how enterprises are using Gen AI, not in theory but actual real experiences. So perhaps Vikas, if I could start with you. So TCS works with some of the largest enterprises globally, right? So you sit at a vantage point. What separates successful Gen AI deployments from those which are stuck at a pilot stage? What has been your experience? And also, if you could just share some ROI examples while you're talking about this.
Sure. I think that's one of the most interested one and one of the most desired one as well. That what is the ROI? Now, what we see in terms of ROI, the intent makes the key difference. Am I looking for an algorithmic output, or am I looking for a business outcome? So that's where the things really differ. And let me give you some quick example from a few of our discussions and engagement. So we were working with a client for a long time into the operations area. Now in operations, one of the things which become very critical is MTTR. Now, that client engaged with us around a year back and said that, okay, now we want to get into some application development. So we moved the needle. We said that why don't we consider MTTB as a metric for ROI? What is my mean time to build? Can I reduce the complete SDLC? Can I reduce the complete DevOps cycle? Because Gen AI is really giving a lot of headway in terms of reducing the cycle time from your requirement gathering to your first prototype, from first prototype to scaling and then testing, all of those. So your MTTB becomes the new metric for in terms of measuring the success and in terms of bringing far more objectivity to the business. Now, we moved from MTTR, which creates resilience. MTTB becomes far more relevance in the business. Now, coming to the next, what we also categorically do in terms of where the customers are clueless about ROI, whatever firm belief is that the ROI sits within the workflow. It doesn't sit in the use case. So it sits in the decision. So you have to look at the process in totality. And with that, I'll bring an example from my earlier reading. So 2 decades back, I read something about, Ellie Goldratt, theory of constraint. And I believe with GenAI, the moment has come where you see constraint in your process, which can be in terms of how do I sense the data. So for example, with your traditional AI, the AI was able to read the data, to decipher the data. But with multi-model GenAI models in place, you have voice to the data, you have your data can hear, your data can speak, your data can see. So that's where, can we see those process bottlenecks where these kind of challenges exist, and can we solve that through GenAI? So looking at the whole workflow, so that's another way. And with one example, I'll just sum it up. So we were working with another telecom operator, in network planning and deployment. So the conversation again started, what are the use cases do you have, and all of these. And we said, no, we are not use case centric. Look at the complete process, look at the bottleneck, look at the decision making points which are happening. So for example, one of the bottleneck we found that, multiple snaps you take from the field and come back to your back office for qualification, for decisions, whether the site is installed correctly or not. Can we apply in deep learning there? Their CEO or the chief of operation used to ask a lot of questions to their backend team that give me that report, and the 2-3 people dedicatedly working on that. Can we give a GenAI bot to the chief executive to say that whatever question you want in terms of the data, it will answer. So those kind of things. So I'll just sum it up. It starts with the intent and look at the process in totality to get more to the ROI.
Thanks, Vikas. Interesting example. Now let's shift gears, right, from large enterprises to coming to the MSME ecosystem. And Gaurav, if I can come to you, because Vodafone actually supports a vast network of MSMEs. So what's one GenAI use case that's actually working that you've seen on the ground for small businesses? And again, beyond cost savings, which are the other measures of ROI that you would like to see for these small companies?
Thanks, Shala. Good afternoon, everyone. So I will start with what I'm seeing in the market when my team interacts with the MSMEs. One area where we see very high level of adoption is at a personal level. People have started using ChatGPT, or other GenAI tools to get, to help them in simple things, right? Writing emails, coming up with new campaigns. So there is, at a personal level, there is a lot of adoption which is happening. The second thing is, if at an enterprise level, if I see, there's a lot of adoption in terms of creating content. So there is a lot of personalized marketing content that has getting started, generated using these tools and coming to all our, WhatsApp and everywhere. From the business process perspective, whoever has, like, say, a call center operation, so they are moving to, of course, contact center as a service, which is using the AI agents, which is using maybe, like transcripts of the calls, the analysis of those. You want to see the sentiment analysis when somebody is speaking with the customer and using that as to define their interaction. So those kind of adoptions we are seeing. I think it has to definitely, it will increase as people start to integrate multiple business processes and using these AI tools, making them more effective. If I come back to the cost question, the ROI question that you asked, Maybe I'll give you my own example, right? So some places where we have a set process, it is easy to see what benefits we are getting, right? Whether it is in terms of reducing the time, if it is saving the cost because we need less people. I'll give you an example where, say I have about 1,500 people on ground selling our products to MSMEs. And there is a lot of churn in that because those are entry-level salespeople, right? So we created a bot which can assist them in this sales journey, where if they have a question about our process, about our product, about the proposition, they can ask the bot and get the answer right away. Now, it helps us to get them ready faster. So if somebody was getting productive in 3 months, can get productive in 1 month, right? The productivity in terms of the number of calls they can make also increase, and which is easy. But the best, outcome that will come out of that, I know my salesperson on the ground is facing what problem. What questions are they asking? Using those questions, now I can refine my proposition. I know where I have to fix my process, which wasn't so easy before having a tool like that. So the ROI is not just in terms of cost saving, or it can be a lot more in terms of fixing our business processes, making our products more efficient, and of course get more revenue.
Thanks. Great to see. So basically, there is a difference that one is seeing at a grassroots level. Now let's talk about the technology powering these innovations. So Anku, if I could come to you. So MediaTek powers the hardware behind many AI-enabled devices, right? So how do you see Gen AI shaping enterprises in the next few years? And I believe you also have an IoT platform that helps organizations take smarter decisions, right? So how is that coming up?
So I think let me address this in multiple segments. So one is about enterprise adoption. And secondly, maybe I can talk about the chipsets that we design for several verticals. For enterprise adoption, I think everyone understands that AI is not a buzzword anymore, as you mentioned. And the question is, how do we adopt in several different workflows? So what I've noticed in my own teams is that although everyone is aware of AI, but the knowledge is very superficial. So it has to come from the top that we have to somehow use AI to increase efficiency. And so in our teams we have had kind of hackathons kind of things, and where we ask people to identify the pain points that they suffer, and where they can then kind of map it with the capabilities of the AI. And that's how we have been able to actually come up with a lot of good use cases, which are small use cases, but then it helps to increase the efficiency. Could be in coding, could be in marketing, could be in sales. So any pain point which is they are suffering, and how do they leverage AI? I think that kind of mindset people have to have. Otherwise, adoption may not happen. People just have ChatGPT and stuff like that, and it doesn't really work out. So that we have seen by this kind of method, we have seen adoption increase quite rapidly. And we have been able to save a lot of manpower, and things have become better. Now that is from the enterprise point of view, and of course workflows one can identify. And maybe one example I can give, not from my industry, but from the lawyers industry. So I was talking to someone, and he was saying that for the entry-level lawyers, they have to, given a new case, given any case, they have to actually study of the similar cases in the country. And for that, AI is a very good tool, right? So they can actually feed all the stuff there into AI, and then maybe ask that to do the research. So for such entry-level use cases, I think AI is doing a very good job. And I think, as mentioned earlier by the speakers, enterprises have seen a lot of traction. Now coming to MediaTek, we are a chip design company, and we design chipsets for smartphones, smart TVs, and everything has AI. Everything has AI inside. So in fact, today we announced the latest and the greatest flagship chipset for smartphones, which is Dimensity 9500, and that has is like a beast in terms of 4K images on the edge without connectivity, on the device itself. It has like few billion parameters capability on the chip. So that is the kind of capabilities which we are seeing on the device, and that's what we are bullish about. And regarding IoT, of course, everything is getting smart. So every device around us is getting smart. Now, how do we use AI to create useful information for predictive maintenance, for example? So those are the kind of discussions we are having. And I think we are still early days, but things are looking very promising, I would say. Yeah.
Well, thank you, thank you. I think clearly, I would say hardware layer is clearly evolving very fast. So, Viti, you work with global enterprises, right? Helping them modernize their infrastructure. So, are most organizations still using GenAI to optimize their existing processes, or are you seeing signs of some new models emerging?
Shalab, thank you very much. Very interesting question. I should say both. So the GenAI, initially the enterprises was using GenAI to optimize their ecosystem, optimize the systems. They were trying to see how they can impact the customer services and all this. But now what we are seeing is, as part of the largest IT managed services company in the world, now we are seeing is all the clients are looking for GenAI to increase their business. They're trying to start a new service line. They are doing digital products online. So take example of the banking industry or the telecom industry. No more the banking industry is trying to use AI to optimize the system. They are trying to use AI to detect frauds. The telecom is not using AI to, again, optimize their ecosystem, run the system. They are trying to use these Gen AI, how they can get a better service to the client, how they can have a different digital tools for them. So I think the whole industry is shifting from the pilot mode to the real world. So Gen AI was initially just to decrease the manpower. Now Gen AI, all the big enterprises, again, 90% of the Fortune 100 companies that are our client, they are looking for Gen AI to increase their business values. So the time has come that no more is an experiment thing, it's a real thing. So Gen AI is, if you use it properly with the governance, with the right modeling, it can really increase your ROI. The whole business case is there for that. So I think answering your question, I see both the trends, Gen AI for optimization and the Gen AI for increasing the business values. Thanks.
Thank you. Quite an interesting perspective. Now let's talk about infrastructure. So Pradeep, Ericsson obviously is the heart of and core of the telecom infra, right? So what kind of enterprise use cases are demanding intelligent connectivity in your experience, and also low latency edge capabilities? Because there's a lot of talk that's happening from shift of cloud to edge, right? So how is Gen AI assisting that shift?
Yeah, great question, Sharma. So yeah, as anything, it all depends on context, right? So the shift from cloud to at edge, it all depends on the type of AI application that you're looking at, right? If you have something like a chatbot or a coding assistant, for instance, something that is more suited for an office environment, likely to reside in the cloud. But when the AI application sort of is close to your operational workflow, then a case can be made for having that run at the edge. If you think of certain examples, right? If you think of factories, mines, industry applications, right? So here you have, cameras that are having vision applications, for instance. You could use them for quality checks, safety checks, and maintenance and so on. So do you want to have the data shipped to the cloud and then do your inferencing, or would you rather have it done closer to where the data is generated, and you save both on the backhauling of the traffic back to the cloud, as well as getting inference in close to real time? So that's one place where it really makes sense. And similarly, when you talk about fleets, right, where the connectivity is primarily mobile, right? You're depending on cellular connectivity. So you have workflows like route planning, package tracking, driver assistance, and all that. And all these require specialized treatment by the network. And here's where something like 5G could help, right? And this is another case where the low latency at the edge would benefit these kinds of things. And on shifting to a different spectrum, if you think of retail, right? If you want to do personalized recommendations for the customer, improve their experience, that's another case to be made there. But all this ties to this notion of what we call intelligent connectivity. What do we mean by intelligent connectivity? By that I mean a network that knows what to prioritize, what traffic to be prioritized, a network that can segment traffic securely, and more importantly, deliver things reliably. And how do we achieve this? The connectivity part of it, 5G plays a key role. Delivers cost. You have things like network slice, where you have a guaranteed quality of service. But then you couple with things like SASE, or Secure Access Service Edge, right? It's a combination of SD-WAN and security. And that essentially allows you to intelligently groom traffic and also make sure everything is secure. So by having a reliable and secure pipe, you're essentially encouraging the enterprises to move their processing close to the edge. It doesn't mean we're abandoning cloud. You're still going to have your inference, your training going to be running on the cloud. You're going to have your workloads, heavy workloads running on the cloud. But you do move where it makes sense. So in a nutshell, if the AI is at close to the operational level, workflow level, then it definitely I would look at moving it close to the edge. Again, context matters here.
Wonderful. So GenAI obviously brings a lot of opportunities, but at the same time also big responsibility. Everybody keeps talking about the responsibility aspect. So let's move into a segue into the next segment, which is risk governance and workflow readiness, right? Where we actually can understand how organizations are managing risks, staying compliant, and preparing their people for the AI-driven roles, right? There's a lot is happening and a lot needs to be done. So Vikas, if I could just ask you, say for example, a regulated entity, right, wants to adopt GenAI and they are worried about compliance. So what's your first conversation that you actually have with them? What's your advice to them as to how do they balance between innovating responsibly and while staying within the regulatory boundaries?
Sure. Just to give you a glance that the life sciences become one of the most regulatory one, then the financial services and all of that. Now, when such kind of customers, not only these two but many other category of customers, they approach us in terms of we want to start, but there are some regulatory limitations we face. So our conversation starts from not the model trust, because that's where everyone look forward that, okay, what is your model accuracy? Is it 80%, 90%, 20%? What is your precision recall? So what we say, no, hold on. Let's just start from the data trust, because that's where the regulatory boundary starts from. Where are you securing the data from? Are you securing it from public domain? Are you securing from a governance framework or a regulatory framework? And that's where the first conversation starts, data trust. Now, once that is taken care, now we come as crossing the barrier to say that don't sort of, limit your innovation or paralyze your innovation because of compliance. So it should not become, a bottleneck for your innovation. The idea is that, put guardrails, but not the walls. So don't create walls that, okay, this cannot be done, this cannot be done. Do it, but put the guardrails. Now, how do we do the guardrails in an enterprise? So RAG models are there. You have enterprise sandboxes. You have controlled environment. You have, access controls. So these are few techniques you can still work with GenAI, and then having a fair amount of control and governance in place. Now the third thing which we really, talk, and that's part of our, key pitch to the customer, that how do you create that environment of, or the culture of data ethics, or more and more regulatory compliance. So the data thinking, the data ethics should come to your day-to-day work. Whatever you are securing in terms of the data, whatever you are sharing, whatever you are communicating, is the data ethic in place, either through the email or through verbal communication through written documents or some video recordings and all that. So I think these three things, if these are taken care very much, well in place, then enterprise should not really worry about. Anyway, technology is going to intervene much more deeper. So not to really wait for aha moment to come and then do it. Someone else better do it.
Yeah.
So these are the 3 points which we take care, and I think the conversations are going well. Enterprise adaptability is going well with these things.
Thanks, Vikas. I think that sets the stage well, especially around compliance. Now, Viti, if I can come to you, so you manage mission critical systems, right? Power grids, financial infrastructure. So how do you manage risk while AI is powering systems that simply can't afford to fail? You can't have a risk of failure there, right?
No, thank you for the question. This is very near and dear to my heart because the governance, the policies, how to manage risk, because we manage the complex mission critical workloads for the clients worldwide, right? If you don't give them the security, if you don't give them the confidence that your data is safe, let me touch it, let me work with it, they will not allow us to touch it. So basically, the company I work and what we do, we don't have a room for experimentation at all. We need controls. So once we are doing that, we have a basic principle. AI has to be safe. It has to have a governance. And of course, it has to be a scalable model. You cannot have the pilots going around. I think you people might have seen the latest MIT report came 2 weeks ago, that 95% of the GenAI pilots are failing in the companies. So we want to be, of course, we cannot implement something without governance and the security controls. But going back to how we manage our critical workloads or mission critical workloads, we give them the confidence, first of all, how to monitor the workloads, how to show them they are safe, how to show them how we can basically modernize their legacy infrastructure before implementing GenAI on top of that. So there are a lot of works to be done before you talk about AI. The data cleansing has to be done. You have to have a data structured in place. You have to have the complete knowledge of the ecosystem they have. So once we have all the ticks are there, then comes the AI and the governance AI, and then you take it to the next level. So I think adopting AI is one thing, but implementing AI in a safe manner, in a disciplined way, is a project. It's like a target. People don't think on those lines. Everybody says GenAI, but when you go and talk to the client who is going to give you a $40 million check, you can't simply tell them the things which are there on the books. We have to show them the ROI on that. We have to show them how, go to a banking client, you tell them I'm trying to move their $1 billion on cloud. The first question is risk involved. How we can show them there's no risk. So I think for what we are doing is we are making sure we have smart AI systems which can improve the technology. We have the smart system which are in the governance network. We have the smart system which can really prove that it's in the safe environment and the business value they can get out of that. So I think that's what we are doing and trying to convince the clients, don't be scared. Yeah. GenAI is there to stay and it will expand as the time comes. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. So basically work on the foundational layer before you actually start thinking. So yeah. Now let's shift to telecom layer, Pradeep. So as GenAI moves closer to edge, especially, right? So how enterprises managing data governance and network security, how's that happening in the telecom side?
Viti touched upon an important point, right? That when you talk to your customers, they're very worried about, is my data protected, right? So anytime you have a conversation about enterprise AI, the conversation eventually pivots towards one thing, trust, right? And that's where governance and security come into play. So you really have a two-layer approach, right? What you need are clear governance processes, right? And by that, you need to know what data can be accessed, where the data is processed, and who can access it. But then you have this notion of data at rest and data in transit. Both need to be protected. And when you come to the data in transit, that's when the network security angle comes in, right? You need to have things like standard security strategies like ZTNA or SASE that can really help secure your network. Today, the security policies, right, they're not tied to a specific location or anything because the devices and users move around. So which means that your security policies need to follow your devices or users no matter how they connect to the network. Then the connectivity aspect that you touched upon, that's extremely important. Why? Because users are no longer tethered to a physical location. They are highly mobile. You know, think of fleets, think of first responder vehicles like police cars, ambulances, fire trucks, think of pop-up stores. All these demand a high level of connectivity. And it's not just bandwidth that we are talking about, it's quality of service and with secure ports. And here's where 5G in combination with SASE is original. But what we see is AI and the connectivity, they're sort of complementary in the sense that Gen AI can help better manage your security. You know, it can interpret security policies, translate it into the right policies that can be applied in the device. It can spot compliance gaps. It can fix things on the fly that a human cannot react in time. It can spot anomalies in traffic. So as the complexity of the network grows, you do need something like this, right? And a secure network is going to encourage people to adopt Gen AI more. Coming on the other side, the connectivity that AI provides, that 5G provides, is going to be critical for AI because that depends on low latency and high bandwidth connections. So essentially, these two complement each other. But bottom line, the data governance and security, these are not add-ons. You need to bake it into your architecture. It needs to be built from the ground up. So when you have a reliable, secure network, that guarantees all these things, then enterprises can scale to deliver secure and trustable solutions.
Okay. Interesting perspective, Pradeep. So, Gaurav, if we can build on that, so telecom obviously is India's one of most regulated sectors, right? And Vodafone deploys AI-powered solutions. So, in your experience, are regulators keeping pace with innovation, or are you still seeing some shades of grey? You're navigating in the grey zones. And also, the second part would be, how are you preparing your teams for AI-led transformation?
So, AI, while it brings a lot of opportunity, it also brings its risk, right? Because it is all based on data. Where is that data going to get stored? How it's going to get used? The algorithms, do we have transparency? Are they bringing some biases? So there is a lot which is evolving. And in our regulator, TRI and METI, we have quite progressive bodies who are definitely thinking about it. In fact, TRI had came up with a consulting a paper in 22, if I'm not wrong, almost 3 years back. And based on that, they, of course, collected inputs from people, from industry, and then they have now given a recommendation that there should be a regulatory body for AI and data in India. So, of course, regulators are preparing for it. We do not have laws right now, but I'm sure it will come very soon. And we need those. Now, coming back to how we are preparing, so of course, we are not going to wait for those laws to come in. We are very protective about the data of our users. So we are also in that way conservative. How are we using these technologies? And while we are doing that, I also want to still give exposure to my teams to these new tools to try out what is the art of possibility. And one way that we are envisaging it that we are going to create AI cafes within our offices where the young employees can go and test out new tools which are not connected to our network, not exposed to our data. And they can still try out what new things can be done and can bring out new ideas which we can then see how we implement in a secured and controlled manner enterprise-wide. So that's how we are approaching it.
Okay, thanks. I think that brings us to a broader question of scaling responsibility. Anku, if I can come to you. So innovation obviously moves faster than regulation, right? So how can enterprises balance the excitement of Gen AI with the need for ethical and responsible use, especially when you deploy AI in large scales?
Yeah, I think the problem with AI is that the pace of change is very fast. So when I got to know what's the full form of Gen AI, there's something like genetic AI which is coming, right? So I think we have to be on our toes to understand what are the technologies which are going around AI. And now recently MCP servers have become very common to be used. So, I think the question is about ethical challenges. I think for that I would say, I think transparency is one big important aspect. Previous speakers have already spoken about data privacy issues and so on. Transparency in the sense that one should be able to audit the decision made by AI, and one should be able to look at the way it is working, right? The AI is working. So that should be available. If that happens, then it is more predictable in the sense that one can know what's going on. So I think, and of course there can be ethics committee, there can be data privacy and stuff like that. That's important. But I would say overall it is something which we have to understand. And we have been working on AI for enterprise for the last 1 year, and we're still trying to just scratching the surface. And he mentioned about 95% Gen AI failure. I would say that is kind of true because we have been experimenting a lot of things, and many of them are giving false positives or giving erroneous results. So, but we have to keep experimenting, and eventually you will know what combination works well for our enterprise. So that is where we are right now. It's still a long way forward, a long game ahead of us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I'll take a quick perspective, 30 seconds from each one of you. What's the biggest blocker to faster Gen AI adoption in India between governance, talent, infra, and business mindset? I mean, we can go randomly, whosoever wants to come. So what's the biggest blocker to faster Gen AI adoption in India? You need to choose between governance, talent, infrastructure, or business mindset.
I would say it is the mindset, because people understand the superficial nature of AI, like ChatGPT and stuff like that. But people don't still are not putting the hat of trying to convert any opportunity to how to make use of AI in that opportunity, like anything the pain points. So that is something I feel is missing. People are still just scratching the surface. So mindset, I would say, and it is important to get over that very fast.
Okay.
Yeah, I think all four things you mentioned are very important, but to be honest with you, I agree with what my colleague said, the mindset. I'll give you an example. Like again, when I mentioned that 95% of the Gen AI are failing, you read a Gartner report, Forrester report, they say the same thing. Now the people are working diligently in this area, but the executive mindset is still that Gen AI is an experiment, it's a pilot, it's a POC. They're not taking Gen AI as a business creation tool. Till that mindset, the top level changes, the water flows from the top. Till the C-suite think that way, that Gen AI is going to make a difference in the value and give some money to the whole process, things will not change. So the mindset is extremely important, and especially India, like a big country with 1.4 billion population, here also it's not taking off. The mindset has to change at the top level to make it work, and it will fly.
Okay. Any other perspectives, anyone?
So I would have to agree too. To me, mindset is what I think, but I have a slightly different nuance on this. Right? So it's in terms of the ROI that people expect out of it. You're not going to get a quick win. People think about summarization of documents and code pilots and all that, right? Yes, those are quick wins that you will have, right, to improve your operational efficiency. But to truly unlock the value of Gen AI, you need to invest for the long haul. You need to have that mindset that yes, I'm in it. I need to put in effort to build the right infrastructure, to build the right architecture, and stick with it. So when that mindset change happens, I think we will see a lot more uptick in Gen AI adoption.
Okay, interesting.
I would agree with mindset, but just one more thing I would like to add. What I've seen working is if you get young people, just out of college, 2-year experience, give them the problem, tools, they find out which tools to use. And then they show you something which, wonders everyone, and then we see that, the potential of these technologies. So that I've seen working.
Okay.
Can I build on something which I heard? So very good point which you brought in that only 5% so-called experiment or with Gen AI is successful. But think about it, you need 5% to disrupt the whole business model. Think that way. Now the second thing, we touched upon mindset, and that's a pretty much, undoubtedly one of the biggest block. Let's cover the talent part from Indian point of view, and then the governance. We are the country of coders. The only thing which we lack is that can we connect the coding outcome with business goal. So you need more of translators. That's it. So from a talent side, the people who can connect the code with the business. And that is what West has done beautifully, and West is far more innovative in terms of the different products or different ways to engage with the common, be it Facebook, Google or something. So as a country, we need to really focus on those translators who can connect the algorithmic outcome with the business goal. Now, governance definitely is a point which is a concern, but this is manageable, no doubt.
So I'm actually intrigued with with unanimity. Most of you are actually talking about mindset. In my mind, I was actually struggling between mindset and infrastructure, and the reason so was, why is it that the largest of the tech companies are not in India, but outside of India? Probably Indians people with Indian origin or background or a context actually are contributors to those companies. So I was in my mind thinking, is it the mindset that is actually driving that behavior, or is it the infrastructure, and mindset is actually restricting the infrastructure support? Probably that's what the panel is indicating.
Once you're in the Western world for 20 years, your mindset changes.
Yeah. Thank you, and great. So we move to the last segment. Clearly, no one scales Gen AI alone, right? It has to be a partnership across telecom, technology, infrastructure, which actually collectively help enterprises move faster. So if I can, again, quick 10-20 seconds each person, if you can share your perspective, what makes ecosystem partnerships work at scale, and where do you see them breaking down?
If I just start, of course, we need multiple players to come together to make a use case live. Right? It is not just the infra provider in terms of network or compute and the GPU farms. You also need the application. We need the system integrators who can then put all of this in motion. So yes, we would need these partnerships to evolve to get the benefits out of Gen AI that we would need.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'll just give my 2 cents. I work with Microsoft globally, and Microsoft is a partner-first company. So why I'm getting this into the partnership ecosystem has to be there to get some results. So without the ecosystem, the quantum computing, or you say chip, or you mentioned cloud native and all this, one company can't do much. The IBM is infra expert. Microsoft is called a cloud expert. We all have to collectively put our brain together, come up with an ecosystem which will be beneficial for the whole world. So without that ecosystem, nothing can work.
I would like to answer the previous question, about
Sure.
why we don't have such companies in India, right? I think the biggest reason is not talent, of course. I think talent is there, infra is there, but the problem was, I think it's changing now, is that the venture capitalist ecosystem developed very late here. I think in maybe 2005 or 2010, and the risk-taking capacity of the startups which are coming here was not there earlier. But now that has changed a lot, and in Silicon Valley it has been there for 40, 50 years, the VC ecosystem. And that has changed drastically, and now we can see Indian startups doing very, very well globally. And it's a matter of time, maybe in the next 10 years, that we will have some big giant coming from India. So I think that ecosystem is, I think just 20, 30 years late than other countries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Wait, if I can just have a follow-up what you mentioned. So again, with your experience of India and global, right? So in your view, what needs to happen for India to move to becoming a large AI innovation leader rather than a user?
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting question. Now, I'm sitting in India. You have to tell about India. So first of all, India has a great pool of technologists, which I don't see anywhere in the world. India has got the infrastructure. India has got the cloud computing. India got everything. So I firmly believe there are three factors which can influence India becoming from AI market to an AI innovation leader in the world. The first one is the AI infrastructure modernization at scale. By that what I mean is like the government, the enterprise all have to think how we can modernize our existing infrastructure so that we comply with the governance and get the credibility at a global level. Then you will be an AI leader. The second thing is intention, like same like POC and the pilot to the production cases. India has to go one step ahead than the whole world to show that our pilots are working, our POCs are working. That will only happen when we have a combination of academia, enterprise, policymakers, startups, all working together in the ecosystem, trying to give the confidence to the whole world that we have, as you said, the startups, there are a lot of startups in India, but the startup has to talk to academias. They have to talk to the IBMs and the Microsoft and Google of the world. They have to talk to the Department of Telecom, Government of India. All people have to work sync to make India as an AI innovation leader. And finally, I think is the governance model. We have to have a centralized governance model in the country. Everybody is working in silos. Startups have got their own governance model. Microsoft and the world has its own governance model. So if we have a collective one governance model which can be defined by Government of India, that will give an example to the whole world. Right now in the world, there is no governance model. Europe has got 10 governance models. US has got, every state has got its own model. India can develop that ecosystem. If you can develop that, show to the world, you are the AI leader in this world. So that's the three factors which will happen. Thanks.
Okay. So Gaurav, if I can come to you. So from India experience perspective, do you think that we are ready for Gen AI ambitions that we are discussing, or we are still talking about the foundational layer, just building upon what we heard?
I think if we talk about infrastructure, right, so I think kind of we have laid the roads, we just have to light those up, right? So if you look at the connectivity part, India is quite ahead in terms of the fiber reach, right? We have, most of our areas are connected. The 5G, with coverage that we have, 4G is definitely pan-India almost now. So we have good network coverage. If you say the data centers, there are a lot of data centers are coming up. I don't see any, any risk in terms of not having enough capacity. Of course, those data centers, then we'll have to put enough GPU farms, and then we will have to have the power that we would need for those. I'm sure that is getting built up. So to run a business process or innovations in terms of using this technology, I think we are there. But now, if just to add to one point is, do we have infrastructure to create our own LLMs? Maybe not that much, right? But to use that technology, yeah, I think we will definitely be.
Okay. Pradeep, perhaps a final word from you from product lens, right? So anything that you'd like to add which could accelerate enterprise AI adoption faster?
Well, since you mentioned product lens, right, and put on my product manager hat and then answer it with that perspective. The one thing that we always run into when we talk to customers is that they want operational simplicity for anything that the network just should work. Things should just work. And if it doesn't work, fix it yourself. The system should self-heal. The system should be able to or guide the user to say, okay, this is what is happening. The explainability part of it comes in, right? The reason I'm saying it from this angle is that the infrastructure is key, right? So anytime you add a new AI workflow or a new endpoint, the threat surface increases. Already IT departments are overburdened with managing networks, and they are going to infrastructure, right? And it's going to get more ever so complex. So what you would need are things like an agentic AI-based system, right? That uses interface management, so that users don't have to deal with the complexity of the underlying system. And it's not just networks alone; it can apply to any system, right? You just specify your business objective, and the system takes care of it. If you're able to do all that, you relieve the burden of the persons managing the infrastructure, and then the infrastructure is solid. That itself will accelerate adoption of more use cases and so on. So it's not just networks alone. The concept applies to other areas as well. That would be my...
Okay, thank you. So infrastructure is ready. We are saying, right, governance, if done right, is an enabler. And collaboration is important, right? And India has talent, diversity, and I guess also technology stack that is required. So that actually sums up our panel. Thank you so much. Any questions anybody has? Otherwise, we can call it a close.
So, just one question: when we are talking about AI adoption, and you are saying that okay, 95% of the AI use cases are failing, and it's kind of a dichotomy over here. India is one of the largest users of tools like, say, for example, ChatGPT or Red Llama or etc. etc. That's the first part. And the second part is that when we look at from a governance point of view, when we look at aspects like LLM hallucination, etc., how do we address? So one is that at the core, there are complexities to the LLM models as well, which a service provider typically is not able to handle because it's something, a complexity which is lying at the LLM model. And then how do we address some of these use cases? That's my basic question. Yeah.
If I just take it, the hallucination depends on how the model is trained, right? Depending on what model are we using. Now there are companies in India who are creating the small language models, which are specific for a particular use case. If you have a complete generic model, of course, even ChatGPT and the latest ones are hallucinating right now. So we will have to make purpose-built models. We'll have to put those guardrails that they are not going beyond something what they are supposed to do. Right? We are not talking about that, something which can answer everything. But if for my business process, there are certain things which needs to get done, I need to have a very limited intelligence that this model has to have. So those, as long as we can put those guardrails, and that is where the point we were talking about that, the transparency about the algorithms. And those are evolving. Means that it's too early, but maybe after a year we would have answers to some of those questions. Not all of those are there right now. But if we make purpose-built models, smaller, which will take lesser energy, which will be focused on what we need to get done, it'll be taken care of.
Just want to add one thing. Agentic AI is coming out of what you said. Now every company, agentic AI, every company has got its all small language models. They are trying to, personalize the AI tools for their specific uses. So that are not dependent on LLMs, they are SLMs. So agentic AI, if the company has got agents, 100 agents, 1,000 agents in one company, all are specific agents working. I have been given one agent. I have an agent working for me. So that is taking care of my needs. So that is the shift from LLM to SLMs.
Just request Shalabh to please present mementos to our panelists. Thank you everyone for such an amazing panel and such amazing insights. Please give a huge round of applause for the panel, everybody. Welcome our esteemed panelists for the session. I would like to welcome Varun Das, Executive Vice President and Chief Product Officer, Bharti Airtel. Piotr Veglicki, Senior Product Manager, Server BU AMD. Sorry, sir, if I mispronounced the name. Alok Shukla, Senior Principal Architect, Samsung Research India. Gaurav Garg, Vice President, Cloud and Mobile Apps, VVDN. Piyush Sinha, Director, Center of Excellence, Red Hat. And at last, please join me in welcoming the moderator of our session, Sonika Bajaj, Partner, Client and Markets, KPMG, India. A huge round of applause.
Hi, good evening, everyone. At the outset, I think I would like to thank IMC, COI, and DOT to organize this fantastic IMC year on year. I think every year it gets bigger and better. So very proud to be here. I think I say that on behalf of all my panelists here. And I know it's the last session of the day. I know you guys want to go back home, so maybe we'll do a quick round of a few important questions which I thought would be relevant for India's Gen AI journey, and where telcos play a big role. The convergence that cloud, AI, and networks are bringing in, they're opening up a realm of new possibilities for India, especially for the digital Bharat, making India a digital nation. So from that perspective, I think we've got a good mix of panelists here, and we'd love to hear from you guys in terms of how your journey has been, in terms of your own Gen AI adoption, and how do you see Gen AI create an impact on enterprises, both I mean, I think we've got a mix of both Indian and global experience, so would love to hear both the perspectives. Maybe Varun, if I can start off with you. Telcos, I think, have been early adopters of Gen AI. So maybe a little bit of your journey and how you've seen Gen AI enhance telco operations, and also perspective on how an organization like yours is looking at leveraging Gen AI to create new portfolio solutions for enterprises.
Awesome. Thank you, Sonika. It's good to be at IMC, and thank you all. It is a late session, so I appreciate all of you all staying back. If you think about telcos in India, telcos are what I consider core national infrastructure, right? And the more efficiently and the more smoothly networks run, it kind of does the same for the country, right? That efficiency comes into play. And so when in 22, when this first wave of AI which came in with generative AI, we were already on that journey with more traditional machine learning ecosystems to try and see how to run our networks efficiently. We just for context and scale, we serve about 360 million customers, about 1 million enterprises, and so operations, the scale of operations is large. And one of the things we've always looked to try and do is how do you get the best quality of service for your customers, and how do you do it at the most efficient ecosystem. It's a business where the investment is large, and essentially you have to be very efficient when it comes to running operations in this ecosystem. And so the shift, I think, what we witnessed is we've gone from more traditional rule-based operating models to manage our ecosystems. And I'm covering broadly, when I talk about operations, networks, of course, is a big part of our ecosystem. It is also what we call our engineering infrastructure, our digital platforms, etc. And then operations in a telco also is your field force. So we have about 150,000 people on the ground. We have over 1,000, 1,200 retail stores. And so operations takes many different shapes and sizes for us, and so it becomes very essential to do that. And we moved more systematically to systems that became more adaptive. And two things started driving that change. One was generative AI becoming usable and accessible. I think we went from early day models to where we are now. There's open source models, there are proprietary models that we're using. And the second thing, which is more prevalent now, which built on the Gen AI foundation, is agentic. So if you think about it, generative AI is about creating reasoning, and the agentic world is about planning, making decisions, using that reasoning to act in a more autonomous way. And if I was to address the two things you asked, if I take examples of how operations have changed, if you put the customer first, the efficiency of serving your customers is one of the easiest use cases and the most tangible use cases today for generative AI is the ability to serve your customers using conversational AI. And that's, I think, what most people have gone after, and I think it's fairly efficient. There are ecosystems like ours that have very large contact center ecosystems. We serve about 1.4 billion customers a year over just the contact centers. And so we became efficient at how we respond more natively in their language. The responses became consistent. I'll give you a simple example. We used to do collections when people would be late for their bills. Today it is all done by generative AI bots, which have neural voice. So it sounds very human, but it's kind of nice. Even if you don't want to pay a bill, you'd be like, okay, fine, I'll call you tomorrow. So that's one piece. Then you look at network operations. Like I said, we were already on the journey to be efficient about understanding signals. We have a tremendous amount of data that flows through our network. The ability to monitor it becomes harder and harder as you scale. And so where we were able to get this capability to play was to really understand root cause analysis, try and understand why signals were not ideal. How do you optimize? A very simple example of that is when today, if you ask for broadband to be installed in your home or an IPTV connection in your house. The engineer uses, once they complete the installation, basically they have a system that tells them that all parameters are normal, you're good to go. Which means we make sure when we leave the customer's premise, everything's working as it's supposed to be. You don't have to pick up the phone call again. So these are things that made it simpler. Then you take it one more level, we get to store planning, network planning. So today we use geospatial models that allow us to plan stores where we can serve our customers better. And it's simple, like you'll find that even though I have a store here, customers across the road can't get served because it's a highway. And so we are using lead information, signals, network availability, feasibility of networks. All of this data gets put into and used by these models. So today when you interact, we are able to suggest what is the best service for you. We're able to recommend what happens. And so if you put all of these pieces together, you get to an ecosystem where productivity becomes the focus, right? You want to serve your customers better, you can be more productive at it. So if 10 people were doing the same job, one person can probably do the same, and then you can deploy the 9. So I think for us, the cost of operations from a profitability standpoint is very important. That's why efficiency is important. The service to our customers is important. When you think about broadly the industry, how I think we're thinking about portfolio is, I'll take an example of managed networks. Today, if you're a business, you will buy some hardware, some connectivity, you'll buy certain services. I think we're probably now getting to a world where we can provide solutions for managed networks where a customer says, I want to focus on running my business. Why don't you just give me security, connectivity, cloud infrastructure, and the data center ecosystem in one play, and you take care of it. So I think you get to more outcomes that you can guarantee resilience for applications for customers, and that's the kind of solutions we're trying to think about in our space. And our goal then becomes enabling more customers using the capability that we have to focus on their customers and their business, as opposed to create smaller IT shops within that ecosystem.
And you're leveraging AI for that?
In many cases, yes, because if you can leverage AI to service and create a portfolio of services, then you don't actually have to, you build once and you scale multiple times.
Yep.
And that's really the idea behind it.
Perfect. Great insights, Varun. Thanks for that. Piotr, if I can move to you, given your global experience, just wanted to kind of understand how do you see global GenAI adoption, and maybe if you can compare and contrast that with what we have in India, where we are in the journey. I think those insights would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we see is that the adoption in India is, and the plans are quite ambitious. Okay, and I think that what we see comparing to the activity, the acceleration in adoption of GenAI in India is very impressive. This is outsider's view. You guys see it, inside and so on, how it is. For the outsider, it looks really, really, in terms of, the speed of adoption, the startup activity is very, very strong. Enterprises are going and doing a lot of, both pilots, but also, adoptions as well. And I think that you've got more and more global players as well participating, so this is a very, very interesting and, a very, very quick adoption in that. Of course, there are, adoption is also, a function of other parameters that you've got in India, okay? There is of course, connectivity, there is a cost sensitivity, there is localization, and so many languages that you are dealing with, that for instance in other countries like in the Netherlands, you will not have it, as a small country, effectively one language, and so the adoption model will be completely different. The other thing that what I think that is also India is adopting a much more edge approach as well, okay? Again, for good reasons, big country, you need to ensure that your latency is really managed, for a lot of use cases, like, like manufacturing, for instance, agriculture use cases, you definitely need to do that. And so, we see this model. Comparing how it is actually in outside, there is a massive investment in big data centers, okay? The investment in North America, for instance, is huge, when it comes, all the hyperscalers are investing very heavily. Europe is adopting, again, they are building 5 gigafactories, and then in addition, I think it's 20 or 30, AI factories that are being, in addition being built there. So this is a slightly different model. Another thing that, is another aspect that you will see is that most of the countries outside of US effectively, okay, sovereign AI is absolutely key point, it's like, you need to make sure that, your data is well protected and is done there. So I think that, overall, these are the key aspects that you would see, and again, compare and contrast, it will be definitely edge versus, the centralized deployment, there is a speed of adoption as well, and scale versus localization, as I mentioned.
Thanks, Peter. I think that that's a great insight where, India is actually turning out to be a test bed. Just by the sheer scale and complexity that we offer, I think we can be test bed for a lot of global telcos to experiment and implement some of the upcoming use cases on agentic perhaps. Maybe, Alok, if I move to you, since Piotr talked about a lot of edge use cases, and Samsung with its devices is actually enabling some of these edge use cases. I mean, I think with your devices, it's not just customer experience that you're enhancing with AI, but a lot of enterprise use cases as well. Maybe if you can share insights on how you're creating that differentiation through leveraging AI in your devices.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Sonika. Interesting question. Good evening, everyone. So GenAI is rewriting the rules how the enterprise are actually creating, innovating, and sustaining their businesses. We are seeing a shift from automation to augmentation. AI is no longer just executing instructions, it's actually co-creating with human. Across the industries, from design to software development, from consumer experiences to entertainment, AI is redefining how the creativity and productivity at scale. At Samsung, we bring AI for all. We are making AI available at mass, everywhere and for everyone. Samsung Galaxy devices are becoming a powerful hub for bringing enterprise GenAI to the mass model. The Samsung Galaxy devices powered with multimodal intelligence as well as strict on-device security are empowering generative AI enterprise businesses. Samsung Galaxy devices powered with Galaxy AI, we have been transforming visual creativity. We have real-time interpreters to bring the language barriers, to break the language barriers. We have tools to summarize and kind of curate the conversations. There are multiple tools to use as an AI assistant and give personalized experiences. So the Samsung devices are becoming more intuitive, more user-friendly, and more context-aware. When it comes to how the GenAI and enterprise can actually work together, I see the opportunity lies in the intersection of the technologies and the convergence of telecom, AI ecosystem, and enterprise can actually take it to the leap. And with this convergence, we can actually bring GenAI closer to the customers and can benefit customers as well as the enterprises. So I really believe that bringing generative AI content closer to the customers, utilizing these edge devices can really benefit the end users.
Awesome. And I think there's specific industries which are actually leveraging some of these capabilities, insurance, banking, where edge is making a real difference in terms of adoption.
Yes, I think today if you see the things have dramatically changed, right? So if you look at the insurance industry, gone are the days when you have to physically take your car to an insurance company to get an estimate. Now with Samsung devices bringing the multimodalities, you can just capture some of the features of the damage, give some text input, and then just upload it to the clients, and you can immediately get your claims approved, right? When you go to the restaurants, you don't see physical menus now. You can just do a QR scan, and I'm pretty sure very soon you will have robots delivering your foods, right?
So far as they're not ordering on our behalf, I'm fine.
I think in some of the countries it's already happening. And I know like the food delivery app in my phone knows me better than probably my wife. And it gives me so many suggestions that which are the right food for me to eat. There are health monitoring system available on device which tells me that which food is good for me. And this is all happening on a smartphone which is acting as an AI companion to you. So I think the things are changing dramatically, and with the combination of enterprise and edge devices bringing this generative AI use cases closer to the customers, we can really elevate customers' experiences and business prospect.
Great. Thanks, Alok. Gaurav, if I can maybe move to you, I think another interesting use case where Gen AI is being very actively being used is the entire software development lifecycle. So maybe if you can share your experience on how Gen AI has been able to kind of reduce the complexity, increase the velocity, and just overall help speeden up or shorten the software development lifecycle.
Thank you, Sonika. A very relevant question to my area of operations. So I think we know that the software development lifecycle these days is not just the regular SDLC, but as we like to call it, Gen AI augmented SDLC. So in each of the phases of SDLC that we typically know of, for example, starting right from requirements gathering, which typically used to be quite a cumbersome process with ideas floating around in emails, in Slack messages, or as part of user stories. Now you could automate all of these through the usage of Gen AI. So you could actually have a BRD written down through these various sources without any human intervention. Not just the BRD, but the acceptance criteria as well. That can typically get automated using Gen AI. So that's for the requirements gathering phase. The next phase that you typically see is the design phase. So now, given your capacity, scale, and security requirements, you can actually get a Gen AI model to specify a right architecture for you. It has several reference architectures built in, and it can, given your requirements, it can specifically tell you that, okay, this is the right architecture for you, and on an infrastructure of your choice, be it a public cloud or a private cloud. Then the next phase, as we know of, is coding. Coding, of course, is that phase which takes almost 50% of your SDLC time. Now we have tools from Google, from Amazon, and there are third-party tools which leverage open LLMs, for example, Cursor.ai and Windsurf, that can help accelerate your coding by as much as 30 to 50%. So that to me is significant savings, and not just write codes, but it can also actually convert your code from one language to another. That's pretty powerful as well. Then next phase, as we know, is testing. Testing traditionally used to be, I mean, you used to study the BRD, you would write test cases, then you would study the code, and then you would write unit test cases. And there used to be something called as requirement specificity metrics. Now, all of that is automated using GenAI. You could upload a PRD document and then get the GenAI tool to write your unit test cases. Or you could give it a code snippet and ask it to write unit test cases. That is possible as well. Or you could say that, okay, here is my BRD, here is my test specifications document, map the requirements to your test cases. So that, again, that RTM, the requirement specificity metrics, can be done as well. Then the next phase, as we know, is the phase where you are actually deploying the code. Here as well, I mean, a lot of scripts that automate this CI/CD pipeline, the generation of these scripts can be done automatically. We have Ansible, Terraform kind of scripts that specify the hardware or the application infrastructure that is required for you to successfully deploy an application. So all of that, all of those scripts can be automatically generated using GenAI. So if you pretty much look at it, pretty much end-to-end life cycle of an SDLC, that can be GenAIzed, as I like to call it. You have a choice of LLMs to use. You have a choice of several industry-specific tools that you have to use. So I think it all depends on what is your current, what is best fit in your current infrastructure, and then it's for you to leverage this powerful GenAI tool. Thank you.
Thanks, Gaurav. I think the numbers that you shared, 30 to 40% savings, that it's just commendable on the agility that the GenAI offers, specifically when we're talking about new innovations, new apps development, new use case development. I think this is going to be really handy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Piyush, if I can maybe move on to you. Varun mentioned that, obviously how he shared his journey of how telcos have been early adopters through different technologies on network enhancements, network improvements. Maybe if you can share your experience on what's the future of networks, specifically when we're talking about GenAI, GenTech, what can we anticipate, and what's the journey going to look like?
So I think this is not something which we don't know. I think it's a very common topic. When you talk to any telcos, any service provider, everybody talks about autonomous networks nowadays, right? So this is something which everybody wants to get to. So there are different levels of autonomous network. I think if we talk about telcos in India, most of them are at autonomous network level 2 or 3, right? And I think GenAI and these kind of technologies are gonna help the telcos, the service providers to move from this 2 to 3 level to reach 4 in near and mid-term timeline. And I think the end goal is autonomous network 5, where everything is automated, right? So autonomous network 4, you are still using AI or GenAI as assistant, right? You are taking the help from it for the insights and all that, but the control in terms of executing the automation and those things are still with the human, right? And autonomous network 5 is when everything will be fully autonomous. The control is, given back to the machine or the software. So that's what everybody is talking about. But if you look at this journey, it's talking about it is very simple, but the journey is very, very difficult because there's a lot of legacy which still exists in the telcos, right? And they have to pass through those journey of transformation, get away with the legacy systems and technologies, right? We still have 2G in India, right? We still have 2G still working there. We still have not adopted, the cloud native functionalities entirely. We still have functions which are still virtualized, still not completely cloud native. So there's a long way to go. And I don't think just India, it's all about, if you talk about 5G also, most of the customers and operators are at NSA. They have not even went to SA. So there are a lot to do in terms of the transformation, and that's a journey they will have to go through. And of course, Gen AI will certainly help them, go through this journey a little faster, help them achieve the automations at a small, because automation is not about you automate everything end to end in one go. It's like a small step. You have to go through the smaller loops. You automate those loops in the lower layers, and then you go to the higher layers, right? So you have to start this journey, and most of the telcos around the world are in this journey, and they are going through this journey of automating the layers one after another. And once they have automated all those loops in the different layers, they will go for the end-to-end automation. I think that's where it's going towards.
Can I take a few minutes? I was just listening to all of us speak, and we talked about large network operations, and we talked about edge compute, and how SDLC can be more efficient. When I think about this again, and as I was preparing for this, you have to ask the question, where did we all begin, right? Like it's, the wonderful thing about this technology is it is accessible, it is usable by anybody. Right now, you can use it for the most advanced use cases, you can use it for the most simple use cases. And if you ask me, there are very few experts in this field. It's a little bit like we discovered fire, and then we're like, oh, you can burn something down with it, you can roast something with it. And the thing that I want to land with, and it's very relevant, when you think about rewriting the rules, a lot of the mistakes I've made and we've seen as it is, you tend to think the way we've done business till today is how it will happen tomorrow. And so if you look at what is happening with generative AI in many spaces, is we are trying to just answer questions with it. When you think about rewriting the rules for businesses especially, I do believe the possibilities are what you make it out to be, right? Who knew you could program a network using an intelligence? Who knew you could create images using stable diffusion? And I think the core of all of this, I think all of us are in that journey. We're probably deeply in the technology of it. We're in large corporations that are funded to do it. But I think at the core of it, the reason why generative AI or agentic will be transformative in India is because India will use it the way India needs to. I don't think you can define this is how you should use it. I think we are a country that is deeply innovative. We're a country that is very sensible when it comes to how we spend. And that is where the innovation comes in. We have deep STEM talent. We have a vibrant startup ecosystem, right? The role that I see large enterprises play is creating the foundations for others to pick up, because that's where the investment is, and build models on top of it. The LLMs, if LLMs are the refrigerators, then what's inside it is what people will buy. And I think the simplicity of this escapes us when we get into like really deep conversations. I remember like Alok was talking about edge compute, and I was talking about I was researching fast inference on edge devices. And I realized that we all get really wowed by the tech, especially, and it can be very overwhelming for someone who doesn't understand it, or a small business owner who's trying to do something to drive efficiency. And so, in my opinion, rewriting the rules is about having an open mind and being able to apply generative and agentic and all ways of AI that come to what is most important for your customers and what is more important for your business. And I will also say that the thing that is very important for us, even at Airtel, is it's easy to say I'm using AI for X and Y and Z, and there are two aspects to this which is very important. Data is kind of the foundational layer of how this technology works. And therefore, privacy, right? Because you're saying models know me and my family, and sure, yeah, I mean, if you ask my AI assistant, you will know half the things that I do in life, right? And so if you combine that with responsible and safe AI, if you combine what the government has initiated with the Digital Privacy Act, the ability to have traceable AI, traceability in your AI, the ability to have explainability become very critical, right? If you deal with so much data, and a great example that Gaurav gave on SDLC is when AI starts writing code for you and you don't understand what's going on and why it did what it did, that's where it becomes, well, I wouldn't say scary, but at the end of the day, like, that's where that's the focus areas. It's very easy to overlook this, right? And I think that's what I realized as we talked about it. We talked about the applications and the complexities and the cool stuff, but we all started at a very foundational level of how to use this and how to use this effectively. And I think what India will do with it will be so far beyond what others do with it because of the context, because of how we are and how we operate. I just wanted to share that. I don't know if any of you have a thought on that.
Absolutely. I think that, you touched a really good point, I think AI is, so fascinating because, looking at the experience, we engineers, when we have a project and we design something like that, typically we get something less. This time we got much work, more, and it was like, wow, I didn't know that it could do this. And I think, to a certain extent, for operators, it was a very interesting experience as well, because, you were doing ML already, autonomous networks, some was ongoing, before, and suddenly, sort of like generative AI became available. It's like, let's try this, and I think, that's a process that we are getting into it, really to understand, looking at my own industry, semiconductors, we enable all that, but we are in early stages as well, because the key thing for us, and it always has been, performance, but within, bound with power and the cost. Yeah. And I think that, right now, what is fascinating is the acceptance of so high power actually with the GPUs. But I think that, we will get with that, with this technology, how we can fine tune it and bring more. The other thing is, specifically about India and what, for instance, AMP could bring, except of the, in addition to the technology, our whole philosophy is open source. Okay, our competitors go different way. But for India, open source is cornerstone of the digital India, and India AI mission, and that's something that we can definitely contribute here.
That's
Great. Very interesting insights, and maybe that's a good segue to my next question to you, Varun. Obviously we are not talking about BAU. Right? We're talking about rewriting the rules. So how do you see GenAI impacting business models? Do you see some of these transformational, compelling organizations to change the business models as well?
Absolutely. I don't think there's a doubt in my mind, at least, that it will change business models. I think a lot of conversation today is around how do you get efficiency through automation. What in my opinion will happen is automation will become table stakes, right? To be competitive, you will have to be automated. And so as AI gets more pervasive, that's going to be true. The second thing that Peter talked about is cost. In India, today so far, a lot of what we've done is using GPUs. GPUs were originally designed to train LLMs, fine-tune, etc. A lot of the applications are conversational AI, and if you actually think about, there are focused companies that are only selling conversational AI models. There are specialized language companies like you have. We had Bhashni when last year at IMC. We had Bhashni, which is languages for India. You have these will change. So now when you take it conversational AI, when it comes to power consumption, when it comes to the cost of it, there is an option to use LPUs, which are way more efficient, much faster inference, better memory management, and it works. And so not only will existing businesses, right? Like today we're working on a FinOps model that says that if you want to use an AI capability for any use case, here is the mathematics. What do you use, an open source model? Do you use a closed source model? How many tokens do you generate? Are you efficient in it? And there's this whole economics to doing AI. And I think that is where the change in the business model comes. Now, that means beyond efficiency, the way I run my business is going to be different. The way I'll create new businesses. I'll give you the simplest example. We in India have a lot of marketing agencies that have tremendous amounts of investment in with clients. Now I'm saying the moment we're going to move from search engine optimization to AI optimization, right? We're going to be advertising in the ChatGPTs and the complexities of the world. How do agencies change that model? You're going to see, you are seeing today companies emerge with services that are easily consumable. In fact, with the latest release of OpenAI's ChatGPT with applications sitting inside GPT, you will start questioning, do I really need an app for everything? And so I think it's a matter of time that business model will start evolving. I think, and that's what I'm saying, like enterprises will do what they need to do to be more profitable. I think, like I said, the responsibility we have more as foundational enterprises is to create the platforms. And I think India's DPI actually already laid one very core part of the foundation. Payments in India, identity in India, financial services in India is part of your DPI, which allows you to build application layers on top of it, right? And I think what we're going to end up seeing is AI getting infused at the core of a lot of these ecosystems. So if you look at fraud, if you look at security, customer protection, everywhere, like the example I can give you for us is we use network intelligence and AI to deal with spam. Then we took it one level further and we said we'll help protect any malicious links. And I think what's going to happen is there'll be companies that will come up. I'm saying with agentic AI, you'll come up with agent marketplaces. I can do something really cool about automating your bills. Like you said, I can do something cool about ordering your groceries every month. In fact, you can do it today. If you have the comment browser, you open Blinkit and you say, I want to serve dinner for 5 people and I want to make butter chicken, it'll give you everything and submit. So I think that's where we're headed. Business models are going to change. You'll have smarter, more efficient companies. I believe we're in the age of builders. We'll have companies that will be 1 to 5 people and they'll be very high potential unicorns in my opinion. And they'll all sit on top of this in the infrastructure. So.
Interesting future. Maybe Piotr, if I can move to you, we talked about the need for responsible AI, but how does one go about it? Is there a governance framework that Indian companies can adopt around?
Absolutely. So I think that the key thing is establishing, the governance, sort of like governance framework for AI, responsible AI, starting with the foundational principles. And Varun mentioned a few minutes ago, one of these would be transparency. You need to be able to explain all of the decisions, that AI has made, and trace them, okay? The other one, principle will be, for instance, non-discrimination and fairness, Again, looking into the models, looking into the algorithms, and making sure that there is no hidden bias. Next one would be accountability, okay? So in other words, someone has to own it. Someone has to own AI decisions, So this is, human supervision, human in the loop type of model, principles there. Then you will have, security and privacy, which is extremely important, So again, protecting models, data and users, from the breaches, so making all that. Then it will be reliability and safety. So in other words, the model needs to work always in the intended way, no matter what conditions, So you need to first of all, establish this framework. Then you have to have the processes to do. You have to have the right supervision. You have to have the right people, who decides about, about model being, signing off a model. Who is supervising the data usage, for instance, you know? So these are who decides about the risk, which is another factor that you would need to establish what is the acceptable risk and almost like rate it, you know, high risk, mid, and low risk for using AI, as well as putting a certain boundary saying for certain cases, there will be no AI used without a, you know, a human signing. Let's take like, you know, legal, you know, enterprises can say, and probably they will, saying, okay, there will be no legal, you know, AI-generated documents that will be sent, you know, sort of directly without someone checking that. So I think that these are the key areas that, you know, you need to look into the framework there.
Great, thanks, Piotr. Interesting insights there. Moving on, maybe Alok, if I can maybe come to you. You know, startups play a key role in innovation, and I think AI is also a story of collaboration. So how do you see that spanning up, and how do you see organizations like yourselves speeding up the innovation process through partnerships with maybe startups, big tech players across?
Sure. So I truly believe that startups play a pivotal role in generative AI ecosystem, especially because they are more agile, they are ready to experiment, they are more prepared to take risk and do advanced research. They are actually not able to scale much, but that's where I think the big organizations can actually help. So I truly believe to really accelerate the GenAI adoption, both the large-scale enterprise and the startups should come together. Startups bringing more creativity and more consumer-facing experiences building, and the large enterprises are providing the infrastructure, scalability, and with this collaboration, we can really accelerate the GenAI adoption. I think we are ahead of the hype cycle of generative AI, and I think now we have to focus more on building those custom LLMs, which are specific to the use cases and the adoption. And of course, for those purposes, we will need large amount of customized data creation, curation, and filtering. And these are the areas where startups can take a lead and collaborate with the bigger enterprises to help them and go hand in hand to give better experiences to our customers.
Great. Maybe if I can move on to you, Gaurav. You know, obviously, a critical enabler of AI adoption in any organization is the readiness of the workforce. So, I mean, what's your thought process on what's the critical adoption path that organizations should take in terms of training, reskilling their workforce, and also redefining the workflows? Because as you mentioned, taking the example of software development lifecycle, some certain processes will be redundant. So how do we kind of redefine this entire?
Thanks, Anika. I think as a leader who is seeing this transition happen and in many ways directing this transition, it is extremely important that a leader lays down the vision of how does he or she sees his organization evolving. Vision in terms of, okay, I want my workforce to be GenAI ready in the next few weeks, months, and here's a roadmap. I want my engineers to be trained on so-and-so tool set and so-and-so time. Then it has to also translate into investments into trainings. We know that this is quite a transformational change from a regular SDLC to a GenAI based SDLC. So adequate investments have to be made in terms of trainings. There have to be trainings done on all the GenAI based tools. Number three that I foresee is also about a lot of workflows will have to be redefined, redesigned, meaning that you would not typically have, for example, in our good old days, we used to have something called, there's a concept called peer programming. You would have one person write the code, other person review the code. Now this writing of code would now be done by, let's say, your GenAI assisted tool, and the review part being undertaken by the human. So again, we see a complete change in how this entire process or the workflow will look like. Likewise, a leader also has to ensure that all departments of the organization come together. So it is not just that the software, the engineering department alone has to can make this happen. It has to also be supported by the HR department in terms of designing the training roadmap for the team, in terms of ensuring that the designations are likewise changed. So all aspects of HR also get impacted. Likewise, your legal team as well. I think the teams have to very well understand the finer nuances when it comes to how can I responsibly use AI. Can I upload my a client BRD document into an open AI model, or do I have to create a private cloud to be able to do that? So all of those sensitive questions have to be kind of a framework laid down to ensure that all of these teams, the HR, the legal, and the software engineering team, they all can come together and then lay down the rules of the game. So pretty much a leader has to kind of ensure that all of these aspects are covered, and then I think it's all set to kind of take the organization to this GenAI journey. Thank you.
Gaurav talked about the knowledge worker and what that evolution is going to be, right? I think one thing we should talk more about is you have to have early education. We're today adapting as a generation to what is coming as a change, right? I think ultimately you need a generation that is natively trained, which means you need the academia, the enterprise ecosystem, and the government to be in lockstep to create early access and education, which is part of the curriculum, like a language is, for that matter of fact, right? Because it's a very simple example. Think about how many of us, your generation, speaks to a Siri or a Google natively. We don't. You take the alphas, they will converse with it fluently. They think differently, and I think that comes from a very foundational setup. We did this for technology in our country with the IITs, and I think this is where early education, going deep, going early is very critical to change the workforce beyond. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I think Gaurav talked about it very realistically. It's something we're dealing with today, but I think we also need to think about how early can you get into this ecosystem so people are more tuned.
Yeah, and one of the changes happening actually, talking about my son who's 8th standard, he has AI in his curriculum. But of course I agree with you, I mean it's not there. Maybe in metros we have, tier 1 cities we have the privileges of...
I think if you think about this space, universal access to this technology, and I said this earlier, it is a easy to access technology. It's one of the things we did consciously is we gave 360 million Airtel customers access to Perplexity. Think about this, right? Like it's not just about access. People who wouldn't have generally interfaced with this tech can now experience it in a way that they wouldn't have. And I think that is the kind of impact that will leave the curiosity going, and that's kind of universal access and early education starts changing the workforce generation.
Yeah. I think the need is to institutionalize that across the country. Yeah. Piyush, maybe if I can move on to you, I think I'm just quoting one of the surveys that KPMG did, and while a lot of majority of the TMT executives we surveyed said that they are seeing AI as a must to maintain competitive edge in the market. I think substantial portion, almost close to around 60-65%, also said that there is a pressure on them to demonstrate ROI. So how do we address this elephant in the room in terms of ensuring there's adequate ROI? How do you measure it? How do you and how do you kind of actually implement and make sure that, you know, some of the investments that are being made now are not obsolete 6 months down the line, given the pace of technology change?
It's very, there's no one answer to this question, because ROI, how do you calculate, how do you achieve it, how do you measure it? It all totally depends on the type of use case, right, you are using this technology for, right? So if the use case is about efficiency, right, and that efficiency is OPEX reduction. So you know there are certain KRAs and, you know, time to resolve, you know, turnaround time, and then the effort which is required to resolve a problem and all that stuff. So you have those KRAs already established. You have it today as well. So only thing which will differ in this case is when you deploy this technology, GenAI, for achieving all these things, you'll have to see what is the efficiency you are getting against these KRAs, right? So, and if you have a use case which is more related to customer experience, right? So you have to measure it. The KRAs are all defined against those use cases. So you have net promoter score, for example, right? So you can use GenAI technologies to arrive at net promoter score. You can see how accurate it is coming. How is your net promoter score improving after deploying those technologies? So I don't think the problem is how do you measure it, because all those KRAs are very well established. It totally depends on what use case, for what purpose you are utilizing this AI technology, and against those KRAs, how are you performing?
And I think that's where the key is also to use to identify the use cases intelligently, because I mean, given the cost economics, not everything will warrant agentic implementation. Something maybe can be best achieved with traditional AI itself.
Absolutely. I think Varun has been talking about it, right? So the use cases totally differs from organization to organization, right? It differs from country to country. What is relevant in first world countries might not be relevant for India, for example. So we all will have to come up with our own use cases, the use cases which are more relevant to our environment, and act accordingly, because it's nothing good, bad, ugly about it. It's all about what is the relevance there.
Brilliant. I think with this, I think we're almost at the top of the hour. So I think great insights. Clearly, AI is transforming telco operations. Maybe also forcing telcos to use AI, but given the network diversity that is required from the applications that are being built out, the network diversification. So all of those, I think, are also in a way forcing organizations to use innovation and technology to optimize their operations. But I think the brilliance of the entire conversation is also how telcos, along with in collaboration with cloud providers and AI big tech organizations, are also helping enabling a scenario where enterprises can leverage these technologies and bring some of the relevant use cases home. So I think the brilliant insights there. Maybe I'll quickly open the floor for questions. Do we have time? Sorry. Oh, you have.
Thank you. I did get a chance to sit through panel discussion and just have a question. So I listened to Varun, I listened through Piotr. And I know we talked about the traceability and the explainability of AI. As a consumer, so there are many young generation who are using it, and I myself we are using it, right? How do we ensure that the output that we are getting is error-free? We may be using it in a lot of our deliverables. There was a recent scenario when there's a large company utilized AI in their report and they had to pay a fine. And you also explained that we need to have a certain risk rating while we are using the AI. So how can we ensure that what we are getting from AI is going to be error-free?
That's a great question, and thanks for asking it. It would be very presumptuous of me to say that I know the answer to how to make it error-free. The nature of the technology is probabilistic, right? So I'll give you a very simple example. If you ask it to multiply a 100-digit number with a 100-digit number, it'll most likely get it incorrect because it's based on what it learns. So, but the question is still relevant. If I'm going to use it, how do I minimize the error, or how do I keep it within a framework? And so what we've been doing is working on a framework that allows us to put the checks and balances. The reason I talked about explainability and traceability is we're a very highly regulated ecosystem, and it's our responsibility to keep our customers safe and comply with what is required of us. And so we are building a multi-agent AI framework that defines how each agent, what is the purpose, what is the goal, how do you audit it? I talked about data privacy, right? I have to be prepared in a way with that framework which says anytime someone asks the question, why did you do X, I should be able to give an answer. And so I don't think you can guarantee correctness, but you can definitely ensure transparency, accountability, and a framework that allows you to get to closest to where you want to. And I think that's where you don't want to use generative ecosystems for advice, financial advice. People use it, but it's probabilistic. And so until we get to a point where you can deal with hallucination or you get to an advanced level of capability, that is why responsible AI is important. That's why it's a great question.
So,
and I think,
sorry, no, please go ahead. Yeah, so see, there are 4 parameters. One, so when you use this all open AI models and chat GPTs of the world, see, when we say that, because those models do exist today also, and they are free of cost, why still the enterprises are still doing a lot of POCs and so many things to adopt AI in their own business? Because there is a lot of things which needs to be considered when you consider a secure AI, which is one is transparency in terms of fairness of data, biasness in the data, right, explainability, so that if there is some problem, you should be able to trace it back. Where is the problem? These are the things which you have to look at. And if you understand the life cycle of how the data is managed, how the models are trained, what kind of data is being used from training those models, you go through the entire life cycle. There are so many guardrails which you have to, the checks and balances which Arun was talking about, which you have to put together to make sure that your AI model is not hallucinating, it's not giving you something out of the box. So those are the things which are considered when you create enterprise grade large language models and the applications to make sure that you are not doing something wrong.
I agree with Piyush and with Varun. The way that I would think about that is, typically, don't use AI if you don't have an idea what to expect, okay? Because you don't know what you will get, okay? So I think that, the first thing that, we are looking is really have at least, some sort of idea whether you can verify that, okay? The other way that, and I think that, as an industry, wider industry, we'll come to that, it's almost like modeling human behavior. Because, for instance, if I'm doing certain, assessment, analysis and all that stuff, and I'm not sure, I'll come to you and say, does it make sense to you or not? Is it, and I think that this is what we'll do is that models will be checking other models, probably this is where we get, that will get, even more technologically, sort of advanced. Now, again, and it will be at all levels, so, we will bring as AMD and, our competitors will bring, more efficient, compute solutions. But algorithms will improve and so on, and overall the way that we will look at that, it will be probably we will get there, but it will take a process.
I think we just maybe have time for one more question, if that's okay. Do you want?
Yeah, I have a question. So there are a lot of positive things we can see in the Gen AI coming into picture. So one of the things that I see is a lot of layoffs happening, across the world, TCS, Amazon, Infosys, everyone. So how do you see the employment rate for the new generation engineers who are coming here, right? So do you see any, depletion of the employment rate or increment in employment rate? So how do you see that?
I think the way we should look at it is we should not look at it as a replacement, but probably it's an empowerment. We need to make our workforce AI ready. I think AI is here to really create more job opportunities than it is to take. Uh, it is for us to be prepared and have the adoption of the AI. A lot of job opportunities are getting created because of AI, and we see that the future which GenAI is proposing, I think there is a huge focus and huge opportunities coming in. The different technologies are now closely converging. We are having this event where we're seeing a lot of AI is also penetrating into the network businesses. So it is creating more opportunities. It is basically for us to prepare our workforce, make them empowered, make them AI ready, and that's, I think, the focus the enterprises should take.
And I think just to add to that, so I think as we talked about the business models changing as well. So traditionally, I think the software services industry used to operate on TNA models, staff up mode. So now, if you equate the kind of efficiencies that GenAI is expected to bring to the reduction in headcount, yes, I think from that perspective, yes, there is a possibility. But then if you are convinced that okay, because of the usage of GenAI, I have brought down my SDLC time by, let's say, down by 50%, and that means a faster go-to-market for the customer itself. So the models would now no longer typically be staff work, but then more value-driven. You can say that okay, while we have kind of used less efforts, but at the same time we have brought in a lot of efficiencies to your system by enabling a faster go-to-market. So essentially, it would translate into your reduction, not necessarily leading to a reduction in the revenue of a software services company. So that's how kind of I see that the business models around it would continue to evolve as well.
Do we have time to take another question? Okay. This may be the last one.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. I am Dipankar. I'm a principal product manager at Telstra for building internal generative AI tools. I just wanted to flip the question a bit. Generative AI is changing how people are B2C or B2B. People are actually identifying products they want to buy. So how are your organizations controlling what information these AI chatbots, which you don't control, are putting forward to the customers, especially about your products, and how does it really influence what products are getting bought and what are not?
I'll take that one. It's a terrific question. I'll try and answer it with a question for you. Do you control every product on the internet that you sell? You don't.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that the question you're asking is meaningful because the mode in which customers choose what they want is changing. We're going from using Googles of the world to Perplexity, your phones. I will open up my Samsung phone and I'll say, hey, I want to buy a car, and it's going to give you what it gives you. The wonderful thing for customers is that it gives you choice. The wonderful thing for product managers like yourself is that it gives you more complex problems to solve for customers, right? Now, you asked a very, very core product question saying, the medium through which customers are choosing my services is changing. I want to control what people say about it. And the internet wasn't about control, it was about democratization of information. I don't think AI is about control, right? It is about access to intelligence. And so I think, and that's why it actually answers the previous question, these are the jobs that will come into being. This is how this technology is going to create new opportunities, going to create new problems to solve. In fact, today, if you wanted to do something, you could go to an OpenAI's website and you can list your products today for sale. And that's what's happening. The newest generation, like I said, if you look at the alphas and you look at the later half of the Gen Zs, that's what they do. They just go to a chat GPT and say, where can I go buy the best burger in the city? And that whatever comes up is what they get. Now, this is a monetization model. We just talked about, will a business model change? Yes, we're going to go from SEO, which is ad spends, to AI optimization. And that's exactly the opportunity with AI. And I think there isn't, in my personal opinion, it is a time in human history that has come after a very long time, which is what he was saying, that we wanted to go here, I think we got here. And it will fundamentally change everything as we know it as it gets more pervasive. I mean, you look at your life today from 2 years ago, and you will see the changes. And it's all like intrinsically built. So I think embracing it and understanding these new things is what is really interesting about it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. The part of the question that I was also asking was, is your organization already looking at optimizing these things?
100%. It's, you don't have an option, right? I serve 360 million customers, right? I can't tell them where to go. But we have this thing in Airtel where we say, try to meet the customer where the customer wants to meet you. If they want to meet me at the store, I need to be prepared. If they want to meet me in a contact center, I need to be prepared. If they want to meet me on the internet, I have to be prepared. And I have to have context. And that's the beautiful thing about AI. I can understand their intent. I know their history, so I understand their context. And what I can do is I can be very relevant for them when they meet me in any one of those meetings. And that's the promise and the challenge of this ecosystem. And of course, I think most organizations today in the world are thinking about how to solve this. Some of us are just ahead of where others are, and I'm sure there'll be new ways to do this, for sure. Great question.
Thank you.
Great. So I think as we conclude, I know there are more questions, but I think the panelists are available to answer these questions off the dais. But I think a big applause to all of you guys. Thank you for such an engaging discussion. When we started, we were joking that probably we will be having this fireside chat amongst ourselves without an engaging audience, but thank you for proving us wrong. And yes, thank you to our panelists for this great insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonika, for moderating the session. Thank you, everyone, for such great panel and such amazing insights. Really privileged to be here. I would just request Sonika to present mementos to you all the panelists.